We are, Aristides and I are on a call. We are going to see if this connects to the live stream studio. And everybody let us know. Everybody check in with us and give us a impression about how we're sounding. And it's already a week into the month, which is hard to believe. But it seems like we've got an excellent connection. We'll wait for some feedback. In the interim, we're going to have our man Aristides do the blurb right now. And he's going to then, along with myself, he's just going to try and start adding people. If he has any issues, then I'll try and help the best I can. We're all just kind of new at this, so we need all of you to help us and bear with us and, let us know how we're doing. And the word is spreading. We got plenty of great commentary from plenty of beautiful people in a lot of the older shows. And hopefully they join us tonight in the chat. And they're invited to join us on the call if they want. All they need to do is download Microsoft Teams. And El Nemo says, okay, please contribute. So El Nemo is with us, so obviously he can hear us. Bless you, El Nemo. Let's turn towards, he says, can hear you. Excellent. Let's see if you can hear our man, Aristides. So let us know about that. Aristides, take it from here.
All right, Nemo, let us know if you can hear me. And assuming that you can, I'll do the blurb as soon as you show up here, like I just did at the YouTube program window. Please hit the thumbs up, upvote. It's very important. We got to stay on the up and up in the algorithm. There are those that hit downvote. It does not display. YouTube does not display it, but people who are against Douglas, they do put down votes sometimes in numbers with bots to try to drive him down so he can't be searched and suggested and stuff and find new listeners. So please hit the upvote right away. Very important. And make sure you subscribe. There's a subscribe button. Make sure that's on. Even if it was on before, double check. Turn on the notification bell so you can get the little pop-up notification the show is starting. When we start, but life gets busy. I had a very busy day. I just walked in the door, so that's helpful. In cases of a restart, also it's helpful because Douglas needs some time to reboot everything if the stream gets cut. So there is that. And also, as far as upvotes, after the program's live, there are comments enabled under the program window. So if you were listening not live, you should see them, and you should see a pinned comment from Douglas. And please upvote that also, and any other positive comments that you might see. Actually, I'm just going and double checking that I did that in the last one.
Thank you.
Did I? No, I didn't. So I'll do that now, and I'll upvote this.
Thank you.
This guy, all the positive comments. Just, thumbs up, everything, everybody. Well, unless they say something mean, then don't thumbs up that. And if you want to do, as far as the main program, the main window there, if you want to do extra upvotes, you can actually, because you have an account to do these things, you can go under your account settings and add sub channels to your account. It doesn't have channels by default, but people then, what they have is you can add a channel for certain type of content to deliver various types of content. The cool thing is each one of those can do its own upvoting also. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to, switch. You can upvote with your main account and then any sub channels that you have. So I'm going to switch and do another upvote. It's cool. It's one person, and you can do this many times as you like. So pretty easy. What else? Nemo has put the PayPal donation link in the chat during the program. It's the chat. After the program, it's the comments. So so either hit that link, or if you can't find it, or you're only hearing audio, if you go to PayPal and search Douglas D. Dietrich, you should find him easily. You see his little picture there. It's a funny picture. I think it's one of those with the hat and like glasses up on the hat, and I think it's that one, right? You know what I'm talking about.
You're talking about tonight or something?
No, you won't miss him. You won't miss him. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
And so Douglas D. Dietrich on PayPal. And other than that, please copy. You can share the link, the YouTube link, right in your browser window for the live. It remains the same after it is live when it's a fixed program. So you can put that in your notes file, or leave it in a chat, or send it to your friends, whatever you want to do, and it'll still be good after. And I think that's That covers everything. On Nemo's behalf, I'll say if you're up to it, if you're up to downloading YouTubes and re-uploading to other channels, if you do that sort of thing, please consider doing that, so that there are some backups out there and alternate ways, just in case something happens to the whole YouTube. So or individual episodes get removed for various stupid reasons. And I think that's it. That's it. So
that's beautiful. Go on. There's whatever else.
So I think that's it for the blurb, right? So let me try to add people. Let me get to
So I just want people to understand that our dear Aristides is this wonderful human being who, without which this show would not be possible. It's not his engineering forte, but he's our executive producer. His engineering degree is in material science. But nevertheless, he's adapting the best that he can to the electronic medium. I, of course, am adapting the best that I can to try to fit as much into a schedule that is already jam-packed. After tonight, I'll be taking a little bit of a break and catching up on sleep in earnest. Eric Cradle says, "Hey guys, took me 3 minutes to get on the channel." And I will say thank you for letting us know, Eric. And that is, hopefully everybody else doesn't have that problem, but it does seem that people are having problems finding us. Thank you, for sharing that, letting us know.
Okay. Here, this is easier. Now that I think we had a call last time, it's popping up. Let me see. It's it still might be one, but never mind. I'm working on it.
No worries, and I'll try and burn bandwidth while our man Aristides, does his thing. But he's more than welcome to think out loud. I invite everybody to think out loud. And in interim, I'm still responding to Eric Cradle here, and then we're gonna give me an opportunity to grab my tea. Got to bring somebody on as soon as possible because my tea is steeping and we don't want it to get cool, which is gross. It's like soggy cereal that way. Let us know. Eric Cradle, welcome aboard. Welcome back aboard. Welcome back aboard. Aboard. And all right. So there we are with that. We're numbers going up, and before you know it, we'll have a larger number of people here if they don't have the problems that Eric had finding us. And in case you didn't know, Aristides, tonight's, since other people are already asking, yes, tonight's photographic image, and that is a photograph of a real being, if you credit them with a soul, which I do. And these are the biofax simulacra. That is a biofax, as they are known. And that's in the photograph thereof embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. And we decided to give, since we gave one of the Blood Boys some exposure with our latest episode's photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream for our latest episode before tonight, we decided to follow up with the biofax exposure of one of the biofax simulacrae. That would be the plural for biofax simulacra. Biofax simulacra is the full and proper name for a biofax. Biofax was just the government abbreviate for a android, what we would now call androids, or what they used to call androids in popular fiction, and somehow that term just disappeared. And nobody uses that term anymore, which is very strange to me, because it's a very specific term that should be used. And people, it goes to show real ignorance. It's kind of like the term astronaut, which is applied to somebody who's should be redefined. We really need to specify the definition of astronaut as someone who has gone through specific training and goes into hard vacuum, as opposed to a space tourist who, goes up in a capsule and experiences weightlessness without entering hard vacuum and has essentially no training whatsoever of any substance or consequence. If we were to call the woman who went up in that horrible phallic penile spacecraft set up by Jeff Bezos, that we would have to call every passenger on a passenger plane a pilot. So to call them astronauts, since they're nothing but passengers, that equates all passengers on a 747 Boeing with the trained pilot. It's absurd. It's not only absurd, it's obviously offensive, and it's dangerous. It's beyond absurd. It is offensive, but beyond offensive, it is dangerous. So in both cases, obviously you're not going to let any passenger try and fly a plane, and you're not going to let any idiot try and pilot a spacecraft. But the reason I went on that little tangent is we used to have the term android. What does the term android mean? Everybody raise your hand. Come on, everybody out there. This is like a question I would ask the Blood Boys. And of course, they would all be very responsive, and they would learn something through positing their proposals. And I would hope you would all do the same. You're invited to do that in the chat. What does an android mean? What is an android? Well, specifically, an android is not a cyborg, because a cyborg is, guess what? Now you need to define a cyborg. What is a cyborg? You probably know a cyborg. Anybody who has a pacemaker is a cyborg, because a cyborg is a person or animal, a living being that is now integrated with a artificial component that enables its life to continue or enhances its performance. In other words, someone with a pacemaker technically will die without that pacemaker, or their chances of death become much higher. A pacemaker, of course, is something that doesn't guarantee your life in the sense that without it you cannot live in the immediate sense, but you will probably die pretty shortly, because at some point your heart will go beneath a certain level of healthy rhythm and you will expire, probably within anywhere between days to months. So a pacemaker prevents that and gives you decades, an average lifespan. You can live an average lifespan with a pacemaker. Pacemakers are so common now that they are the medical equivalent of setting a broken bone. You just walk in and you walk out, believe it or not. And so anybody with a pacemaker is a cyborg. That is a fact. It's the very definition of the term. Technically, anyone with a wooden leg is a cyborg in the old primitive sense. They have a mechanical implement that enables them to enhance what would otherwise be a much more impacted lifestyle. So there we have that. So that's a cyborg. And so cyborgs have been around a long while. You probably know a cyborg, and your cyborgs are, can only become more extreme as time goes on. As we begin to add chips in people, etc., they become cyberneticized. So we can look forward to more of that in the future, and you may become one, and that's okay. So at some point you may get an implant, or you may get technically, well, how about what do they call it? Cataract surgery. When you get the lenses to replace your cataract-addled eyes, then you are technically cyberneticized. Of course, as it gets more sophisticated, cybernetics will take on the true meaning that we've always assumed. You'll become more and more robotic, or people around you will become more and more robotic. And that is to be disambiguated from an AI, which of course was used in court recently. A man who was shot, they had an AI of him appear in court, even though he's been dead for years. Isn't that incredible? And the fact that they accepted that in court is incredible. And I'm not quite sure I approve of that, but we don't know yet. I'm ambiguous. I'm willing to go either way on that. I just need to find out more about it. That being said, let's see if have we gotten anyone else on the call at all?
I added, I guess, everybody.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Great. And let's take a look at this and see what I see. It's weird. Now we're in this group call, and we need other people to join us so we can open chat, or I can open chat this way, clicking on that. Okay, we got chat opening up. People, it says 2 participants. We got 2 participants. Is Amy and 18 others. Good. It counts Amy and 18 others. You did well. Wonderful. You did wonderful. So, yep. Aristides managed to add everyone. We are on a group call now. And now everybody respond. Come on, somebody jump on. Or I'm going to have to seriously leave Aristides alone to handle the show for about 10 minutes. And Yeah, you can do it, Aristides. I mean, if
Uh,
it's better I do it now than later when you're
let's
tired.
give it a minute. Let's give it a minute.
Yeah, of course, of
All
course.
right.
We'll give it 10
Hang in
minutes.
there.
Yeah, we'll give it 10 minutes,
Hang in
not
there.
beyond that. Well, 5, 7 minutes, not beyond that. But to clarify with an Android, okay, so we've talked about AIs, which would essentially be simply, at this point in history, displayed on a screen, if they display anything at all, which I understand they did in court. And again, I need to find out more about that case in Arizona. And perhaps that's what Aristides will talk about if I take a break. Makes sense, right, Aristides? But other than that, what I can tell you is that an Android is a mechanism that is designed to replicate a human being or an animal, a living being that is designed to replicate said living being, human or animal, so exquisitely that it can be mistaken for such. Very different from an AI, but an AI may become integrated into an android, which, of course, in his primitive reptile brain scrotum head, Peter Moon thought that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the Dietrich Artilect. He honestly believed it was she, he infected me because he was always referring to the Dietrich Artilect as it. And he would do so while thinking he was referring to her respectfully. It's just, to even dwell on it is sickening. But he thought she was a android in effect, embodied. In other words, embodied in a mechanism, which was not the case and really cannot be the case. In other words, the Dietrich Artilect can jack a mechanism and basically manipulate the mechanism like you would a sock puppet, and speak through the mechanism if the mechanism has that capacity to speak, meaning it has actual implements by which to emulate human or animal vocalizations. In other words, some mechanisms don't have that, and therefore nothing can be done with them in terms of communication other than the most primitive stuff, and a lot of what we see in terms of like, oh, here's this replicant of a human being, and you see nothing really that impresses you. They are not really all that impressive these days. People may be impressed simply because they see them in a certain environment. Nemo, can you join? Nemo, do me a favor, please. I beg of you. Come on the call, and you can talk with our man Aristides. I've got to get my tea and take my supplements, okay? So, Nemo, if you could please jump onto the
Yeah.
call.
Come on, Nemo. I haven't
Yeah, come
talked to
on.
you in forever.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so, Nemo, you really need to join us. Come on, talk with our man here. You can bounce off him. And, of course, Nemo is already going global, and that's fine. Right now, the Kashmir crisis is what Nemo is bringing to our attention, and he can, come on and talk to Aristides about that. Yes, I am aware of it. I hate to say it. I really do. Yeah, this could go nuclear. It's like at this point I'm jaded. I'm so jaded. I really don't give a shit. I mean, it's Pakistan and India. Honestly, I to be perfectly honest, they could nuke each other to oblivion. The only thing I'm worried about is how much it infects the environment and the rest of us in terms of an environmental impact more than anything else. It's give me a break. It's Pakistan and India. Okay, it's like he says India and Pakistan probably going to blow each other. He says he can read news headline I posted. Nemo, come on and talk. Talk, Nemo, please. I mean, Jesus, everybody loves your voice. Do you realize there's dudes out there who are fucking stoners who just like maintain this like accent, and they make all kinds of money just putting up pictures of themselves, doing YouTube videos where they're talking stone, but everybody loves their Australian accent. If they could do that, you could do that. In the meantime, I've only got one ear. I'm going to talk and burn bandwidth while I call Brendan on the phone and see if he responds, and tell him to ask him if he could please join us. And for tonight, let's see if I can do this. And Brendan Zoget. And I warned him I'd be calling him about emergencies like this. And okay, let's see if he responds. And then I'll check the chat as well. Yes, dear Brendan, we've tried to call you. You're already added to the call on Microsoft Teams. Oh, well, I need to, basically take my supplements and take my tea. I've got to recover my tea. It's steeping and it's getting cold. It's like soggy cereal. So I need you to jump on with our dear Aristides and talk for a few minutes. I've warned you emergencies like this. Yeah. Oh, why? Why? Oh God, I'm sorry. How about your hand? Is your hand? Did you see the doctor? Oh shit. Well, that workers' comp will set in, right? No, because it didn't happen at work, but the insurance. Okay. Okay. Yeah. What, with a broken hand? That's cruel and unusual punishment. They can't do that to you. Oh my God. Okay. At any rate, well, I love you dearly. Come on as soon as you can. Okay. All right. We love you. Okay. Stay safe and be well. Okay. That's dear Brendan. And oh gosh. Well, everybody heard that, Brendan. I want you to know I did this publicly. Heard us talking. I did this publicly. I'm doing this publicly while we're on the show. Oh, anyhow, we all love you dearly, and we're praying for your health. Okay, join us as soon as you can. Bye for now. Okay. All right. So now let me get back into my show with this
Catch
here.
us up there.
What was that?
Well, I mean, we heard one side of a conversation. Catch us up there a bit.
Yes. So Brendan Zogit was in his car and he got rear-ended by a
Oh,
stoner,
shit.
and the stoner, of course, was uninsured. And the only reason he didn't drive off and escape was his car was in such bad shape he could not do that. And so Brendan Zogit's hand is broken, so he had to go to the hospital this morning to have it x-rayed, and it's toast. And now the doctor has to analyze it before giving him a day off. And in the meantime, it didn't happen at work, so he can't get workers' comp. He will, however, pursue it insurance-wise, and he is covered through his insurance for other drivers that are uninsured. And yeah, so see, they're saying get on the call, Nemo. Who joined in to say that? Yeah, Aristides is saying that. So please, Nemo, if you would be so kind, jump onto the call. And by all means, and everybody loves your Australian accent, and you'll attract all the chicks and ultimately wind up marrying one who wants Australian citizenship. You can't lose. So all that being said, yeah, so Brendan is still at work today with a broken hand at a multi-thousand person event. Working his ass off. It's horrific. Yes. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. And in the meantime, yeah, let's all right. Now you can do this, Aristides. Let's look up
Well,
something.
I need some. I'm sorry. I'm. I don't know.
You
I need something. I can't. I'm not. I can't freewheel this. I just walked in the door. My head's been all over the place. Stuff hitting me today. If I read from something, fine.
Yeah, I'll give you something to read. I'll give you something to read. Here we are.
Maybe. Yeah. Give me something to read. Maybe. Let me go take a sip of coffee.
Yeah, grab a cup of coffee right now. Grab it, and then I'll get this.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah.
Oh my God. And Sammy Romero says we sound loud and clear. Sammy, join us on the fucking call. Oh my God. So pressing the enter button.
Well, what stuff have you written? Any little pieces lately, or?
Well, here, there you go. Can you see that link? There's a link.
Okay, let me go look.
Yeah.
Where did you put the link?
In the chat, the text box of our call.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting back now.
Yeah. Can you find it? Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Click on that and start reading it. All right. Okay. And
What did it?
connect to it. Connect to it. Yeah.
What the fuck did this bring up?
Dude, it's life's not that hard.
Hold on. It brought it up in it like a different. Teams wants to use the Microsoft browser.
Oh, why don't I? I'm glad I don't have problems like that. Let me.
Okay, no, it's all right. I just had to copy and paste it to another browser.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Read the headline so we see if we're on the same page. Okay.
The after Arizona man was shot in AI. Okay, it's the
Got
AI.
it. Got it. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go do my thing now, and I'll be back in about 10ish. You've got this. Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Hold on. Just give me another 20 seconds here.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll be back. I'm going mute.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the story that Doug was talking about, where a dead guy, they made an AI of a dead guy, which they can do if they farm enough information about them and feed them into an AI and train the AI. They can have them respond, with the personality and the known, whatever facts the person put out there. And as a witness in court. So I guess that was a handy way to have him appear in court. So let's or to get in for not having, but get the relevant information, which I guess it's a good use of AI because it's has compiled the information and can bring the guy's information and personality to light. See here. So for 2 years, Stacey Wells kept a running list of everything she would say at the sentencing hearing for a man who killed her brother in a road rage incident. But when she finally sat down to write her statement, Wells was stuck. She struggled to find the right words. One voice was clear: her brother's. I couldn't help hear his voice in my head of what he would say. That's when the idea came to her to use AI to generate a video of how her late brother, Christopher, would address the courtroom, and specifically the man who fatally shot him at a red light in 2021. On Thursday, Wales stood before the court and played the video in what AI experts say is likely the first time in the technology has been used in the U.S. to create an impact statement read by AI rendering of the deceased victim. That's kind of awkward, but okay. So Wales has been thinking about her victim impact statement since the initial trial in 2023. The case was retried in 2025 because of procedural problems with the first trial. The chance to speak in court meant a great deal to Wales, who held back her emotions through both trials to avoid influencing the jury. You're told you can't react, cannot emote, you cannot cry. We look forward to sentencing because we're finally going to be able to react. So I'm just trying to skip through. Wales' attorney told her to summarize Pelkey and offer a complete picture of who he was. So Wales went on a mission. She said she contacted as many people from Pelkey's life, from his elementary school teacher to high school prom date to the soldiers he served alongside in Iraq and Afghanistan. In total, Wales got 48 victim impact statements, not counting her own. When it was time to write hers, she was torn between saying how she truly felt. Okay, so she gathered everybody else's, but she couldn't present her case on behalf of her brother. It was just too tough for her. And so they came with this AI thing. Didn't want to get there and say, let's see, that's not real important. Yeah, so all she could go to is hearing her brother's voice. Mantra had always been to love God and love others, according to Wales. He was, he was a kind man who would give the shirt off his back. She struggled to find the right words for herself. Wales said writing from his perspective came manually. That's where the idea came from. She couldn't imagine her own words, but she could imagine what he would say. And then, okay, we're getting to the good part. That night, Wales turned to her husband, Tim, who has experience using AI for work. He doesn't get a say, he doesn't get a chance to speak, referring to her brother. We can let that happen. Let's give him a voice. This is getting to the real part. That was just kind of background of how she imagined this coming into being. Tim and their business partner, Scott Yenser, had only a few days to produce the video. The challenge was no single program built for a project like this. They also need a long, clear audio clip of Pelkey's voice and a photo of him looking straight into the camera, neither of which Wales had. Using several AI tools, Wales' husband and Yenser managed to create a convincing video using about a 4.5-minute video of Pelkey, his funeral photo, and a script that Wales prepared. They digitally removed the sunglasses, top of his hat, trimmed his beard. They were making sure the video felt true to life. Recreating her brother's laugh was tough. Okay. So I'm just trying to skip through for stuff you don't need to hear. She even recorded a similar thing for herself in case they needed it for her one day. Let's see. Told her attorney to tell her about the video. They were initially hesitant about the idea because she had never heard of it being done in court. She was also worried that the video may not be received well, but after seeing the video, she felt compelled that it should be viewed in court. I knew it would have an impact on everyone, including the shooter, because it was a message of forgiveness. The 10 people spoke in support of Pelkey at the sentencing hearing. The AI generated video of him went last. Just to be clear, if everybody's seen this, they explained to the court that it was an AI video. The video went on to thank everyone in Pelkey's life who contributed impact statement, and then it addressed the shooter. It's a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have and I still do. The video ended with the avatar encouraging everyone to love one another and live life to the fullest. I'm going to go fishing now. I love you all. See you on the other side. Neither the defense nor the judge pushed back. Later in the hearing, the judge said that I love the AI. Thank you for that. He says, it says something about the family because you told me how angry you were and you demanded the maximum sentence. That's what you wanted. You allowed Chris to speak from his heart. As you saw, I didn't hear him asking for the maximum sentence. She didn't realize how deeply the video would affect her and her family. For her teenage son, it was a chance to hear his uncle say goodbye. And going through the process of what he sounded like and trimming his beard and inserting laughs, it was so cathartic. All right, well, to me, what it seems like, it didn't really do a lot of hashing of facts. It was more of a personality and, impact statement. And, but okay, that's fair. For instance, President Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, unwittingly sent his attorneys a bogus AI generated, because there are these deep fake things out there. This has been done for many purposes. So the technology wasn't really, innovative. It was the purpose intended. Use for an AI victim impact statement appears novel. According to Mara Grossman, a professor at the University of Waterloo who has studied the applications of AI in criminal civil cases, she added she did not see any major legal or ethical issues. Because this is in front of a judge, not a jury, and because the video wasn't submitted as evidence per se, its impact is more limited. Okay, so, again, it was just about impact, not really a lot of facts. Some experts, including Grossman, predict generative AI will become more common in the legal system, but it raises various legal and ethical questions. When it comes to victim impact statements, key concerns include questions around consent, fairness, and whether the content was made in good faith. Victim statements like this that truly try to represent the dead victim's voice are probably the least objectionable use of AI to create false videos or statements, said somebody that doesn't some expert. Many attempts to use hold on. Many attempts to use AI to create deep fakes will be much more malevolent. Yeah, well, right. I'm saying at least it's being used for good. Wells herself cautions people who may follow in her footsteps to act with integrity and not be driven by selfish motives. So I think that's about the end of the article. So it was used to create a impact statement. Sorry if I kind of fumbled through that as I'm doing my best to not be distracted here. I guess so that was the end of that article. But I think it's similar to using AI to let me see, or like where they've taken a dead relative and they compiled their social media. So I'm searching for that. Okay, here's something from MIT Technology Review. People are seeking help from AI-generated avatars to process their grief after a family member passes away. So, I mean, it's kind of similar. Let me try to see what I can scan from here. Let me see, hold on. Sorry. Let me see. Okay, someone's mother died 5 years ago, and the person he's actually talking to is a digital replica. I'm trying to scan for like how they do it. They got a company that mostly focused on audio generation, researching synthetic tool generated an avatar with the data son provided, able to see and talk to a digital version of his mom via an app on his phone. Let me see. Yeah, even talking to him, my mom didn't seem very natural, but I sure heard the words that she often said. So, it's going to take a bit for it to
Okay.
to really,
I'm
mature
back.
this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so I heard dead silence when I came back. What's going on?
I'm scanning a new article. That article I finished, and the court thing was more of an emotional impact statement. It wasn't what I imagined, which was like gathering facts.
Okay.
Or gathering. It wasn't to be super informative. It was to be a like to say an impact statement, an emotional to
And they allowed that?
Yeah, because it wasn't submitted as evidence.
I see.
It was just kind of like to woo the judge, and it wasn't put before the jury as evidence. So it was what I got. And then that's similar to how they've done these things. They've made these personalities of your dead relative, and or read all their social media posts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. The jury did not see this.
I don't think it was in front of the jury.
Okay. Interesting. So just in front of the judge, which alone is kind of like manipulative, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying
because this is in front of the judge, not a jury. Well, that's what it was intended to be, is manipulative, because it's an impact statement.
Right. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Thank you for clarifying all of that. And so what about today is the day that Real ID starts, and you're aware of this?
The day that what?
Real ID goes into effect.
Real ID? No.
Do you know anything about this?
No.
Oh, okay. So today is the day that Real ID went into effect, and it is a disaster. It's been promised for 20
Oh, I
years.
think I know what you're talking about. It's yeah, a stronger form of ID for your regular government ID, driver's
Yes.
license, such. Yeah,
Yes.
so like, so your driver's license could be used similar to like a domestic passport or
That,
something like that.
that's right. That's right. And basically, you cannot get on a domestic flight without it, was the theory. I was told that there are 5 states where this requirement is waived if you have something else. According to Brendan Zogit, you can still get on a domestic flight so long as you have your driver's license and a passport.
Yeah.
That it all comes down to a passport. And so I don't know if you're aware of any of this or exactly what your impression is thereof. Mm. Yeah,
My impression, I don't, I don't really know, honestly.
that's cute. No worries, no worries. Okay, so I'm back.
What is the real ID? It allows compliant states to use driver's licenses and identification cards where, for what? It's just a firmer form of ID. It's raising driver's license, which is normally used for ID, maybe in your state, but now it's like kind of standardizing and raising the level of like authority
Mhm.
of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And look, I understand that it may not seem like much, but it's apparently a really big deal. So it's going to be something that theoretically will impede a lot of people from traveling. That theoretically but then again, if they really enforce that, then they would kill the airlines industry because very few people have their real ID and they'd all need to apply. So it's just it's caused a disaster with the TSA, the Transportation Security Authority. And it's something that we can just wait to see more muddled. In times like these, it just helps to make everything even worse. It's just uh, it's like they're intending to do everything they can to make everybody's lives as difficult as possible. There is nothing good about this government. Donald John Trump is an extinction level event. I told you that with his first term, not Aristides personally, but everyone on Earth who was listening, and all too few people were listening. And as far as I'm concerned, ultimately they're going to have to start listening because it's going to impact us all in manners that people really can't even begin to imagine right now. But at any rate, Aristides did great. He did the best he could with what he had, and I should have suggested some more things before I went, but obviously I was in a hurry to get something done, and we can't get everything done just before the show starts. But I'm back now, and we'll start probably early into monologue since nobody is joining us on Microsoft Teams, which is rather peevish to me. I'm rather peevish about it. In the sense that I'm not quite sure how many people understand how to get on Microsoft Teams or whatever is going on with it, but they should. And I think that since I'm paying for the service now, people ought to try and participate in it. But everything is bad when it starts. There's nothing worse than starting something new. And this is theoretically not something new, but it is. It's just like just something else intended to make life more difficult when it doesn't need to be. None of this needs to happen. It's just all of this is imposed upon us for no other reason than to make life difficult. It's just a royal pain in the ass just to be alive, and they want it to be. So other than that, let me see if I can find anything else in terms of the call itself. By that I mean I'm looking around on the call and no one has joined us as far as you can understand it, correct? So I can just start in a monologue, correct?
No one that I see, no.
Okay, that's fine. And thank you for helping me start the show tonight. Aristides was profoundly helpful in that regard, and we'll just get right into it. First off, I want to center myself and kind of breathe. Sip some tea, and in that regard, what else did you find while you were looking for some other articles, just so you can burn some bandwidth?
Really, I just started looking at something about how people have been trying to use the same approach too, where they miss their relative and they, want to be able to talk to an avatar of their relative. And I mean, you're going to only start seeing more of this,
Wow. Is there anyone you miss that you'd like to have on some service like this?
I mean, sure, but I wouldn't know how to go find all the information to feed to them. I guess, but I guess if like grandma was really active on Facebook or something and posted all day, every day, they could scoop up all her posts or something. And so how do you get the data is what I wonder.
Okay.
To train the AI.
Good point. Good point. It's like, how the fuck are they doing this? It's just, yeah, you couldn't do this normally with, like you said, grandma would have to have been, a fiend on the net. Oh, all right. So let's see if we can get our numbers back up and just dive into the night. Everybody start rejoining us. We had 20 just a second ago. So our man Aristides held pretty good. And then the numbers dropped as soon as I came back. So it's probably what they're having problems is following whatever, the trend is. You can't trust the numbers anyway. We're just going to kind of shoot the shit for another few minutes while we just get into I enter a fugé state where I go into a trance-like state and just start heading on with monologue. Now, the thing about this is that Holly, of course, we love her dearly. She should have applied for a second phone years and years ago. I have no idea why she did not. And a lot of people just don't understand that there are services out there for them. And then they waited till Trump took over and all of these services were cut to do anything. And then they're incapable of doing that because the resources are no longer there. It's, what can I say? Just really frustrating. Now, the point is that I myself am impoverished. It's hard for people to get the weirdness of my situation. I walk between the worlds simply because I deal with wealthy people professionally in a very bizarre sense while working for food. Does not mean that I have any income of my own that can even maintain me at the basest level of survival. I do not. And so I struggle to maintain even hygiene just through my work is where I perform my hygienic maintenance because I cannot do it in the essentially uninhabitable crypt in which I basically park myself when I'm not working. So I'm the equivalent of someone who lives in a storage facility. That is what I need to bring to people's attention. And so if you live in a storage facility, obviously you have no shower, you have no kitchen. I have neither, not in any functional sense. So the end result is that I count on all of you, my listeners, to help me make the rent and pay for supplies every month. And I count on my job for other amenities and the necessities of life. And altogether, we do the best we can to carry on this program in the interim, because this is essentially the work that I do that's recognized by the federal government, because I'm part of the 250% working disabled program, which means that I have to work or I cannot earn my disability insurance, which I paid into all my life through 3 careers. And and it still, of course, returns only a modicum of what I need to survive. Obviously, there are people who say, oh, well, if you lived outside of San Francisco or in, some cheaper place, then life would be easier. Maybe that was the case at one point in time. Things are changing now where everybody's quality of life everywhere is sinking fast and the prices are going up no matter where you're at. And of course, in other places, they have no minimum wage. Of course, here in my situation, I have no wage at all. The only wage I have is contributions from my listeners. And the introduction of this Microsoft Teams, which then charges me to produce my program, makes it even more difficult to carry on my program, and it just gets worse and worse every day, so that they're making life impossible for everyone. So they're intentionally just trying to kill as many people off as they can. There's no other word for it. But all that being said, well, it'll catch up with them in the end. Obviously, what happens, as I've said before, historically, is that you can push a people to impossible lengths, and they will take it. But eventually there are motivated people who do fight back, and when these motivated people such as myself fight back, then it's just a matter of outreach. We have to count on you to spread the word, and then ultimately we overthrow the system. In this case, we don't need to. It's overthrowing itself, so we just rebuild after it's auto-destructed, after it's destroyed itself, which it's doing very rapidly. And I'll get into that in monologue. In fact, that's what I'm psyching myself up for right now by just kind of droning a little bit. I'm caffeinating myself. And this, of course, has ginseng in the tea. So I'm squeezing the tea bag of ginseng and adding that to the caffeine. And then just kind of breathing, centering myself, and getting ready to dive into it. Of course, I want to be motivated by the numbers, and we'll check again with concurrent viewers. But let's do a little renew here. Let's reset the page, see how many people are joining us. All right, good number of people, and that's important. All right, so in case you did not notice, by the way, I want to do a final thank you to Brooke Hagberg. Brooke Hagberg contributed an auto payment of 40 United States dollars, even though she lives in Canada. I'm going to check to make certain if there was something else that came. Stephen Myers, of course, contributed at least 70 United States dollars, and that's profoundly appreciated. Let's take a look at PayPal here. And here we are, April 30th, was Brooke Hagberg. Stephen Myers sent 70 United States dollars, and he's an incredible human being. I pray he joins us on Microsoft Teams sometime soon. Hopefully he's uploaded that. Brooke Hagberg, of course, is invited to join, and indeed encouraged to do so, and her auto payments are still coming. I hope she's doing okay, and I hope that she that all is well for her in Canada, considering everything else that's been going on with that particular nation. No fault of its own, of course, all the fault of the United States. Let me look up another PayPal reference here, and here we are, May 5th. What's this one? 40 United States dollars. That was auto pay, and I tried to send her something in the past, but of course they claimed that she didn't have a real address or something like that. I took what I could from the address that was available through PayPal, but they had me stand in line forever. By that I mean I held up the line forever while they were trying to tell me that they did not have an address. I was so angry. It's just so outrageous. That's this poor old man behind me waiting forever for it. It was just awful. Okay, well, we might as well get started. And I think I have some idea of what to start with. Let me suck some more of this tea down. Let's check with Aristides for a second just to see if I need him, if he'll still be there in the next hour or so. So Aristides, how you holding up? You've got you can hear me well, right?
Yes. Yeah. What would you need?
Oh, I'm just seeing if you're, available for the next hour or so in case I do need you for something. I doubt it.
Yes, I will be.
Okay, good. And numbers back up, and we'll get started like this. How about today is the 71st Dien Bien Phu Fall commemorative day. Dien Bien Phu fell in 1954. Today is the 80th commemorative date of the surrender of the forces in the field and the forces afloat in the Atlantic of the Third Reich on the surface world's forces, armed forces. The Third Reich itself could not surrender, even if it wanted to, because the Allies decided that they could not recognize it as a legitimate government, and ergo conducted no negotiations therewith, which then rendered any attempts at accepting any surrender or even trying to communicate a surrender impossible. Therefore, all the Allies could do was take the surrender of forces in the field and forces afloat at sea. And so these procedures were conducted by General Jodl on the land, and Gross Admiral, or Great Admiral, Karl Dönitz at sea, even though he was running the Reich itself at that point. Hitler had appointed him as the Kriegsführer, or the war leader, and he was someone who carried out the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities on the surface world after helping to conduct the most massive, the largest civilian evacuation in the history of humankind. Operation Hannibal, in which literally millions and millions of civilians were relocated, many of them away from the surface of the earth forever, into Unterland, or the lands below, what is also known as the surface of the planet Theia, which is something you can look up, Theia, and this is not a hypothetical. It is essentially a proven fact that a world collided into planet Earth while the Earth was still forming and was absorbed into the planet Earth and is now effectively within the planet Earth, which led effectively to the creation of our moon, which is why our moon is proportionately larger than any other moon in the solar system. And there are hundreds and hundreds of moons in our solar system, but our moon is proportionate to our size, the largest there is. Again, proportionate to our planet. We are effectively a double planet, a binary planet. And the moon is as much a part of Earth as, the ocean is. In other words, it's what makes life even possible. Meaning that if Theia had not collided into the Earth and created the moon, life here would not exist at all. Because the moon makes life possible, because it is the tides that are created or generated by the gravitic effect of the moon that oxygenate our oceans from where all life came. And that's what made life completely, possible at all in our environment. Theia itself had evolved a similar environment by capturing its own satellite in the early days of the solar system, before orbital perturbations or catastrophes were caused by incoming bodies that then resulted in a reformation of our solar system and the crashing of Theia into Earth, literally into Earth, absorbed by Earth. And so essentially within our world is another world. Of course, scientists would describe this to you in this complicated fashion that would basically render your understanding of it probably, it would obfuscate the issue. In other words, there's a world within our world that scientists would say, well, the distribution of the mass of the world that collided into our world was absorbed in such a fashion that, of course, there's not a world within our world that you can walk on its surface in a conventional sense. All of this is true, because since then it's absorbed into the very structure of our planet, but there are enormous caverns in our planet running within the crust of our planet. And these enormous caverns are effectively, openings that enable you to walk on the surface of what was once Theia. And that's the way to make this comprehensible to your average layman, that a scientist would never express, because they effectively have their own agenda. And their own agenda is to, well, render things hidden, because they're searching for infinite energy by tapping into the Earth itself. We have the technology now to do that. And the technology that enables us to drill deep into the Earth to tap geothermal energy requires conflict with the people who now inhabit the openings in the caverns, the cavities, what are called megacavities, supercavities, these large macrocavernous lacunae, the openings in the Earth, are now occupied by the Third Reich in exile. This is something that I've gone into deeply before, and I've gone into it at great detail. And of course, well, we'll probably have to publish it in a book. I'll just have to write it out. That's something that maybe Aristides can read next time, is from Nexus Magazine articles in which I spoke of this. And I don't know if Aristides ever accessed or even knows about those. You know about the Nexus Magazine articles, right, Aristides?
I do know about them as far as how to pull them up real quick. I don't know if the originals are available, but I think, didn't we have some way to access them? Let me know.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we did. I'm sure I've gotten PDFs or something like that. Oh, ask George Knight for them, of course. Don't be afraid to email him. Do you have George Knight's email?
Yeah, I can pull it from our emails.
Yeah, and just email him and ask him for a PDF of the Nexus Magazine articles. Yeah, you could do that now if you would be so kind, and then that you'll have that as a backup for the future. And that's sure, once he looks at it, he'll be happy to help. In other words, we have this is one of the reasons why Donald Trump, of course, wants Greenland so badly, is because Greenland is where America had NORAD 40, which was the station which, until the Clinton administration, when all communication with Unterland, or the Thayerians, broke down, this was where America traded with them, was through Greenland, NORAD 40. Once all of that shut down, the communication shut down, NORAD 40 became essentially semi-abandoned. Almost, I wouldn't say derelict, but extremely undermanned. And the end result is that in order to commence drilling for geothermal energy without triggering a direct conflict with this breakaway civilization, President Trump wants Greenland in his possession so that he can maintain total control over trade. If he agrees with or is able to entice agreement from the Third Reich in exile on Thea, the world within our world, so to speak, accessible through these supermassive caverns, this is how he would basically deal with them, open trade, and then commence drilling in Greenland, which is one of the optimal drilling sites for geothermal energy. And I, of course, don't believe that everything or anything is going to go easily, because he's managed to alienate everybody. And I mean everybody. America is left standing alone at the worst possible time to be standing alone for anyone. And in matter of fact, America is preparing for a war on the side of the Russians, where we're taking the side of the Russians, which puts us against pretty much everyone else who is sane on the surface world. But the point to be made about the surface world and the 80th USUK, or United States, United Kingdom Victory in Europe Day, which is celebrated tomorrow in the USUK, the United States, United Kingdom, and celebrated the day after tomorrow in Russia, is that there's several points to be made. You might note that the United States and the United Kingdom have a VJ Day, that they used to call it. But of course the Japanese made them put a stop to that, and the Japanese have them refer to it now as VP Day, or Victory in the Pacific Day. Again, this is something that most of you are unaware of, probably because you never cared enough to monitor it, but you can look it up and you can find out everything I say is true. VP Day, formerly VJ Day, will be on August 15th. And you can look this up as well. If you go on YouTube, you'll find all kinds of bullshit videos. Well, they'll say the Soviets won the war in the Pacific. That's an incredible bold-faced lie. And they'll talk about them storming through Manchuria, which of course was exactly what the emperor wanted when he withdrew both the Japanese version of the 509th Bomber Wing, which was a massive bomber wing that he had constructed in Manchuria to carry atomic weapons that were produced in Korea, what today would be North Korea, on the Chosin Reservoir, where 3 rivers were dammed, the Chosin, the Yalu. These were dammed, and they produced enough energy to supply a third of the Japanese empire, had they been directed towards the archipelago, the super archipelago of the Japanese islands. They were not. All of that energy was used to process uranium, which is abundant and freely available in the Korean peninsula, to create atomic bombs. These are the ordnance that then created the Korean Demilitarized Zone, which is the largest man-made object on Earth aside from the Great Wall of China. You can see it from the moon in both cases. You can see the Great Wall of China from the moon by its shadow, and you can see the actual Korean Demilitarized Zone just by its sheer geophysical presence with the naked eye, through a faceplate, of course, when you're standing on the moon. And this has been confirmed by astronauts who have been on the moon. Now, when it comes to these videos you find on YouTube, again, readily accessible. You can find them by looking up Russians versus Japan, World War II, and they'll say, oh, this is the reason the Japanese surrendered now instead of the atomic bomb. This has been the popular academic propaganda point, because academia in the United States was indeed infested and infected by communists who are effectively propagandists for the Soviet Empire. And that's happened is throughout World War II. It happened throughout the Vietnam War. It happened throughout the Korean and all other American conflicts. This is what Trump is trying to fight now. And in this sense, I'm almost on his side. But this has to do with what they call wokeism these days. And they've conflated it with DEI, which of course was also a product of this liberal progressive stance that was originally infected and influenced by communism. All of this is extremely important when you take a look at these historic dates and what exactly happened in the time between them, which was 9 years. 9 years from 1945 and the so-called victory in Europe to 1954, the exact opposite of 45. Transpose the numbers. 1945 to 1954 is 9 years later, with the fall of Dien Bien Phu. And what happened was that you had 9 years, which is the exact length of the European theater of war's prosecution of hostilities. The World War II conflict in the Atlantic was a 9-year period of time. So if most people think about World War II in the West, they are programmed, indoctrinated to think 39-45, meaning 1939 from September thereof, with the invasion of Poland, to 1945, that this was a 9-year conflict. And yet, that 9-year conflict, which supposedly ended in this tremendous victory of the West, ended 9 years later with the fall of the West and those victorious colonial powers at Dien Bien Phu, with a complete and total collapse of the French Empire. So, the colonial powers that sided on the side of the Americans turned against each other, and within 2 years, by 1956, Israel, England, and France invaded the Suez, and the United States threatened to go to war against them all if they did not retreat and withdraw, which they did. Now, understand the enormity of what I'm saying. Israel did not even exist in World War II, yet was a combatant by 1956, that acted as an aggressor state, which in a rogue action of ultimate aggression took the Suez Canal to control the maritime traffic of the world from Europe into the Indian Ocean, from Europe to Asia. And when Israel conquered the Suez along with the Brits and the Frogs, the French and the Anglians, America threatened to go to war against all three of them. This was under President Eisenhower, who at that time stated, every Jew in America better start thinking like an American and stop thinking like a Jew, because he was ready to go to war against Israel, which was an aggressor state, which had illegally invaded Egypt and dared to cut off and control and then tax the maritime traffic of the world. And Israel backed down. That is the last time a president has ever stood up to Israel. Now, all of this happened within a few years of Dien Bien Phu falling, which was just 9 years after World War II. So the world completely flopped on its head within the same amount of time span that it took to wage World War II in Europe. And the same amount of time that it took to wage World War II in Asia, because World War II in Asia started in 1937. Add that few years and the equal amount of time, 37 to 45, you would get 45 to 54, 56. You'd get to 45 to 56, and that was the invasion of the Suez. So just as you had that span of time between the war starting in the sense of total war between China and Japan in 1937, when you had the rape of Nanking, all started because of an American sabotage of the peace talks between nationalist China and Imperial Japan in 1937. 37 to 39, you had that period of war in Asia before you had war in Europe, and that was an extra 2 years. So then from 37 to 45 was the Asian Pacific theater of war. So if you take that time span and apply it to what happened after 1945 and use the exact same amount of time, 11 years, it takes you to 1956, when just 11 years, an equal amount of time it took to wage World War II in Asia, 11 years later, America was threatening worldwide war against the British Empire, the French Empire, and Israel. So the Allies had fallen apart, were tearing each other's throats out, and, of course, at the center of it all, as Eisenhower warned, was the Jew. This really tells you all you need to know about history, recent history, and how twisted it's been, and how little anyone knows about it. Here we are. Heather Holman says, I just contributed to Douglas for his work and purpose in doing these transmissions. Please join me and donate what you can. XOXOXO. Well, of course, honey, join us on the call if you'd be so kind. And that'll always help. So let's take a look at what she's contributed. And of course, I thank her for it profoundly. Let me open up my mail again. And let's see. Did she join us on the call? Aristides, let me know. And if not, of course, I'm left continuing the narrative, such as it is.
No, nobody else in the call.
Okay. Feel free to join, Heather. She sent 100 United States dollars. God bless her. So here we are, 100 United States dollars from Heather Holman. And we love you dearly, Heather. And for God's sake, do join us on the call along with Vin if he wishes. And you're always welcome, the twain of you. So is anyone even receiving these notifications that they're on the call is what I'm wondering. But a point to be made about these stupid YouTube videos that, along with, of course, the historians who publish entire books on this subject, about the Soviets winning World War II in Asia, you will find that, as I said, the USUK, or the United States United Kingdom, celebrates VE Day, or Victory in Europe, on the 8th. The former Soviet Union, now Russia, celebrates it on the 9th. These are to be considered totally separate days because they really are totally separate events, as opposed to one 2-day event in which either side is really celebrating what the other one is. Yet only the USUK, United States United Kingdom, has a VP Day, or Victory in Pacific Day, which they used to call Victory in Japan Day until the Japanese made them stop that bullshit. Then what happens is you might check for a Russian equivalent to VP or VJ Day and find that there is none. And ask yourself why. And it's because the Greater Soviet Union was still at war with Japan until the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then the Russian Empire decided it would continue that state of conflict. So Russia and Japan are still legally at war, which means there is no VJ Day or Victory in the Pacific Day celebrated by the Russians. There cannot be, because they never won the war. So for that reason, when you see these videos on YouTube or see books that make the claim, or get taught courses in school about World War II history, and you hear this bullshit about then the Russians rolled into Manchuria and the Japanese decided to surrender, you know, you can confront your professor, you can confront these authors, you can confront the people who upload these stupid videos, and you can tell them all they're bald-faced liars and they're propagandists for the Russians, because the Russians are still legally at war with Japan, and therefore they never won the war. So the idea that they put forth these propaganda videos and everybody just eats this shit up and thinks Russians are the master race, the masters of war, the great warrior race that won World War II, that's the lie you've been living by all these years. So again, think about the importance of these historical events that I'm articulating, this being the 71st year, commemorative day of the fall of Dien Bien Phu. But 9 years, exact same amount of time that World War II lasted in Europe after World War II itself, and the 80th commemorative day of the Reichswaffe, or the armed forces of the Reich, being surrendered by the Kriegsführer, Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, and of course Jodl, who they hanged at Nuremberg. These are men who, of course, were conducting a war that the Allies decided they were going to sacrifice a number of them in a ritual that was supposed to bring the Antichrist into the world, because the Allies, of course, were purely satanic, as evinced by the fact that the British Empire was run by the Hellfire Club for hundreds of years. The majority of their upper class being parts of the Hellfire Club, which you can look up, which is a satanic organization that dominated the greater British Empire, and therefore Satanists ruled the better part of the world throughout the Second Greater British Empire. And this is why they organized a genocide in the Asian Indian subcontinent through the Great Hedge of India, which anybody can look up. Again, you can find this on the net quite readily, and the Great Hedge of India was responsible for ultimately 100 million deaths, where they crucified quartered really, the subcontinent of India by taking a supermassive mutated hedgerow and growing it east to west and north to south, dividing India into 4 quarters, and deciding who got food and who got water and medical supplies, etc. And were able to decide who they could starve out and contain using this impervious hedge that was only destroyed after the British withdrew, and then the Asian Indians rooted out the hedge down to the root, where they uprooted every single inch of it, and it was miles and miles long. And we're talking about something that was extraordinarily wide and extraordinarily tall. The hedge was thorn bush that was impenetrable, and it grew to a mutated extent in the tropics that enabled the British to grow it very hard, very tall, very wide. You can look up its dimensions. They're unbelievable. It's like an organic Great Wall of China that quartered the Asian Indian subcontinent, and over the generations resulted in the death of 100 million people. This was caused by the Hellfire Club as a supermassive satanic sacrifice, and these were the people that my biological father Adolf Hitler was fighting, struggling against. And so these people have this VE Day and VJ Day, but the Russians only have a VE Day. Of course, now the VJ Day is VP Day because, again, the Japanese forced the Allies to signal out Japan and render it something more generic. And this is because, of course, the Japanese won the war. As I've expressed at great length, I can no longer, of course, recommend the book in which I articulate all of this point by point, even though much of the points were missing by Peter Moon's imperfect rendering of the book. And imperfect is, of course, being generous. It's a shitty book because it had a shitty co-author, and I was too lazy to write the book myself. And, of course, he gets all the profits because he's got total control of the publication, which, again, I was just too lazy to produce it myself, and that's the result. But such being said, I can't recommend the book because all the profits go to him. All that being said, I hope people are beginning to get my point. So there's no VP or Victory in the Pacific Day in Russia. They never won the war. Yet you see entire books dedicated to the lie that they did. And you see entire videos on YouTube dedicated to that lie as well. All of this pro-Russian propaganda is because the Russians have done everything they could through the Cold War to overtake your media, and they succeeded. Almost all of your history is Russian propaganda spoken in English. And that's the sad state that you're in. That's why you've now got a president who is siding with Russia against the rest of the world, including, ultimately, communist China. So, all of that being said, let's see if I can center myself and then dive into more of a monologue tonight. That was just simply like psyching myself up for it. And I really need to talk about... So, let me thank Heather Holman. Numbers are back up. And we will do our best to honor and respect her. And love you dearly, Heather Holman. Share that love with Vin. And all right, let's do what we can here. Let me thank her first. Goddess bless you, Heather Holman. Here we are. Give her the prayer hands. And little emoji there before I start in. And just so irritating to have a night like this where, you know, no one joins on the call because they just can't adapt to new media. I mean, like, I have difficulty adapting to new things too, but life's not that difficult. Just don't make it such. Okay, there we go. Select this. Here we are. And God bless you. Heather. Okay. And see if I can end that right with the proper emoji. Here we go. There we go. Okay, that's taken care of. All right then. Bosses beware. This tariff shock, it's not like COVID-19. If only American businesses were so lucky. The free world is gone, and there's no turning back. The tariff shock isn't like 2020. Trump's hollow defense of his looming tariffs have sent our trade deficit soaring as companies rush imports to beat the deadline. No longer is there any pretense that the United States stands for the ideals that inspired it for 250 years. Europe and the rest of the world need to adapt or die. This is one of these situations now where you have to understand that there's all kinds of people talking about how the stock market has recouped all of its losses. it's a crock of shit. It doesn't mean anything. And I'll go on to explain that as I get back into the economic aspects of the present convergence of crises. In other words, this isn't any single crisis. These are multiple crises in convergence. However, they are all caused ultimately by one individual, Donald John Trump, who is an extinction level event. The Antichrist. Truly, even though you might have always imagined the Antichrist would have a lot more charm, a lot more charisma, a lot more intelligence. But remember, he's ultimately simply a reflection or a mirror of the worst among yourselves. The idiots who brought him into power. Now, the president's muddy messaging on tariff pain leaves Americans wondering what exactly they're suffering for, and what happened to the promises he made on the campaign trail. America's bosses may see similarities between the great tariff shock of 2025 and the COVID-induced panic of 2020. Then, as now, share price volatility spiked, consumer sentiment dropped, and Donald Trump was president. But the consequences for American big business of Mr. Trump's trade war are certain to be far more profound and enduring. In early 2017, less than 12 months into Donald Trump's first term as president, I warned about the future we're in today via a speculative scenario. Set during a then imaginary second Trump midterm, I forecast a nightmare scenario in which American troops abandon Europe. The pro-Russia alternative for Germany, the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, won 20% of the vote in a federal election, and Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, this time with no one supporting the Ukrainians. Now, my purpose in forewarning of our contemporary convergence of crises was to stir listeners on both sides of the Black Atlantic out of their complacency regarding the parlous state of what used to be called the free world. But it still didn't prepare me for the series of events that began with Vice President J.D. Vance's speech at the Munich Security Conference and ended with the humiliation of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky by Trump and Vance before TV cameras in the Oval Office. While many may view that 12 week, that 14 night, or 14 nights period as indistinguishable from the rest of the Trump era, future historians will not. Though recorded as marking an epochal shift in global politics, potentially even more significant than the collapse of the Berlin Wall or the terrorist attacks of 9/11. It marked the end of an era, the era of the American-led liberal international order. That era began after the Second World War, when an isolationist country reluctantly assumed the mantle of world leadership, an enormous, multifarious endeavor resulting in historically unprecedented economic growth, scientific discovery, human flourishing, and peace. America's material resources were essential to this decades-long globe-spanning effort, but more important was the conviction, shared not only by hundreds of millions of Americans, but countless people around the world underlying it, that the United States was an exceptional empire uniquely positioned to be a force for good in the world. By the way, I want to thank Heather Holman for sending us a message that she's driving. So do stay safe, Heather. Yeah, don't talk while you're driving. That's probably for the best. So, yeah, it's best that she takes safety and precaution over helping us out with conversation. Now, across those 8 decades, an ethic of idealism undergirded American foreign policy, one traceable to our country's founding. Whether Republican or Democrat, American presidents regularly invoked the providential role that the United States, as the world's oldest democracy still extant, was destined to play on the global stage. President Thomas Jefferson referred to the young nation he helped found as the world's best hope, while his archival John Adams sent arms to the leaders of a slave rebellion that liberated Haiti. Over 150 years later, Dwight Eisenhower, the same man who told every Jew in the United States to start thinking like American instead of like a goddamn Jew, declared that we could be the wealthiest and the most mighty nation and still lose the battle of the world if we do not help our world neighbors protect their freedom and advance their social and economic progress, which is why he helped to defend Egypt against the Jews. His successor, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, famously declared that America would pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, in order to assure the survival and success of liberty. And in his farewell address, Ronald Reagan spoke of America as a shining city upon a hill, a phrase that his ideological polar opposite Barack Hussein Obama invoked during the 2016 election. Fulfillment of these lofty ambitions obliged America to support democracies and oppose dictatorships. As a global superpower with responsibilities no other nation was either able or willing to undertake, it could not afford to have the impeccably moral foreign policy of Sweden, which presented itself as the moral superpower while training its troops by deployment on United Nations peacekeeping missions. The Swedish soldier became world famous as the United Nations peacekeeping forces projected over the world. For generations, it was Swedish troops and Swedish air power that supported United Nations peacekeeping forces that formed the core thereof. They could claim a moral high ground. America had to get its hands dirty. Idealism inevitably clashed with realism, with the latter often triumphing over the former. This was especially true during the Cold War, when Washington helped engineer the overthrow of democratically elected leaders and supported authoritarian regimes. And it continues today with American backing of repressive governments in the Middle East. But even while employing immoral means, American leaders did so in the pursuit of what they considered moral ends. Whether fighting communism, halting the spread of weapons of mass destruction, or resisting radicalized militant Islam, the most destructive form of colonialism the world has ever known. Opponents of the American-led liberal international order harp endlessly upon our faults, while taking our virtues, free and open sea lanes, the spread of liberal democracy, values-based alliances, the protection of human rights, for so much granted. Eager to lambaste the order for our many faults, they prefer not to grapple with the international system rapidly taking its place. A dog-eats-dog world where America has abdicated our role as global policemen and authoritarian states gain spheres of influence in which less powerful countries must bend to their will. Even the most vociferous critics of American global power may come to miss it once Russia, Red China, and Iran gain dominance over Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, respectively. The centuries-long record of at least rhetorical support for right over wrong is what made last month's Oval Office meeting so unsettling. In a display that ought to shame every American, the country's top 12 constitutional officers acted like a king and his regent, demanding obeisance from a feudal supplicant. Within days, Trump suspended all military aid and intelligence sharing with Ukraine. And while both were later restored, the message he sent was unmistakable. Not even an ally under military attack from an aggressor can depend upon Washington for support. Having abandoned Ukraine out of personal pique, Trump then returned to taking on the world's other villains. In his eyes, or the eyes of his puppet master, his puppeteer, Vlad Putin. Canada, Denmark, and Panama. In addition to abandoning our democratic allies abroad, Trump is gutting America's democracy promotion apparatus at home. During the Cold War, Voice of America and Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty, the latter being the former employer of the woman who brought myself into the Department of Defense, Leanne Prifty, who spranketh the Shqiptari language of Albania. The woman who worked with the State Department that convinced myself to take a summer job as a librarian's aide at the Department of Defense Library on site, the Presidio Military Base, the Postal Library at El Presidio Real de San Francisco, which broadcasted news and information beyond the Iron Curtain, and continue this mission in regions of the world that remain unfree. Many nations once subject to Greater Soviet's domination, including Poland, Czechia, and the Baltic states, can credit the VOA, our Voice of America, and RFE/RL, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, at least in part, for the freedoms they enjoy today. The United States Agency for International Development, USAID, USAID, was founded during the administration of John Fitzgerald Kennedy to alleviate the social and economic conditions in which authoritarianism and terrorism thrive. And the National Endowment for Democracy, created under Ronald Reagan, provides grants to democratic activists around the globe. Trump has halted funding for all of these organizations, which represent the best of American values. To cheers and applause from Moscow, Beijing, and Tehran. And, of course, the greatest aggressor of them all, the Zionists in Tel Aviv. In place of the idealism that animated American leadership of the free world, Trump has unleashed the atavistic cynicism of the old world. In this new dispensation, where might makes right, any appeal to moral considerations in the practice of American foreign policy is ridiculed as a deficiency of the weak, while the amoral exercise of power is venerated as a virtue of the strong. Instinctive American sympathy for the underdog is supplanted by admiration for the strong man. An embattled democracy is accused of provoking the invasion of its own territory, the geopolitical equivalent of blaming a rape victim for her own assault. And for the first time in history, America votes with the world's rogues against its traditional democratic allies at the United Nations. All at the behest of a genocidal, neurotic minority of Zionists who call themselves the master race. We're back to no longer a nation under God, but a nation under Jews. The occupant of the office, once synonymous with leader of the free world, slanders the president of a country fighting for its very existence as a dictator, while lauding a despotic war criminal as a great guy and a terrific person. One time referring to Vlad Putin, the other time to Benjamin Netanyahu. At least when Franklin Roosevelt said that the Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. He had the moral clarity to identify the caudillo for what he was, and the tact to do so behind closed doors. While Trump borrows from the Andrew Jackson School of American Foreign Policy, notable for its strident nationalism and distrust of international institutions, the man who, upon his tombstone, had it chiseled, "I killed the Fed," as if that were something good. The historical figure whose ideas and slogans Trump leans most heavily on is actually Patrick James Buchanan, once a marginal figure on the American right, the former Nixon speechwriter and Republican presidential candidate, in perpetuity stood for the same America First trifecta: anti-immigration, anti-intervention, and protectionism, as Trump does today. In the brave new world of America First, no longer does America stand for the belief that democracies make better allies than dictatorships, that territorial aggression should be punished rather than rewarded, and that alliances are an asset, not a burden. In his Munich speech, Vance endorsed the inclusion of far-right parties in European governments, which he accused of posing a greater threat to their own people than either the Russian or communist Chinese empires. All of this is the result of a foreign policy utterly lacking in moral scruples. The abandonment of morality as a factor in foreign affairs also marks a turning point for the Republican Party. Next month marks the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. The American War, as the Vietnamese call it. The French War having ended with the fall of Dien Bien Phu this date today. 'Twas American conservatives once pointed to that event. The chaotic scenes of desperate Vietnamese fleeing from the approaching communist mechanized onslaught. More armored divisions engulfing Saigon then were deployed on the fields of battle in World War II. As, well, they merely had to cite the 2 million boat people who managed to escape. The horrific repression that followed for those who did not, as a shameful example of what happens whenever the United States abandons an ally. Whatever the merits of American involvement in that conflict, the dire consequences of the American withdrawal reverberated across the region. Within months, Laos and Cambodia fell to communist insurgencies, vindicating the much derided domino theory. You might remember every liberal professor in the world said the domino theory was a piece of shit. It's all a pile of shit. If one nation falls, doesn't mean the rest of them will. But of course they do. Because it's all a house of cards. And without foundation, on a bedrock of armed force, everything collapses. Trump's abandonment of Ukraine has the potential to dwarf these events in geopolitical magnitude and human suffering. If Ukraine is made to sign a peace deal that doesn't provide clear-cut security guarantees, it will only be a matter of time before the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin attempts another Anschluss. Absent American leadership of the free world, such an incursion would succeed in toppling the Kiev government, lending credence to the domino theory yet again, and leading to tens of millions of refugees and a supermassive Russian military presence on the border of several more NATO member states. With the alliance's guarantee of selective security replacing that of collective security, now in tatters thanks to Trump's extortionist threats not to uphold it at all, then NATO, the most successful military alliance in human history, will for all intents and purposes be dead, opening the door for further Russian predation in Europe and elsewhere. Looking for silver linings, some nostalgic for the recently departed era of American global leadership cling to the hope that everything will return to normal once a Democrat or traditional Republican moves into the Oval Office. While the fight over the future of conservative foreign policy is ongoing, there be no turning back. No longer confident of our place under the American security umbrella, alarmed allies like my Taiwan, or the militants of South Korea, or the pragmatists of Poland, all exploring the possibility of acquiring nuclear weapons. The once ridiculed French idea of strategic autonomy, a pole of European military power independent of these United States, is now the top agenda item across the continent. The Five Eyes, the intelligence-sharing alliance composed of these United States, Canada, Great Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, will shrink to Four Eyes due to the unreliability of its most powerful member. What transpired during the last 14 nights of February can never be undone in the minds of America's allies or our adversaries. And in a world where every man is for himself, what's the difference between the twain? The scenario I foresaw 8 years ago ended on Victory Day with Putin proudly reviewing a massive military parade in Red Square. While Trump has denied that he will join the festivities this year, if he can force a deal on Ukraine, he would never be able to resist the temptation to exult in his undeserved role as a global peacemaker. And standing alongside Putin in Moscow, tacitly conferring American recognition upon the first armed annexation of territory on the European continent since the Turks invaded Cyprus. Such a scene would mark the dawn of a new era, one in which it is increasingly impossible to separate fact from fiction. But then again, you never had the facts, and you only had the fiction, which is why you think the Russians invaded Manchuria and won World War II, brought the Japanese to surrender, when Japan and Russia are still legally at war. Your ignorance makes me sick. I'm disgusted to be stranded here among you. And yet, I'm the only hope you fucking have because I'm the only man who knows the truth. And the only man with the guts or the balls to share it. And for that, I'm the most suppressed source of information on earth. And the only way you can redeem yourself, because ignorance is a sin. Ignorance is no excuse in the eyes of the law. And you're all as guilty as hell. You're forever damned unless you spread the word about myself. Nothing else will save you. And no one else can. Again, look at what they're telling you. Oh, it's okay. We recouped everything in the stock markets. Don't look at the stock markets. Look at the ports. Stock markets plunged for days after President Donald Trump announced steep tariffs on imports from around the world. The sell-off ebbed only when he suspended most, but not all, of the new measures for 90 days. The ticker tape is just one indicator of any economy, and other signs are growing more and more ominous, including at the port of my own Golden State nation of California's Port of Los Angeles, where high tariffs on red China are crushing all maritime traffic. On April 24th, Eugene Soroka, the executive director of the port, said, essentially all shipments out of mainland China for major retailers and manufacturers have ceased. Now, Trump views tariffs as essential to rebuilding the manufacturing economy that the United States once had. But his erratic tariff announcements have badly disrupted the economy that the country has today. And that pain is already being felt in the world of logistics. Per Evan Smith, the CEO of the supply chain management company Altana Technologies, these are big, massive bullwhips that have not been seen since COVID. The tariffs themselves are a shock to the system, and the shock is echoed and amplified across the entire chain. Even if there is resolution, it will take 9 to 12 months to work out these bumps. My golden California's Port of Los Angeles, the busiest in the Western Hemisphere, processes about 17% of everything the United States imports or exports in shipping containers. The adjoining port of Long Beach, California, accounts for another 14%. Over the years, the entire ecosystem has arisen to support the loading and unloading of the cars, the clothes, the electronic gadgets, and all the other things that people want. There are workers and warehouses, trucks and loading pads, security structures, and rail lines. Soroka estimated that cargo arrivals would soon be down 35% over the same time last year. At the moment, the drop in traffic seems likelier to accelerate than to reverse. The number of cargo ships canceling port calls or entire voyages is on the rise. A number of shipments now underway were instigated before Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariff announcement on April 2nd. According to Forto, a cargo management and tracking company, reservations for shipping products must normally be placed of 14 nights, 12 weeks before a cargo vessel even launches. The trip from mainland China, from California, typically takes 12 or more additional weeks. In other words, the full effects of American imperial tariff policies on maritime traffic may not be apparent for some time. The economy and the supply chains that allow it to function can adjust fairly quickly to certain shocks, including weather disasters and even a pandemic. Early in the COVID shutdowns, toilet paper was in short supply as Americans spent more time at home and less at workplaces and schools. The problem eased as manufacturers ramped up production, transportation systems adapted, and consumer anxiety decreased. But Trump's trade war is different because it is unpredictable and indefinite. Even if he were to renounce tariffs tomorrow, Trump has already shaken global confidence in American economic policy making. No one can comfortably make business decisions based on what he does. unless the Republican-controlled Congress steps in immediately to take away the president's ability to impose import duties at will, a failed effort thus far. Even foreign trading partners who believe they have a deal with the United States will be at risk of capricious new taxes on all their products. Tariffs don't just reduce the flow of goods coming into the country, they also cause an atrophying of the logistics system that moves products into and out of and all around these United States. Recently, describing how 1 in 9 jobs in the greater Los Angeles region arises directly or indirectly from its ports, Mario Cordero, CEO of the Port of Long Beach, said, "Less cargo volume, less jobs. That's the rule here. Port complexes are like your baby toe upon your foot." To quote his Peter Neffinger, the former commander of the Coast Guard sector that includes Los Angeles and Long Beach, "You don't think about it until you break it one day and realize, I can't walk." Like the shipping business into and out of Los Angeles, the nationwide trucking industry is slowing down because drivers have a lot less cargo to even move. Without inventory arriving or en route, small businesses will falter. Big businesses, well, even the mega corporate industries will shrink. And our shelves will soon be empty. This week, Trump blamed former President Joe Biden, rather than his own policies, for the recent turmoil on Wall Street. What's happening in Los Angeles proves that, if anything, financial markets have yet to fully price in how much Trump's tariff war is hurting the economy. The stock market goes up and down. Maritime indicators just keep on shrinking. And the economic turn down is for what? Donald Trump's genius has always been marketing. Himself, his properties, his political campaigns. But when it comes to the effects of his tariffs, the master has either lost a step or is facing a challenge that even he hasn't yet figured out how to spin. On Wednesday midweek last, the president said Americans will not have to go out of our way. Somebody said, "Oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have 2 dolls instead of 30 dolls. And maybe the 2 dolls will cost a couple of bucks more." Presidents have asked Americans to sacrifice for the national good before. A few months after the United States entered World War II, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt extolled those resisting the Axis overseas before making a plea to those at home. To quote his FDR, "There is one front and one battle where everyone in the United States, every man, woman, and child is in action and will be privileged to remain in action throughout this war. That front is right here at home, in our daily lives and in our daily tasks. This will require, of course, the abandonment not only of luxuries but of many other creature comforts. Every loyal American is aware of his individual responsibility." 3 decades later, 12 presidents had less success asking citizens to give something up. In 1974, Gerald Ford implored, "To help save scarce fuel in the energy crisis, drive less, heat less." Voters bounced him out immediately in favor of James Earl Carter, who in 1977 told the country, "All of us must learn to waste less energy. Simply by keeping our thermostats, for instance, at 65 degrees in the daytime and 55 degrees at night, we could save half the current shortage of natural gas. The speech became a symbol of Carter's shiftless presidency, fairly or not, and Jimmy, too, served only one single term after that. No wonder George W. Bush encouraged Americans to consume and spend after 9/11. Trump can't seem to decide whether he's asking Americans to sacrifice or not. On the one hand, he's acknowledging that tariffs will exact a cost, and he's framing that cost as necessary for taking on the communist Chinese empire. On the other hand, he also claims that Americans won't have to go out of their way. It's an easily mockable claim, and no one has mocked it as effectively as Rupert Murdoch's New York Post, which ran Trump's doll quote on yesterweek's front page with the headline, "Skimp on the Barbie." This president is a particularly flawed messenger for this moment, because he is unlikely to personally suffer much pain from rising prices. One of the benefits of being the kind of guy who spends a lot of time in his literally gilded mansion. I've spraketh before about the rhetorical agility that Trump abuses to maintain his populist appeal and rail against elites, even as he is one of them. Some of Trump's advisors lack his ability to convince ordinary Americans he's just like them. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, Forbes' estimated net worth $3.2 billion United States dollars. This week last defended the tariffs by saying that the United States needs to onshore manufacturing, himself telling CNBC, "It's time to train people not to do the jobs of the past, but to do the great jobs of the future. This is the new model where you work in these kinds of plants for the rest of your life, and your kids work here, and your grandkids work here." These sound exactly like the jobs of yesterday, only without the guaranteed pensions and strong labor unions that made them sustainable or even desirable. To Lutnick's credit, he also wants his children to follow him into the same job, which is why his 20-something sons are now leading Cantor Fitzgerald, the investment bank he left to join the misadministration. He's the same Trump aide who wrote off concerns about a Social Security shutdown, stalling checks, by insisting that his own mother-in-law, whose son-in-law, once again, is worth a few billion fucking dollars, wouldn't be rattled to miss one. But even Trump's anti-elitist trick is unlikely to work so well here, because Trump promised something very different on the campaign trail. He promised to end inflation, give Americans free in vitro fertilization, and slash taxes. Instead, the retail price of basic staples such as eggs continues to rise. These tariffs represent the largest tax increase in recent American imperial history, and Trump is now warning of a straitened Christmas. Indeed, the worst Christmas season we've ever had in years. He presented tariffs as a way to pay for everything and anything, such as childcare, and pretended that Red China, not American consumers, would pay these tariffs. Perhaps it's a good idea for Americans to cut back on cheap imported plastic goods, but coming from Trump, it's a bait and switch. Trump appears to be inducing an entirely voluntary economic slowdown and asking voters to bear the brunt of it all, but he doesn't give any indication that, like William Jefferson Clinton, he feels their pain. His sliding approval on the economy shows that Americans have started to wonder why any of this is happening at all. According to the Public Religion Research Institute, the PRRI, one of my primary sources, more than half of Americans say that Trump is a dangerous dictator whose power should be limited before he destroys American democracy. Asked by NPR to give Trump a letter grade for his first 100 days, A full 45% of Americans gave the president an F, including 49% of independents. Per NBC, 60% believe that our country is on the wrong track. These numbers also extend into specific issues. Issues like immigration. Immigration is historically one of Trump's strongest issues. But the ABC/Post, as in Washington Post poll, finds that more voters now disapprove of his handling than approve. The economy was perhaps the decisive issue in November, but now fewer than 4 in 10 people approve of Trump's handling, according to NBR. Relatedly, consumer confidence is at its worst level since the early weeks of the coronavirus pandemic. Trump has frequently promised a historic presidency, and now he's finally delivering it. Ha 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 ha. One temptation, when looking at these numbers, is to say they don't matter. Plenty of people, including people who have been on this show, warned about how a second Trump presidency might go wrong, and a plurality of people who voted back Trump anyway. And the only poll that matters, as the saying goes, is the one on Election Day. Remember our man, Real Tech Geek? He voted for Trump both times. Trump has power now, and he's welding it. This is especially the case because Trump has shown less responsiveness to indicators like the stock market than he has in the past. Notwithstanding his quasi-jokes about seeking a third term, he's acting freed from the pressures of re-election. That's all true, but it's not the whole truth. An unpopular president is a less powerful president. Enacting an authoritarian approach is harder, though not impossible, without public support. And other institutions, the Republican Party, universities, law firms, are less likely to bend their knee if they see weakness. One way you can tell these polls have some effect is that Trump is lashing out furiously about them. Yester Septimania, last week, he posted on Truth Social that these were, all in the uppercase of course, fake polls from fake news organizations, adding that they should be investigated for election fraud and are truly the enemy of the people! All uppercase with an exclamation mark. Trump attributed his analysis to his pollster John McLaughlin, best known for missing the massive upset defeat of his client Eric Cantor in 2014. This is not Trump's first such broadside, of course. He's also sued the pollster J. Ann Seltzer, who released a poll late in the election cycle showing Kamala Harris. Well, Kamala Harris then slightly ahead in Iowa. Seltzer's poll created a frenzy, but it turned out to be badly wrong, which one might think is punishment enough. Legal experts being skeptical of Trump's lawsuit. Heather says she's here now. So dear Heather's joined us, along with Brendan Zoget. Brendan, why didn't you let us know you were there? I've always told people to feel free to interject. Oh, by all means, Heather, say hello, honey. Thank you so much for that $100, and God
You're
bless
welcome.
you.
You can thank Vinny. It was him that he sparked. You know, he's very generous.
Vin
I don't have
is.
that kind of money to be throwing around, but he does. So
Well, Vin is an angel, and Vin,
yeah, he is.
let him know that he's welcome to join us anytime he wishes. Is he there now, or is he doing okay? At least?
Actually, I'm at my dad's house tonight, so he's not here, and he was looking forward to coming on and I guess rebutting or you know, talking about Donald Trump. But he really enjoys coming on to talk to you folks.
Well, hopefully he can join us on Sunday. And how is your father?
He's okay. Same as always, just cantankerous.
Okay, well that shows he's healthy, I guess, or as healthy as can
I don't know
be.
about that.
Yeah, and how are you tonight? How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good, Good. And how's the cats at home?
That's why I'm at my dad's house, because there's a cat that won't get out of the garage, and I'm going to try to trap it in the morning and then take it somewhere to the Humane Society or something.
Oh, wow. That's so adorable. Somehow a cat got
Yeah.
into his garage and won't come out?
It won't leave because I fed it, and so I don't live here, and so it waits around. It never goes anywhere, and I'm not here every day.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's so
Yeah.
cute. Oh, my God.
So I'm going to try to save it because it gets so hot in the summertime. I don't know if it'd be able to handle it outside. It's an inside cat that somebody abandoned.
Yeah. Oh, wow. You're an angel. Brooke would be proud of you for your animal care.
I
Uh,
try.
yes. And
I've never been a responsible pet owner until I guess recently. Vinny has changed me in more ways than one.
that's wonderful. And I'm so proud of him. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of both of you. How's his mother
Oh,
doing?
well, she is about the same.
Okay.
She doesn't want to really try, and she doesn't. When she was having a stroke, she thought that she was going to die right then and there, and she's really disappointed that she didn't. And so it's kind of hard to encourage people to get better when they're in the spirits like that.
Wow. And I'm,
Yeah.
it's like, why is she like, I mean, yeah, it is. It is. Why does she want to die?
Well, she just doesn't want to get better. I don't know. She was already like that before she had her stroke. She was, you know, depressive.
Okay.
I'll just say that.
And
Yeah.
what does the stroke impede?
Her right side of her body.
Okay.
And so she's just like, she's not eating. So then she doesn't have enough strength to do the physical therapy that they're trying to help her to restore her, mobility, or, to the best that they can. She's not even wanting to try.
How is the physical therapy administered? Does she have to go someplace for it, or does somebody come to the
No,
home?
just to like get out of bed and stand on the ground. That's part of it. That's the first couple of steps. She's going to try, they're going to try to make her pivot so she can sit down on her own, but she's not cooperating, or she's not working. It's not working out for her.
Is this done telephonically or televisually?
No, and in the hospital, she's in a rehab.
Oh, is Vin visiting her there, or
Yeah, we go there every day.
okay? So she's institutionalized in a sense for the present.
Yeah, she's in rehab for the next 20 days or until she gets better, or she's got to make an effort to get better. She's going to have to try.
When you're in an environment like that, you would presume that they kind of force you to.
Make you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. But, if you,
Oh, let me do a screen share here. We're having a bit of an emergency that doesn't make sense. So let's share the screen and share content screen. Here we are. Brendan. I need your help here, Brendan. Let's take a look at what we've got going with the call. How do I get back on the call? The call is it's basically what it says. If I go back to the call, is the meeting will end in 15 minutes. This meeting has a time limit of 60 minutes. We paid so that we don't get this. What happened to Heather? She just dropped off the call. Is she with us? Anyway, Brendan, there she is. She's back on. Brendan, are you there? Can you hear us? And Aristides, of course, are you there? You can hear us, maybe. Whoever can
I
answer.
can.
Okay, good. Of course, I'm not sure any of us can deal with this. If the call ends in 60 minutes, it has a time limit of 60 minutes, what we paid to avoid this, then what we do is we start the call again. Only
ugh,
I
how
call,
annoying.
yeah, then I call Aristides back and he calls you and Brendan and everybody else again. And that's, yeah,
That's
so
awful.
it's not supposed to work like that, but maybe Brendan can give us a hint is if there's any other options. And of course, I encourage everyone to read up on this and find out what options they can find. Brendan, we see you online. You there? If you can answer, poor fellow. He broke his hand, by the way. Are you aware of that, Heather? His hands
Oh
are.
no, what happened?
He was driving and he got rear-ended by a fucking stoner, and the
Oh
stoner's
no.
car was in bad enough shape where the stoner couldn't get away. He would have otherwise driven away and escaped, but Brendan confronted him, made certain to get his license plate, and this way he can force the insurance to pay for the uninsured driver. He has that to look forward to. He has seen the doctor this morning, and the doctor's supposed to be reviewing his case so that he can give him time off. It didn't happen at work, so there's no workers' comp, but the insurance should be a bit of a windfall, and he'll pursue it to its fullest extent, and he should be successful in that. I see no reason why he shouldn't be.
Oh, it still hurts, and it's got to be hard for him to work.
And right now he's at work, when tomorrow hopefully he will get his series of days off, but in the interim he's at work in a multi-thousand person event at work with a broken hand. With a broken hand. Yeah, poor bastard.
Well, if anybody can do it, he can.
That's right, Brendan. I hope you heard that. Yeah, I mean, personally, if my hand were broken, I'd be most angry about the fact that I couldn't jack off anymore, but hey, I guess he's got...
We have two hands.
That's true. Thank God. Yes, that's why God gave us two of them. Yes. But all such being said, yeah, Brendan, poor guy. Yeah, we need some help here. Otherwise, yeah, there we are. Brendan.
Well, that's endearing.
Yes. So were you able to hear any of this?
Yes, you guys are like right in my ear.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, so we've got this on the screen, and when I try to share a screen, it goes off of the call. So how do we like, it says the meeting will end.
Did it somehow like log you out or something? Because that theoretically it shouldn't do that.
It just says this meeting will end in 15 minutes. This meeting has a time limit of 60 minutes, but we've been on for 2 hours before it said this. So that's weird. I mean, we've been on for 2 hours and 20 minutes so far. So this is what I don't understand. So yeah, should I try and do a screen share, and then how do I get it to keep us on the on the call when I'm doing screen share? And we'll try and figure that out. So let me try and go back to the call. Let me share content control. No, how do I get back onto the call? I guess I click Aristides, and no, click maybe this in between the call. Click back on. Here we are. So takes a while to get used to this. Let's press the share button. Share. Okay, so I'm pressing share. It says share content. Control Shift. You should be seeing the screen. Oh, here we are.
I don't see it.
There we are. Now I'm sharing screen, but then it takes me off the call and goes to the stupid studio. Goes to the studio. So how do we turn this back to the call itself? If I click onto this, I'm trying to get back onto the call so everybody can see what I see, but I don't know how. How would I do that? Oh, go back to the screen. Here we are. So now you can see it. There we are. So any ideas, Brendan? This is what I'm looking at. This meeting will end in 15 minutes. This meeting has a time. And how are you at work right now? Are you still at work, or did they finally let you go, go home with your hand and all that?
No, I'm still working. I'm still here.
God damn.
Yeah.
That's awful. It's just intolerable. So
yeah, and then there was other stuff happening earlier.
I can imagine
as well.
What? Anything you want to share? I mean, like what?
Oh, just the vile shit that people do, like so-called supervisors that can't get off their ass to do anything.
Oh God.
They left that event with no nothing. They didn't pull anything. They didn't help them out. The bathrooms were destroyed. It was just evil. Just pure sloth. It's like one of the deadly sins.
Yes.
It's just leaving it all for us, night crew, to do. It was just pure, just pathetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do we do about this? Can you see this on the screen? This meeting will end.
I can see just the meeting. Yeah.
But can you see this, where it says this meeting will end in 15 minutes? This meeting has a time limit of 60 minutes. And as you can see, we've already been on 2 hours and 21 minutes. So it's not living up to its own.
Yeah, that's bizarre. It shouldn't have a limit. And if it did have a limit, it was only an hour. So that's really strange.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we would have to contact Microsoft and, which is going to, and just get your money back. Fuck. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want the money.
Right now, I can't really. There's nothing I could say about it. Maybe.
Yeah. I wouldn't want the money.
Let it elapse and see if it still stays on.
Yeah, that's it.
And if it doesn't, then it doesn't.
Good point. That's
'Cause
what
it won't take you off the OBS. It's just gonna turn
Of
all
course.
of us off.
Right,
Yeah.
and then we just reinstigate the call. Is
Yeah.
what we would do. Yeah.
Which at that point, yeah, you would get your money back from Microsoft because then you just use it for free like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's right. But anyhow, but you and I have no way to contact Microsoft. Microsoft is effectively incommunicado, right?
Well, when you have 365, yeah, you can contact them easier because you're like a subscriber.
Okay, so I would try and do that with you. I would try to figure out how to do that with you, and maybe later on do something with you about Discord or something like that. But in the meantime, yeah, we'll work that out. I mean, after all, you're going to have to get some days off now, right? The doctor's working on that.
I mean, I don't really want to talk about it on air.
Understood.
Yeah, like maybe if, yeah, possibly. Yes,
Yeah,
possibly.
I mean, we'll talk about it privately, but I'm just,
Yeah.
I already let everyone know about the injury, and it stands to reason, of course, that a doctor, I don't understand how the doctor let you go back to work today. That didn't even make any sense after he saw the x-ray.
Because because they didn't review the x-rays yet.
Oh, okay.
So they just assumed I was like,
Yeah.
You know how they are. They think you're trying to get like payment or something.
Oh, got it. Those stupid fucks. I mean, that's outrageous.
That's
So
all that they care about. That's all
it's
that they
just
think
so
at the
cheesy.
hospitals and the doctors. They think everyone wants drugs.
Yeah, but they had time to ask about, some other stuff that we won't bring up on air. It's just like, come on.
Interesting.
Pathetic.
Weird. Okay. Well, I'll be happy to talk about that with you. I'm curious. As a matter of fact, I'm eager to talk about that with you privately. So we'll.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, it's the topic that gets people cut off of YouTube.
Yeah. Got it.
Or used to. I don't think they care anymore. There's enough people against it, but it's like,
Understood.
And then she told me to go buy a thumb splint and all this shit, and it's like, yeah. Anyways, you get the point, dude.
Oh my God.
It's just stupid.
Wait, do you have a few minutes to talk right now? Because I wanted to take a short break.
Yeah, I mean, not
too much.
I guess. I guess.
Okay, yeah, great. So I'll leave Heather and yourself and Aristides. Let's check if Aristides can talk. And Aristides, so Aristides, feel free to say hi to both these wonderful people. I'm so glad they both joined us. I'll take a short break now. I'll take advantage of their presence, and I'll be back in a matter of minutes. But let me go.
Well, if the call cuts off, we won't be on air anymore.
Yeah, good point. Well, I better do it now before it cuts off, and then we'll reinstigate the call when I come back. So there's a risk of maybe a few moments, but I doubt it. I mean, it says 15 minutes. I think we still got a little time before then. Let me do what I'm going to do now.
Sometimes you take like 30 minutes.
Yeah, it feels like it. That's, but not really. Okay, you guys have got this.
You must have like a hyperbolic time chamber in there because it's like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Oh my God, she dropped off again. Hopefully she drops back on. Well, holy shit. Well, we've got, it's sometimes.
Well, I have nothing to talk about. So
dude, you got plenty to talk about. Just drag it on. You've got it. I mean, Jesus, India and Pakistan are about to go to war.
Good riddance.
And the real ID started today. You can tell people how, in California, maybe we can get away with air travel, but Heather's back, thank God. So, Heather, see if you could stay on the call. And I'll ask Brendan questions that you're the best at asking him questions to get him going. So I'll be right back, everybody. So let's see if they cut you off the call during that time. Maybe you should end the call and reinstigate it now, just to make certain that, rather than risking it going blank on us, because that would be catastrophic.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, so let's end the call now and reinstigate it. But then again, like Brendan said, it may not end at all either, because we've been on longer than the time limit. So what do you think, Brendan? What do you think?
I have no.
I'll end it and
I'm not thinking.
Okay, so right, Aristides, we'll end it and recall everybody. Let's do that.
We can. I was kind of thinking just leave it, see what happens. But
yeah, or we could do that.
How long ago did it say 15 minutes?
It feels like 15 minutes by now, or about 5 or 10 minutes by now. It feels like it. Jesus Christ. Because I only saw it, and then mentioned it to you right away, so it could have been up there a few minutes before I saw it. So let's end the call and be safe. End the call and restart it. And but then again, we don't want to encourage it to do this either. But that shouldn't do that. It should be like on some kind of weird timer or something. Okay, well we'll find out. We're going to end the call and we're going to restart it. So how do we end the call here? We press the leave, right? Everybody press the leave button. Then I'll reinstigate the call. And that's sounds. No, maybe that's just too much. Well, she left. Okay, we better do it. Okay, everybody press the leave button. We'll reinstigate the call. Okay, and we're leaving the call. And now we're going to restart a new call, just to be conscientious about this. And the first thing that I'll do is look up Aristides, and then we're going to call him. Okay, and we press the audio call button, and then restart it. Yeah, there we are. So let's hope he answers. There we are, dear Aristides.
Yes.
Okay, and just drag everybody on, if you would be so kind. Good man. Let's pray they respond.
Okay. Yeah, right. Watch him not come on and be like, I'm going to leave you alone for a break.
Yeah, if I do that, you'll be
do that.
fine. You'll be fine if I do that. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but yeah. And in the interim, I'll go.
Starting with, obviously, those two.
Yeah, please. See if you can try. So I just want to emphasize to everyone that skepticism of pollsters is not unwarranted. Polling has had some atrocious recent misses, though the final 2024 results closely tracked with the polls at the end of the race. As the strategist Michael Podhorzer has written, pollsters present their work as empirical, but polling is actually opinion journalism, not in the sense that it is partisan, but because it is premised on suppositions about the electorate, such as how many young voters will turn out and how many voters with less than a college degree, which means we're fucked whenever they turn out. Now, some of those suppositions inevitably turn out to be more accurate than others, such as the less education you have, the more likely you're going to be an idiot. Now, one thing that makes the results that I cite here more credible is that they are all moving in the same general direction. Can they tell us what percentage of the population actually disapproves of Donald Trump? Not reliably, but taken together, they tell a consistent story, which also matches up with a raft of worrisome economic indicators that are darkening Americans' outlook. Okay, what's that, Aristides?
Nothing. I'm just trying to add. I added those two, and I'm trying to add more people.
Okay, let's hope they respond. Let's hope they show up. And let me see. User added. Okay, great. And I think we're come on, Brendan, show up. Heather,
I'm here. It's
Oh,
just saying it's just saying it has an issue connecting or something.
well, we hear you.
It gave me a warning sign.
Oh, well, we hear you. And so all right. And that means we're set.
One second, Doug.
Sure, take your time. I'll share screen again. Let's see if I can share a screen, or how did I share it last time? And let's see now. New chat, filter, user added. We're on this weird call. Share. No, that's just loading up a picture.
What are you trying to do?
I was trying to share a screen again. Oh, here we are. Yeah, no, mark is on red, move, delete. Screen sharing. Okay, screen sharing. That's blocked for some reason. Okay, well, as soon as he's back, I'm taking that break. Dear Brendan, let us hear your voice. And anyone else join us, please add others. You're adding others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just
Okay.
dealing with some stuff over here.
I understand, but
So, yeah.
can I go do that thing now? And I'll be right back. So you guys have got this, right? I mean, as much as you can.
Yeah. Carry on.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Shit. What
Yeah.
the fuck? I mean,
Yeah. Good evening.
hey.
So, I mean, I guess the problem would be, instead of getting 365, there's some sort of other teams premium, like a subcategory that you have to pay extra for. Does that sound familiar?
I mean, well, right. Or
It didn't show it to us, so that's what's annoying.
Okay,
about
like he
it.
paid, but like, how does that connect to the account he's using? Like, did it just say,
Yeah,
"Oh,
we
Douglas,
used
I'm
that.
paying," Right. I
No,
guess
we
that's what you're
signed
saying.
into this account, the one he's using. It's
Yeah.
just, it's the only option they gave was 365, but maybe it's like Teams Premium or something like this. which would be
I
stupid and over, it's way
I think it
too
would.
overcharging.
Yeah, I don't think they would, instigate a whole new piece of software. But something's not. Who even knows if it would have cut off?
I'm sorry?
Who even knows if it would have cut off?
Possibly, but I haven't seen it. Do you know where, like, the last place you could have seen it at?
What? Seeing what?
Like on this? I can try asking. Let me call.
It should be good. Paid gives you up to 30 hours and 300 people.
And you paid?
Yeah. He paid, but we're wondering it could be a number of things. Wasn't linked properly.
Custodial,
but then the whole question is how did it go way past an hour? Like, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I probably would have kept going.
Yeah, that was kind of my vote, but
it's just to throw a wrench in it,
Yeah.
Because now we have to. Do we have the same chat as we had before?
No.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's a new one. I'll write something in there.
Yes. Yeah. So is this here?
Yeah, I wrote something in there. Yeah, it's weird. I think we'll have to. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Does it cut off in an hour? Does it say an hour again in 2-something hours? What? But I think after all this is wrapped up, he might have to. I don't know. Sounds like a nightmare trying to get in touch with him. How many people probably trying to get in touch with Microsoft right now? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, maybe they have what is it called? A place where a call center.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, they also they may answer faster. Not calls are very high overhead. They may answer faster on an email.
Oh, you mean like the text chat box or
Yeah.
whatever?
So however you submit to them, email or whatever. Yeah.
So how's everything in your situation at your next?
Pretty all right. Pretty all right. I mean, can't really complain. It seems, I don't know, taking a little upswing maybe, and it was a busy day, but some good things.
You work from home?
No, not really.
You just go to school?
No, I don't go to school.
Oh. Yeah.
No, I do.
Neither
work
do I.
No, I work in an academic environment, but I don't go to school.
Yeah. I was going to go into healthcare. That was originally the plan, but it got thwarted like 17 times.
Yeah. Let me just double check that we're coming over the YouTube. Yeah, we are. Yeah. That's good.
And that's the same chat?
But YouTube's the same. I just want to check that the YouTube stream's still going, and it is. On Teams, we have a new chat because it's a new call.
Okay, but it didn't disconnect from the YouTube.
No, because that's separate. That's has to do with his software, his OBS software there. So he doesn't even need to be on Teams or Skype or anything to do the call. That's just how he gets us on there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. If he was by himself, he wouldn't need it at all.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just say this, that I am grateful for my health.
Good. Yeah. Should be. Especially the older you get,
Yeah, I would hate to be in that situation where I can, I'd have to recover a long road. What should we talk about?
What you're recovering from something?
No, recovery. Sometimes it takes a long time to recover from stuff. I'm just glad I'm not in that situation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sure.
So, are you into that, like, Fibonacci or whatever. Then when they have the charts that are like Sofragio, and they're different resonance charts. That
I'm not into it. I mean, I've heard of this.
Yeah.
As far as what you people using it, how?
I don't know. Like people read the charts, they're like, oh wow, look at during these minutes, there was this reading, and that means that this is happening, and it's like kind of like astrology.
So it's a different kind of astrology.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
I think
don't
it's more
like that.
science.
It just seems like too much work, I don't know. I'm like, is that really gonna? I mean, I guess some people swear by that kind of thing, but
Well, people who are atheists a lot of times.
yeah.
There's nothing. I'm not bagging on anybody. I'm not judging.
Yeah.
Got to believe in something, I think. So I found this calculator. It's for engineering.
Uh-huh. That's
It's
neat.
a resonance calculator. Does that make sense?
A what calculator?
A resonance calculator.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, neat.
It seems pretty complicated.
Yeah.
What impedance of transformer? What does that mean?
Impedance. Impedance is a measure of overall resistance to current.
Well, is this kind of stuff invisible or?
This just calculates for a basic circuit what the resonant frequency is. So this has more to do with electronics.
Oh, okay. I
But
don't
it's
know about
neat.
that.
I mean, I think it's neat, but because I've done stuff like that. But I don't know if.
So what is RPMs used for?
Where
No, it's not on
in
there.
that
Yeah, in its own thing.
RPM, I mean, that implies like a physical rotation, although the frequency equivalent would be hertz, like cycles a second.
Yeah. What kind of stuff do you use that for, though, in engineering?
I don't currently use that too much, but you do get trained in all that.
And where and what field? I mean, what is the science of it? What kind of a job would you get if you knew about this stuff?
This stuff.
Yeah.
Anything having to do with electrical frequency stuff, even way more than basic power delivery. Could be any amount of things. If you wanted to, you were building a radio or
A radio. Now, like, what about for mind control?
yeah, that would be it would be involved. Like the people who did that would have to know how to maintain certain frequencies. So yeah.
So isn't this like kind of, if you can understand this, you can like go to space, right?
Yeah.
You think?
You can what? If you can.
You can go out to outer space, yeah.
It's pretty basic, It gets I'm sure it gets real complicated in terms of you're talking about mind control stuff, where somebody has to generate that. They probably, I don't think it's may not so much always be in the equipment is so unique to mind control. It's how they use it.
Well, I would think they would, the spinning wheel with the circles, and when people back in the black and white movies, they used to hypnotize people, and they'd watch the spinning wheel, and it would go bigger, smaller. That could mean oscillation, right?
Yeah. 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 I mean, in a way.
Well, that's so passe. That's so old fashioned.
Yeah. Didn't you post last time? It was some long ass article where it linked to about someone's some psychologist, and it was like their experiences with mind control. I'll have to go look. It was a link, and it led to this long story about, is when you're kind of far out there type stories about, being targeted actively. Was that you? It must have been. I'm looking. Yeah, it was you. You there? That shit, Heather's on mute.
I'm sorry, I didn't do it.
Oh. Okay, but you posted an article last time. It was about.
Okay, so just came in to check on you. I'll be right back on live stream in a few minutes. I see Heather's got the volcanic head exploding. Vril said, "Please contribute." That's our dear Aristides. Did something happen to Brendan? Is he still with us? Who's on the call?
Everybody's on mute.
Why is everybody on mute?
I don't know. Heather and I have been talking.
Oh, good. We'll keep talking. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to check in on everybody and their progress. Numbers are holding well. You're all doing great. We've been on for 15 minutes. For half the 30 minutes that Brendan said I'd take. And, of course, several minutes before I went to attend to what I had to. But let's take a look at chat, see what else is appearing in the chat. Heather's got this in Strawberry Fields. Oh, my God. This is lovely. And... So he says this is yeah. What is that?
So funny.
Yeah. Oscillator frequency into the feedback. What the fuck? Calculator. Feedback resistance. What are we talking about with this? What is this? High voltage?
We're talking about mind control.
Okay. Wow. And Strawberry Fields. Oh, Strawberry Fields, some place where they conduct mind control experiments or something?
Or I don't know. That's Strawberry Fields in London.
Okay. All right.
And that's where it actually is. I think it was like a Salvation Army or something.
At one point, you mean?
Red Cross. Yeah, a long time ago.
But where does this voltage disturbance engineering resonance calculator come in? Stuff.
I don't know. Okay. We kind of just changed topics.
Okay. Well, both of you continue.
She kind of found it. Was asking, could this be helpful understanding mind control? I'm like, this is more of like basic electronics, but
yeah.
It's it's related.
Yeah. Okay, well, you're both doing good. I'll be right back in about another 5-ish, 7-ish minutes. Okay, so both of you, keep going. You're both doing great. Love you both. Numbers are good.
Okay, so yeah, but you do remember you posted that article, right?
Which one?
It was a link to. I'm not looking at it right now, but some psychologist is long, many paragraphs about experience about being highly targeted, and I think was a psychologist of some kind. Yeah. And I scanned through it. I didn't really have a chance to get it in detail, but I got the gist of it. I got the gist of it, and pretty intense. I mean, there are certainly a lot of these stories out there. Very bizarre stories. And you have to wonder, are all the people making them up? Are they all just delusional, or?
I don't know. I think it's like the timelines are shifting or something, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, well, that's always true.
But do we control the time? I mean, you really can't control the time.
Yeah, well, that's time control. I mean, even more harder than mind control, but.
Well, I control my mind. The other day, I was going to drive to California because I felt like I needed to run away, and I didn't, and so that was controlling my mind.
That it is. I mean, yeah, technically, yeah, maybe mind control.
But I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, allegedly they have performed massive, secret projects to look into these things, but
Well, I remember a lot of the old movies, like the black and white movies. They have like the villain who's hypnotizing the damsel, and it's
Uh-huh.
been a thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. It's just an elaborate version of
So
that.
it was the Salvation Army, um, Strawberry Field in Liverpool.
Huh. Okay. It did what?
It's a place you can go.
Uh-huh.
And what did they do? I think John Lennon lived there with his family or something when he was growing up.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
Something like that. I have to go on mute.
Oh. Okay. Go ahead. All right. So she had to go on mute. I guess I can maybe talk a little bit on this article that she had posted. A pretty intense story. Let me go to that. Copy, link, paste. Linked on a wow, date 1994. And this person, I'm a victim of mind control. I've been mind controlled for my entire life of 47 years. I'll try to briefly summarize, and it's way too much to read through, I think, in the time we're going to have. Typical methods of behavior modification: hypnosis, drugs, electric shock, torture, and lies. Most people who understand the message of the secret societies would call me a slave. Recall the perpetrators using the above methods on me when I was younger than 3 years old. As many know, the methods cause amnesia, conditioning, and psychological association with the reality of a person's a slave. All right, so, you've been hanging around stuff that you...
Okay, I should be back for a while now.
Before. Okay.
And so, I take it Heather's stuck with you all this time? Like a good soldier?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm so
Yeah,
proud
I
of
had
you.
to my dad real quick. I was on mute.
You had to do what on mute?
Oh, my dad real quick.
Oh, okay. So, and during that time, Aristides handled it. Good man.
Just for a minute. She posted this article last time. Did you look at? I don't know if you looked at a really intense story about mind control. It was like all the bells and whistles, man. I was tortured when I was young and all this stuff. And, getting, shit beamed into my skull. All these type things.
Wow.
It's actually something that I have in my notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your sharing that, Heather. And just out of curiosity, when you originally put the volcano with the mind exploding earlier, that was about what was that about? In the chat.
Yeah, I thought it was a cowboy.
Oh, that's cute. And what would the cowboy have represented in terms of what? Oh, by the way, the numbers are great. You both held great numbers. I'm proud of you both.
I don't know what the cowboy would have represented.
Uh-huh.
Just it was how I was in the moment.
Cool. Okay, that's fine, and that's fine. And so you both held the numbers. You both did great. I'm proud of you both. And let's see now. Mind control. Mind control is what Heather says. And let's take a look at her little message here. And it's all right. We'll give her a heart for that. And yeah, in the interim, Aristides has added El Nemo to the chat and shared all chat history. Good and excellent. Hopefully he joins us. And as for our dear Brendan, he just kind of went mute at some point. Any hint as to was this his work? You think that obviously it was likely work related, but did you have any idea what happened? No idea as to what happened. He just kind of like dropped off.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know how we...
Right, but before he dropped off, anything he said, like "oh shit"
No.
or
No.
"they got
No.
me" or
No.
Okay, all right. Well, all such being said, we'll.
Yeah, I did say I had to deal with something.
Okay.
Okay.
Perhaps
Okay.
you guys didn't hear me.
Well, yeah, I don't remember an emergency.
Okay. Wait, so is it anything you'd care to share? An emergency at all, or something, Brendan? Just curious. Any horror stories to share? Your horror stories could be quite entertaining.
Stupid, I won't be rude to her, but some girl forgot her bag, and then we couldn't find it, and then I found it all the way at the top of the bleachers.
Okay.
So now I have to
Whoa!
go turn it in. Yeah.
God
Like,
damn.
And then I was like, yeah, these kids are cooked nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even know where they were at, what they were doing.
Yeah.
It's all that pot, the freaking vape pens and shit. I was like, so where were you last when you had it? Oh, somewhere over there. And she just like points at the state, like the entire stadium. And I'm like, okay. And then I was like, was it over there? And she's like, somewhere over there. And it was just like in this vague direction. Like, oh. Like, you can't even communicate with these people. Like, they're on so much pot. Or who knows? Like, you know, it's terrible. So I had to help her find it, then call a bunch of people and see if they had it. And then it turns out it was up here the whole time. Yeah, no, I'm going to call my doctor in the morning and get that fucking doctor's note. Fuck this. It's some bullshit. And it's like, I've been telling these people, like, look, I got hit in a pretty bad accident. My hand's broken. And they just look at you like you're dumb or something. Like, oh, wow. And it's like, no, not oh, wow. It's like, my hand's broken, you piece of shit. Because these fucking crybabies, they take like a whole month off. That happened to them.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah. And you're talking about fellow workers.
Yeah, my supervisor.
Yeah.
I stubbed my toe. I can't come in. And he always like leaves early, like blaming his kids, but it's like his kids are mostly with his wife, allegedly. I don't know the full story, but you know how those people are. They'll say, oh, it's my kids, but I know they don't live with them or something. It's just like, what the fuck, man? Like, allegedly, I don't know. They just take advantage of like people not asking questions. Oh yeah, he just has to deal with his kids. It's like, dude, this dude's getting drunk. Like, like, why is America like this? Why are we in this hellhole? This is hell.
It is. On Earth. It is hell.
Like, how can a country operate like this? I mean, it's just
awesome. It doesn't.
And then I'm the villain for following the rules. You know, it's just like.
Yeah.
And I actually spoke to I called my supervisor, like the main guy, and he said, oh, he's like, you actually care? He's like, do you want a promotion? And I'm like, yeah, I do, but I'm kind of getting sick of being here. And he's like, just calm down, you know, just deal with it. And, you know, I'm working on it. So he's trying to get me out of here because he knows I'm just getting raked over the coals over here.
Yes.
So at least someone's helping.
Thank God. See, so there are people on your side. So dear Heather says, I'll be right back. So thank her for that.
But I might have to go deal with some other stuff. So just
understood.
Don't be alarmed if I disappear.
Understood. And I appreciate that profoundly, what you've been able to do thus far, and you've all done great. And the numbers held good. You've all been.
Heather's got some engineering out of AFD. They were talking about.
Yeah.
I just heard it in my ear. It was like, what are you guys talking about? Like megawatts or hypnotizing someone with a swirly line?
Yeah.
Sounded fascinating. Literally a fascination.
Excellent. They did good. Hear that, Eric?
Did you see that D&D campaign I ran in your chat, in your private chat?
Yes. I noticed the cards, and they were all very. I took them all to be shielding cards for tonight's show, and I downloaded the DDD.
Yeah,
card.
whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, the DDD. What was it? Human resources.
Yes.
And it's you playing tabletop.
Cool.
That was actually funny. That was actually hilarious.
Yes, it's delightful.
But But no, that was a whole D&D campaign to fry the scumbag that's cursing my ass and your whole crew.
Yes.
So they have like a whole squadron to deal with that. Fuck them.
Excellent. And they deserve all the blowback that we can give them and beyond. These people are trying to play with quantum mechanics and
they look vintage.
Say that again about the vintage. What about that?
Oh no, sorry, Doug. I forgot I was off mute. These people they're fascinated with. This is so American and pathetic. They're fascinated about this old tire, and they've been calling me all day, like the admin and everyone. There's a tire. It's unsightly. And I'm like, dude, it's been there for a month. Why are you guys tripping about it the one day we have a huge event? It's insane. And then now, no offense to this guy, but he's like sitting there like dissecting it. Like, oh, it's a Bridgestone. Dude, I don't care. Like, it's trash now. Unless
Yes.
it's like some super rare vintage item, it's trash.
Yes. Yes. Oh my
So-
God.
It's just like come on.
These.
Like,
Yeah. It's.
why do we live in this hell? This is hell. Copy that. Do you still need the cart? I'll come back around.
He's talking to the workers now. Yeah, so that's cool. I mean, he's definitely dealing with a lot of work, and
He's gonna leave it there. He's oh my god. Why would he even go to look for it? Jesus Christ. Can you believe that?
Yes, I can believe it all too readily. Yeah, we're in weird times.
Like, so do you need me to pick it up? Oh, well, I'm just gonna leave it. Like, dude, the fuck? Why walk all the way out there? Anyways, enough of my venting. That's enough.
No, your venting is delightful. We can all share in your frustrations. Taking a look at the three dots, if I go to the three dots at the top of the call, which before produced nothing, now are producing video effects and settings. I'm trying to figure out how to share again if I need to, and I'm not seeing.
It's the arrow, the square with the arrow pointing out.
The square. Oh, okay. So then I go there. Oh, got it. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Excellent. So I don't need to share right now, but in case
he's quoting Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And notice how they don't come to help.
No, of course not.
Just fooling around, having a good old jolly time. Do you need help? No shit. Well, I'm gonna go deal with this.
Okay, well, we love you dearly.
annoying.
Stay safe and be well.
Before I go nuclear on these people.
Yeah.
He's like, this isn't fun. This is not fun time. Like, and then I get a bad rap for being like an evil boss. It's like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, you should not let that. Yes. So he's dealing with work and Aristides. I pray everything's going well enough with you. Whatever you're comfortable sharing, a little bit of status report or update. Your world around you seem okay. Best. Well.
Okay. A little busy today, but things are okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, you just came into the house before we started tonight's show,
Yeah.
and but thankfully you got home in time, and we did everything we could, and we're like going back into monologue tonight, and I think that the new venue has got a lot of people scared or something. They're just reluctant to come on. And hopefully that changes with time. We're taking our time getting used to it, but hey, at least it's the same general format, and it's not as clunky as the Google Spaces was, which isn't really Google Spaces, which was discontinued, is now Google Chat, and we'll find out what. Well, there's nothing we can do with Google apparently, and we're gonna go with this until we might go a little bit into Discord. Maybe we'll find out. And yeah, so at any rate, back into the narrative, so to speak. I'm going to try and segue back in by a few final thoughts on all this mesmerizing polling that was going on before we really got into the Skype crisis. And that was like a team crisis where we're adapting to new demands of our electronic environment so that we can deliver to you this show at all. And the funny thing about Trump's anger at polling errors is that, if anything, their tendency to underestimate his support has benefited himself. In 2016, Trump was able to capitalize in part on voter apathy, fed by an expectation that Hillary Rodham Clinton would triumph. More importantly, then FBI Director James Comey later acquiesced that his decision to announce a reopening of the investigation into Clinton's email in October of 2016 was influenced by his poll-driven assumption that Hillary Clinton would win in a walk. Instead, the analyst Nate Silver calculated the announcement cost her the election. 8 years later, unrealistically rosy polling convinced Democrats that President Joe Biden was competitive in his re-election bid against Donald Trump, a insanity which allowed him to enter and then stay in the race far too long. Unfortunately for Trump, he's unlikely to enjoy similar polling errors outside of the head-to-head context of an election. Issue polls are much more consistent in sussing out how sentiment is changing. Trump's impulse is always to shoot the messenger, of course, but the messenger isn't Trump's problem here. It's the message that voters are sending him, which is that the United States lost the Canadian election, while the new legislators of Silicon Valley, technologarchs, are imposing their prophetic visions upon us, regardless of Trump himself, and whatever happens to him, and whatever people think of him. You see, Donald Trump pushed the Conservative Party of Canada down the political stairs. He just recently, it feels like forever and a day ago by now, but it was essentially yesterday, last week, on Canada's election day, Trump tossed a farewell bucket of slop after the tumbling Conservatives, with a final Truth Social post urging Canadians to see their choice as a verdict on himself personally. As Trump gleefully confided in an interview with The Atlantic magazine posted that same day, he knew perfectly well that the overwhelming majority of Canadians hate him. I was disliked by enough of the Canadians that I've thrown the election into a close call, right? In the event, it wasn't even that close a call. Canada's Liberals held on to power that months ago they were firmly forecast to lose. What?
I'm just repeating what this guy was saying to me.
Oh,
Bueller.
Oh, Ferris
Like
Bueller.
Ben Stein. You remember Ben Stein? The eyeglass Jew. The eye drop Jew.
Yeah. How could I forget?
Not that I'm not against Ben Stein. I actually thought he was funny. But,
Yeah. He had his limited amount of redeeming humor that deadpan humor. Yeah. So go ahead. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He did it well.
Yeah.
So this guy was just trying to make a joke, and he did it horribly. And he said it just like that. Bueller. It's like, dude, that's not what he sounded like. And all this hullabaloo over a truck tire that someone like dropped off their truck. I mean, it's like, come on, like a spare tire. It's like, and everyone, it's like the highlight of their month. What do we do with it? Why is it over there? Like it's a UFO. Like it's the Hanabu landed on our lawn and shit. And I shit you not, I've been getting calls all day. Did you see that tire? Did you get that tire? I'm like, what? It's insane. It was crazy.
I remember Wolf Boy, my 3D graphics modeler neighbor down a few doors. He was exercising. One of his favorite exercise tools was a goddamn tire on site, the Google campus, where they have their own gyms and their own sand pits. And, their sand pits have shit that people can exercise with, like fucking tires, which you pick up and throw around and shit. And so that was
I always thought that was the goofiest way to exercise.
It's bizarre, but people
We
love
used
it.
to have a guy that would come to this local park and sledgehammer one of those monster truck tires.
Yeah.
So that's what you're right. That's what you're talking about. Something like that.
Yeah. And now, how do I handle this stupid display? Oh, okay. It's finally moving around. It's finally following the cursor. Vero Reina. Fuck. It's been so long I've forgotten her name. So, greetings to Vero Barrera. And she says, Hola Douglas, buenas noches a todos. So, buenas noches a todos. Madame, I'll simply say Madame Barrera. It's been so long.
Señorita.
Yes, Senora. She's
Or
married.
Senora.
Yeah.
She's married, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Senora Barrera. I totally went blank. Love you, honey. Welcome aboard, and thank you for joining us again. And so like you said, this guy would come over and sledgehammer a tire, and this was like his idea of bouncing. Now, didn't it ever bounce back and hit him in the face, the sledgehammer?
Oh, I'm sure he did, because he disappeared one day after he got brain damage. Like, I just thought it was the goofiest. Like, out of all the kit you could bring to work out, he would like do it just so chicks would look at him or something. It was bizarre.
Oh God, yes.
But it was like a bunch of old ladies at this park, and then me and my girlfriend who were like underage. So it was like, who are you impressing exactly?
Yeah.
Like,
So
no one
sad.
cares.
So fucking sad. And
it was,
how?
like, bizarre.
So was this a tire that was hanging on a chain or something? I mean, because why didn't somebody steal the tire?
No, he would like put it in his truck and then roll it out and then like run across the grass with it. You know, like it was what was that, like Ultimate Ninja Fighter? Like he would do shit like that, like jump over it. Yeah, I don't know why I remember this guy, but it was just constant.
How could you not? How could you not?
Yeah, he was just goofy as hell. And in his head, he thought he was like full on like Ultimate Ninja, you know.
Oh God.
Like, you know, what is it? American Ninja Warrior. He thought he was like.
Yes.
He was in that headspace where he thought he was cool.
Oh my God.
And everyone just thought he was a loony.
Yeah, of course. Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. I wish I'd been there to see that. I wish you had taken, footage of that. That would be hysterical. Oh.
Well, I'm sure. Actually, towards the end, if I remember correctly, he actually started his own business.
Did
like
he?
That was his business. It was like, come work out with me in the tire.
Oh Jesus, You're kidding
He was a
me.
personal trainer. That's what he was.
Oh my God.
But he never had business, or I never saw a customer with him. So
Of course not.
I don't know who he was training.
Of course not.
He was like Daniel Arola, you know. He always said, "I have all these disciples," but no one. You never saw anyone with him in those videos.
Of course
It was
not.
just like him chopping the air.
Yeah, of course.
So it was like this guy was. He was probably telling all the chicks, "I'm a personal trainer," but it was just him by himself at the park.
Oh my God.
With his dog. Yes,
Of course, because no one else in the world loves him. That's right. It's always the dog. It's such a dysfunctional relationship that people have with their pets, and it's like not healthy. This is the only unconditional love they have is their pets, and they invest everything in that, and then it takes all their personal fortune, because the pets are short-lived, comparatively speaking. It's really just sad, but at any rate, so there you go. That would have been it's on second thought. It's funny in a sense, but in another sense, it's so tragic. It's no longer funny. It's just depressing. Yeah, but he's not alone, and there's all kinds of people like that. But in those days, at least, it was a social thing in the sense that it was an in thing. Everybody was into being fit. Nobody's into being fit anymore like that. They're like, I don't know what they're into now. Mostly, like you said, just getting fucking stoned and
just vapes, vapes and stupid content that melt. I mean, I think the social degradation from the. I know it's a cliche at this point, but literally like the TikTok and all that shit, it's like mushed people's brains. I mean, it's horrifying.
Honestly,
where this chick couldn't even find her bag. I was like,
like,
it's over there. And it's like, where? So she knew it was here, but she didn't know where. It was like bizarre. It was like something out of Night of the Living Dead and shit. Where you're like right before they turn, like, staring into space over there. Like, where? And then she just stood in the same spot. Like maybe she was like scared because it was dark, but it still didn't justify like all that. It was just weird. It was like, come on. It was just crazy.
No, that's just sad again, and it's like you wish you could just cure these.
I found a crocheted grandma sweater. Maybe I'll turn this in. Thing.
Oh, okay. So now let me see if I can find what I was looking at. I just found a way to actually check multiple things at once. It appears that our call is still up for the old one, but that's like a record of the call, of the latest call that we had just conducted. And so to everyone listening,
Aristides, did you figure out what was up with our membership? Because we were talking about it briefly, and then I got interrupted by these loonies.
Okay,
so call them.
Aristides,
No, I mean, I don't know what I can figure out. When we're in the middle of it, it basically,
or just what they said. Like, he should come
fine
with 365. Yeah.
He should be fine if that payment for the premium or whatever it is was correctly linked with his account. But the question is, was it? And then if it wasn't, how do we get past an hour? So it's just really weird. And
Well, you got past an hour. That's what's so bizarre about it.
Yeah.
It's like they took the money and then scammed you. You know, it's just classic Microsoft.
But hopefully,
like, $10 for like 2 hours. You know, that was it. Like, this isn't a pay to play shit. So.
Yeah, it's supposed to be monthly. So, like you said, hopefully, because we have, in essence, like paid for something, we can contact them easier. We'll find out. But I'll work with that with Brendan privately, and we'll, because hopefully, like, we won't go into it publicly. It's just too much going on. But like Brendan said, he's absorbing the last of the blows of his environment before hopefully he gets some spared. From too much exposure to it, for at least a little while. And such being said, that should provide at least a little time to settle some of these other issues of adjusting to this new format. We'll find out exactly what happens at the end of this hour. But worst case scenario, and we just get tired of renewing it because there's only so long that Aristides can stay awake. Then I just go into monologue, and we got a few days to try and initiate contact with Microsoft, and we just figure things out as they go along. It's just awful. Change is always bad. But it's got.
This is imposed. This is just criminal.
It's true. It's true. It's just let's make a cash grab.
I'm sure it took a chunk out of the economy. Yeah. Just everyone not working for, like, how long has it been? 3 days now?
Well, it was only today that we got the final Skype thing, which I actually, when it came before the show started, I turned on the computer, got the Skype thing about update. Do you want Skype to update? And I knew if I press this, it's probably the end of my Skype as I know it, and so I pressed it, and I got what Brendan got, which was like, thank you for having been part of Skype for the last 20 years.
Death message,
yeah, the death message, and
like it was an obituary. And
yeah. Please switch to Microsoft Teams. Yeah, really sad. It's just like, like they're trying to demotivate people, and for these things to happen in times like these. I mean, life's difficult enough. By the way, nature is responding. I do want people to know when you have an evil government, evil things, of course, happen, and it's reflected in nature, and we've got an evil system. And right now, just a good example of that is the Dust Bowl is essentially returning. We've got what's that borderplex, as they call it? El Paso. El Paso is having its dustiest year since the actual Dust Bowl. I mean, this is like,
This is just the beginning.
Yeah, we've got drought and wind and climate change. I mean, now, all of El Paso Juarez is a morass of airborne grit.
Shit.
You can't even see it by satellite image. It's just like,
Damn. Yeah, it sounds worse than I thought.
Yeah, they're all inhaling the Chihuahuan desert down there.
Oh, that sucks. I mean, the Sonora is so annoying.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not the place you want to be at. No offense to anyone.
Get out of there if you can.
Like, I thought it would be like charming. You know how the Germans portray like the desert. It's like this charming, funny little cactus, but no, it was hell.
No.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Dude, it's like you told me.
It was a bunch of banditos, and the Target, they couldn't stock the shelves because people were just stealing everything. It was horrible.
Oh my God. Yeah. What a nightmare.
Like you couldn't walk into Tucson City because it just looked like you were going to get robbed.
Oh, tell people they wanted to hire you so bad.
Oh yeah, the Sprouts, because that's where Sprouts is headquartered, and I worked there before, like, and I was telling her, I love Sprouts, I work here, just chatting this chick up because she was hot, and then she's like, please apply, we need help, and I said, oh no, I'm from California, and she's like, we pay well, and I'm like, how much? $12 an hour. I'm like, dude, sorry. Moving out here for $12 an hour, it's like I'd be better off killing myself.
Yeah.
That's stupid. That's dumb.
Well, poor dear. I mean, it's like, I mean, it's like they need
She
all
should.
that. Yeah. She
Yeah,
needs
if
to
I
move to
wasn't with.
California. Yeah. Go
Yeah,
on.
exactly. If I wasn't with that scumbag filth of a fake family that I had,
Yeah.
I would have tried to pick this chick up.
Yeah.
Like, just move out of this hellhole. Like,
Yeah. Take her back to California with you. Yeah. Rescue her. Yeah.
you
I
can
get
make
it.
$20 an hour doing the same shit you do here.
Yeah. Thank you.
You
Thank
could live
you.
in my house.
Yeah. Hey, I love it. Damn.
But no,
Yeah. What?
it's weird. I don't know if it's like, I don't know what it is, psychological, but people get stuck in those places. It's really weird.
No, it's wherever these people are at, they get stuck. There's something like, I mean, but we all are in our own way. Look at me. I mean,
Right.
my situation is like a tightrope. I mean, I'm walking between fucking worlds here. I may be getting the equivalent of, what did you say again for a young boy's blood? A pint of blood is worth $8,000, right?
Yeah, according to the article, they said that those, what are they called? Not phlebotomists. What's the evil version?
Yeah, transfusion affiliates. But you're
No,
talking
no.
no,
That's,
not
what do
the
they
blood
call
boys.
it when?
But these other people you're talking about. Parabiosis.
Yeah, so a parabiosis associate
Yeah.
can sell their blood if they're under a certain age, which they.
Yeah.
I don't think in the article they could specify, but they basically said
Under
teenagers.
18. Yeah.
They said
18.
teenager. They just said teenager,
Yeah.
but you know what that meant.
Yeah.
But they said it's worth about $8,000 a liter. That's
Yeah.
what people will pay for it.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, I'm earning that much in food, but then I got to come home to this place, and yeah, it's like I'm walking between worlds.
But the thing is, we're not stupid enough to stay there with money. It's like if I
Yeah.
had money, I'd leave.
Yeah. True. Yes, of course. Yeah. Jesus, but I got to figure out a way to get a sponsor and escape from this hellhole. And this is it's like I'm living, it's like I told the listeners at the beginning of tonight's transmission, it's like I'm living in a storage facility. And people have to understand that's what it's like. I have no ability to maintain hygiene here. I have to maintain my hygiene on the estates when I'm at work. Here there's no shower, no running water. I mean, just one in the bathroom sink, and I'm lucky the toilet still flushes. Hopefully it'll continue doing that, but other than that,
you're preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
I was sleeping in a garage, having to build a house, and then got schemed out of the house I was building.
Yeah.
It was just.
Oh yeah.
So I know how it goes.
Yeah.
Spit.
Yeah, you and I both, dude. We're at the bottom.
And people probably think we're just like crying about it. It's like, no, this is just like a never-ending sea of horrors.
Yeah. But what people
this isn't just an average issue.
Yeah. But what people don't get is the advantage you and I have is with the system collapsing as it is, you and I at least have the least to lose. We've got the least to fucking lose.
Definitely. Yeah, everyone else is losing their minds. I don't care.
Yeah.
I hope it falls. I hope it blows up.
Yeah. Everyone else is losing everything because they have so much more to lose. I can't maintain the car. I can't keep sending my kids to college. I can't, maintain the home. And it's like, well, thank God I don't have your problems. I don't have any of that anyway. Welcome to my world. They'll all be down here with us, except none of them, of course, have ever psychologically prepared themselves for this kind of lifestyle. It's Yeah, so
no, they won't last much longer.
No, a lot of they're just gonna start dying. Yeah, they're just gonna start dying.
And this isn't me wishing anything. It's just like what happens when all those wages get garnished, and because whatever doofus,
Yeah. That's, yeah.
I can't even think of his scumbag name. The guy that everyone talks about all the time.
Musk or Trump.
Yeah, they might as well be Siamese twins. But whatever. Those people, we'll just call them that. Those people, like now they're gonna start garnishing wages and taking away people's benefits. Yeah. That are defaulted on loans. So everything's gonna collapse.
Yes. It's like I was telling Holly, though I don't know if I said it very articulately, and I don't know how much of it Holly, how do I say it? It's like I'm not quite sure how she filters it either. But when it comes to what I was trying to express to her is that kids want to go to school so they can wind up at a good paying job. That's the theory. But when you go to school, you accumulate these debts that are never forgiven, and they will haunt you the rest of your life and impact your ability to get credit, which kind of defeats the purpose. Right. But now they want to make it far worse. And like Brendan said, they want to garnish your wages to pay back these student debt loans. And beyond that, if you're not at work and you're on benefits, then somehow deprive you of benefits if you have student loans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to start garnishing benefits,
Which means that there's no point in going to work because there won't be enough money left to sustain yourself when you go to work. You're working to pay off debts, like you're in debtor's prison, and therefore there's no point in going to school because you're only going to be unable to get your benefits if you take out student loans. So not only are people demotivated from going to work, they're demotivated from going to school.
Yeah.
So the end result is that nobody's going to do either, and the kids are just going to sit there and vape and stone and, collect their pennies because they can't collect their pennies otherwise if they go to, school and get out these loans, so there's no point in going to school past public school. And, there's no point in higher education, postgraduate. Our society is doomed. The Republicans have doomed our society, and it'll.
They're the Sith. Yeah. They're the fucking Sith.
Tell them about the red lightsaber and the stupid comment. Tell them about the stupid comment from the naive idiot.
Yeah, there was some guy on YouTube saying, when Trump posted him as a quote unquote Jedi, but it was actually he was holding a red lightsaber, and the person that was commenting on it, doing one of those commentary videos.
Tell them this is the official website. Tell them this is the official website.
Oh, well, the photo was an AI photo of like a ripped buff, Trump with a red lightsaber in Jedi clothes. Mm-hmm. And then the guy commenting said, he basically said, oh, he must not know about the lore because he was basically assuming he was a Jedi or something.
Yeah.
He's like, how can he have a red lightsaber? It's not, he's not familiar with the lore because he's supposed to be a Jedi because he's saving us, and it's like, no, he did that on purpose because he's a Sith.
Yes.
Idiot.
Yeah.
He knows the lore and that's the point.
Yes. He signed off on that image, and Musk has himself holding a red lightsaber as well on the official website. Sith. Yes.
They're the Sith duo. There's always two.
Yes.
The master and the apprentice.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. The rule of two, as they say, and then they end up eating each other up or killing each other.
Yeah, of course.
And there's a new apprentice. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's
the rule of two, that's what the Sith call it.
Yeah, there you go. And yes, this is what we're under now, the evil empire, and only there's nobody with the competence of Palpatine, and which, by the way, is the Pope Benedict, who abdicated the papal throne. Is he still alive after abdicating the throne?
No.
He died after that?
Since like 2016. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Jesus. Poor bastard. I mean, if only he were still alive. That's he did look like Palpatine, but everybody shit on him because, of course, he was simply a Hitler Youth when he was a kid. Whenever we tried to pry Holly for her hatred of him, the evil Pope, Benedict, and it's like, what was so evil about him? And it's
I've gotten arguments with other people like that, where it's just like, he's evil, and it's like, why? And it's just evil.
Yeah, it's just crickets. They have there's no evidence. Yeah.
Oh, and the latest, I don't really know what to make of it. I can't call it a psyop, but it's obviously just to trigger people out. But apparently, there was this new law that said, I think it was Seattle or something, or New York, one of these states is forcing the priest to report child abuse, even if it's inside of a church. So that's like breaching the freedom of church and state and all that.
Yeah.
First Amendment.
Yeah.
Right? I
believe so. Or one of the amendments. Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, it's constitutional. It's one of them. It's constitutional breach. Yeah, it's a constitutional breach.
So the separation of church and state, but they're mandating these priests to report child abuse, which, I mean, like I said, it's almost like a bait just to get people to fight about something. But then the Catholic Church came out and said, if anyone does that, you're excommunicated instantly because it's a breach of the rules of the diocese.
Yes.
So So
Yeah.
now everyone's gonna say, "Look how evil they are! They're helping these predators." And it's like, well, it's on principle rather than, you know,
Yeah.
the point, or whatever. It's on principle rather than whatever,
Thank you.
loyalty or something.
Thank you. Thank you. You've got it. And by the way, I'm looking it up. So I'm trying to find out I don't believe it's a specific amendment. It's not a specific amendment, but the constitutional separation of church and state
Yeah,
is.
it's in the Constitution.
So it's primarily defined by the First Amendment, okay, which prohibits the government from establishing a religion or infringing the free exercise of religion. So it's defined by it, but it's not like the amendment is specifically for it. It's what's called an establishment
Right.
clause. Okay,
Yeah,
so and
it's in like not the
Yeah.
preamble, but it's in like the main body as opposed to the Bill
yeah,
of
the
Rights.
amendments, right, and prohibits the government from establishing a religion. So that's its primary purpose originally, but
Well,
definitely.
that stuff is basically like tissue paper now. I mean, they don't even. No one is upholding it at all.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So there's no point in even.
It's a sick joke. It's a sick joke, and the movement which backed Trump is what they would call they consider themselves constitutional fundamentalists. That's the insanity of.
Well, back it up. Yeah.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
up,
Well,
words.
quite the opposite. Quite the opposite.
Yeah.
They want him to destroy it. I mean, this is all Edomite. It's not supposed to.
And
make
did you see what
sense.
he said about when someone confronted him on the Alcatraz thing?
Oh, what did he say? Oh my God, I shuddered. to
He
think.
started going all goofy, like he
I'm
started going all
surprised he didn't
senile.
say that the person who questioned him belongs there. I'm surprised he didn't say, "You belong in Alcatraz."
Right.
Something that's stupid. But go on, yes.
No, he just did the classic word salad, but he
Yeah.
started saying weird shit like in the middle of it.
Yeah.
That was like weird, like just odd. He was like saying, he was like quoting some movie or something.
Oh, well, I'm sure he's full-fledged demented at this point.
Yeah. He was like movies, abracadabra or something. It was like bizarre in the middle of his talk.
Oh, and
But,
everybody
yeah,
gives them a
it's interesting.
pass. Like I said, remember how what were they doing with Biden? They were age washing Biden, and with Trump, they're sane washing him. They're sane washing Trump, just to make him look sane. And
Yeah, well, in his defense, he gets these like breaks, where he like suddenly sounds competent, and then then it's like the in between stuff that they don't put on air.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like
oh,
he
yeah,
goes
I
on
get it.
these like epic rants, and then
Yeah.
but they don't show these like little in between, like where he's like having Tourette's. you know?
Yeah.
So
And
it's strange.
just going off, and it's like, but
Word salad isn't even a good word. It's just like literal, just like sounds like like sounds. and shit. Like that's what it was. It was weird. Like
kind of like that idiot going Bueller.
Yeah, it was like that. Except this guy, I don't know. He can't be defended. This poor guy. That works here.
Yeah, that's right. No, he's at any rate. So I'm getting some interesting notices that are just kind of like, here we are. What fans wore to Beyonce's Cowboy Carter show? They're reclaiming the red, white, and blue. I mean, this is what we're down to. We're down to reclaiming the red, white, and blue by attending.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. But I mean, it's kind of like desperate. I mean, what is this? This is like a resistance movement. I mean, to the evil empire. I mean, granted, it goes along with what we've just posited as the scenario, but it's still like you can do better than that. I mean, come on, there's got to be more we can do than that. But all such being said, we brought up, of course. Here we are. The meeting is ended. Shit, the meeting's ended. Well, that gave us absolutely zero time. It's like, so we paid for this. This is like, well, let's see if we can restart the meeting. I'll call Aristides again, and we'll probably have to make this the last meeting before he goes to sleep. See if I can make this larger. How do I do that? Oh, here we are. Press the right button. And then we go to, I close this, and then open this, and oh, what fun. It's like, this is like, this is what I was afraid of if we acknowledged it, stopped it, but then again, was, we had to be cautious. So, all right, so let's go to Aristides, see if I can find him. Okay, that just ended. What just happened here? If we're unable to start this again tonight, I'll just go into monologue. But okay, we're gonna try. We're gonna do our best. Okay, we'll shut down one of these stupid windows. Okay, it's going into one window, which I'm gonna enlarge in, and then this will presumably get me back into Microsoft Teams, and we're going to have to wait this out while it goes through its spasms. And in the meantime, I'll continue with monologue. I want to thank everybody for the patience. And so we paid $10 to avoid this, and they just are not accommodating us regardless. They just took the $10 and ran. Okay, and let's try this one more time and see what we can do. 9:30 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11:30, 11:30. It's 12:30 a.m. We're air. So this will probably be the last time we do this, and then it's monologue for the rest of the night. And then Brendan and I will try to figure this out by contacting Microsoft. So let's try and add everybody else, like last time, dear Aristides, and this will be like the last hour of a roundtable. Yeah.
Right.
Then you can go to sleep because there's nothing else we can do really. Then I'll just go straight into monologue. And sound good?
Yeah, I mean, no promises on the next one.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you drop off by that time, we understand, and I'll just go straight into monologue completely. I won't have a choice, and then we'll do that for as long as I can stand it for tonight. And it's been a very busy week, and this is the result that we get. You know, malfunctioning Microsoft. Oh, and all the rest of that, and it's like they take your money and they run, and it's but then what do you expect from a mega corporation? All right, give me a second here to hydrate myself. Again, Aristides is in the 12:30 a.m. time zone. Just so people know, this might be his last call with us for tonight. And Brendan says you have to add the meeting participants. Yes, we're doing that, right? Right. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got it. And it says you need to add any apps again to use them with the current people on the call. Okay, whatever. So Brendan has rejoined us. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you have to initiate the meeting. That's why it's cutting.
I have to initiate the meeting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because he has the premium.
Okay.
You have the premium.
Well, right. He called me, but I'm initiating the meeting.
Yeah, you can't do it the old stuff.
Oh! Okay. So that's what's going on. So that's what's...
Because we had no problem doing this the other day.
Okay.
And we were just talking.
All right. Well, stay on for now because it looks like if he's got to add everybody manually, like I've been doing, like it could get...
Well, let's just end this call and then...
No,
well, we can do that. Wait, we can do that.
No, wait, don't do that right now. No. I want to see I want to see something to make like an easier way because it is awkward to. I mean, you can try it if you want, but you have to.
So I'll tell you what, like you said, what we're going to do is we're going to hold. We'll at least do this for an hour. We're going to do this for an hour. Yeah, stay on this hour.
We should be able to create a group. Let me look into that for a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
Hey, Sammy. Thank you so much for joining us. No, I appreciate the fact that Aristides is taking the initiative on this, and I want Aristides to see what can be done on his side, because Aristides is the executive producer, and I appreciate the fact that he's going to try and, do what he can, because that's, what he does. And that's fabulous. Thank you, Aristides. Thank you. And then if that doesn't work, we'll take it to the end of the hour. Then I'll try and initiate it myself and probably just go straight into monologue the rest of the night. But such being said, welcome aboard, dear Samuel Romero. And of course, you were expressing some things before Brooke came on with the latest episode. And he's got his daddy duties that are calling him away right now. So let me open up the chat so I can properly respond. And with that... so I get, however, what Brendan is saying, and I understand the logic, and that's the way we'll work it if Aristides can't figure out some of the things to do with this. So yeah, let's give Aristides a chance to do that. And in the interim, how we doing, Brendan? You ready to talk, or is this work taking you away from us at the moment?
Fucking horrible. It's horrible. Everything is so bad. I mean, everything is great. How are you?
Well, like I said, we're in a world where people don't want to go to school or go to work.
There's some other things that I'll tell you privately that make this situation more annoying.
That exacerbate it.
Because it kind of sounds right now to like someone that doesn't know the situation.
Yeah.
It sounds like I'm just being a baby, but when I tell you privately, you'll get why I'm irritated.
As far as I'm concerned, if anybody out there thinks that, Brendan's sounding like he's just indulging himself, I think you people have no idea what he's contending with. It is right. It's like that idiot Peter Moon. When I was speaking to that scrotum-headed Peter Moon about the campuses on which the Blood Boys are housed in, and he's like asking, granted, these questions would be legitimate from, like, say, for instance, lay people, but he would always discourage lay people questions as if he wanted to monopolize stupidity upon himself. In his case, he had no excuse, because I would explain to him in exhaustive detail all kinds of situations, but he didn't absorb any of it. But one of the things was about the estates, and he couldn't absorb information on anything or retain it because he was just batshit fucking gone. But when it came to the estates, one of the things that he was asking about was, how can you have these parties and use all these drugs with these young children? And I'm like, dude, they're in a separate part of the campus. They are housed in essentially their own dormitories, which are far away from where these other events take place. And it's like he had no concept of how big these properties are. And it's like, tell them, Brendan, you're on this campus, and when you're trying to sweep from one end to the other, just the sheer enormity of the volume of space that you're contending with, how large this is, and
first of all, there's that factor, and then this is coming from a maniacal Scientology cultist who used to do LSD.
Yeah,
so he's out of his fucking mind.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is not defamation. This is what he told us.
Yes.
He's like, I used to dabble in that shit. And then when we would come on, like on Blue Lotus, he would just hate, Doug, you can't have these people on. They're all fucked up. And
yeah.
And then he's giving you shit about drugs when he's the one who used to do hella acid.
Thank you. Dude. Thank you.
Yeah. That's how they brainwashed him into Scientology.
No shit. Yet in his mind, that's some kind of legitimate consciousness expansion.
Yeah, like he was liberated.
Yeah. But everyone else is just somehow just indulging.
And look what it does. It just made now he's just cursing people with his in his zombie form. What a loser.
Yeah. Thank you. And by the way, Brendan just found this incredible bit of information, what I would call an data dump. He found a data dump or an info drop where they were saying, hey, when you're actually conducting these binding spells, you don't want to dispose of the materials on your own properties. And yet this is all that Peter was doing. He was just like, I found this little binding spell. And he's just throwing it in the trash, in his own home and shit. It's like binding himself. He's binding himself. Yeah. And,
which is why he was bound to the house, and he felt like he had to fix it. Any sane person at his age would sell it and buy like a first floor condo and live with all this extra money, but no, he had to keep the house. It's just insane.
It was his claim to status. It was his claim to status, but but it was so insane because it's
he could have bought a bungalow in whatever that place was.
Thank you.
What was that place?
Which he would have.
Romanian.
Oh, where was it? The Millennium? What did you call it? The
Romanian bungalow.
Oh God, he could have bought a castle in Romania.
Right.
Jesus fucking Christ!
And then still had a house in New York City, but no.
No.
He was the big man.
Yeah. What an idiot! No, he wanted to be the big man on Long Island. When I said, Yeah, I think that we should make that an exclusively Jewish, piece of real estate. Long Island, an exclusively Jewish settlement, and you can't do that. It's like, why do you care? Did this call just end? Jesus Christ! It sounds like there's nobody on the call. Did this call just die? No, we're still on the call.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
That was weird. Yeah, he had to. I guess he got taken away by responsibilities. Yeah, with Sammy.
Yeah, I'm sparing you from this broken fan that'll drive you crazy. It's like a torture. It's like a Chinese torture device, and they won't fix it. I've told them
it couldn't be any worse than Peter Moon's computer. Do you remember that shit?
I don't know about that.
I was like, what is that?
Maybe it's not coming through the bandwidth, but it's bad.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. It's
well,
like,
because I walked away. Here, you want to?
Okay. Yeah.
Now I can't even hear you. It's like.
Well, we hear you. It's, yeah.
Like a torture device.
Really? Wow.
It's like Saw. It's like Saw.
Wow. Doesn't bother us. I mean,
it's like one of those, like, the first Saw when they're in the bathroom and they have to saw their legs off. That's fucking bad.
Oh God!
Scum.
Please, I don't want to remember that. I don't want to remember these horrible things.
Yeah.
These are like, I can't understand why these things are so popular.
Do you want to play a game?
Yeah, that horrible. Yes. Oh God. Oh.
Yeah. So this is me. Yeah, I have to do this all the time.
Yes.
I hope there's not someone gonna chain me up in here.
Yes. We could. We're chained by work. We're chained by that paycheck. That's and we already sacrificed too much for that. Aristides is typing teams, community. Okay, great. He's found something. He's yeah.
Well, things will change soon.
Okay, cool. They will. Right, Aristides. So what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I made a group of everybody I could add. Like,
Okay.
I couldn't just add everybody. I think it's people who aren't fully on in one way or another, actually on team. It might have pulled their contact, but they're not on. So everybody I could add, I added this group. I don't know if it could be used as a pointer for the call.
Okay.
That's not, that we'll have to see.
Okay. Great.
You know what I mean? Like, where you just press a button, like, call everybody in here. You would think, like, if they don't have that function, like, somebody needs to go in their headquarters and, take care of it.
And
like, shoot them all in the head. But yeah, there's got to be a way to have like, there's no way they could miss that. It's just I don't know what it is. But I was able to make those are all the people you will be able to find on here. Okay. So if you even just look at that list and enter it, because I was able to add other people. I'm trying to think who I added who's who's not on that. It might have looked like I was adding him to the call, doing it the other way, but they're not really transitioned over yet. So maybe it's only however many it is, 5, 6, 8 people that not everybody's getting it this way. Some of our people are not getting it because they're not fully on.
Yeah, they need to be listening, and those who listen regularly will get it. They'll get it. So Sammy's back. So Sammy, the way we're going to deal with this is we're going to continue this for the rest of the hour, and if the call ends at the end of the hour, which it will, then what I'll try and do is we'll see if what Aristides has done does anything, or if he can do anything with it. If not, then I'll just reestablish the call one more time, and I'll try and bring everybody on. And then if I bring everybody on, then theoretically we can go at it all night. But at that point, Aristides is.
What I'm suggesting is if you do that, go to that little group thing.
Okay.
Did you go?
Yeah, I'll go now. I'll go now and see if I can join it. And you as well, Sammy. See if you can join this. And so I'm pressing join. There we are. And so it starts, welcome to your community. Great. And so I invite Sammy to click on that link as well, and Brendan. And then we can all join that. And
Yeah.
Right.
So, I put it in the current chat. Yeah. So see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys. And then we'll try and make this work. And at any rate,
I joined her.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah,
I mean, I might need to take another short break soon just to take care of something else. There's a lot of things cropping up tonight because of phone calls that I'm getting. But Sammy, can you talk with Aristides for a few minutes while I answer this phone call? I really need to take this call, so I'll be right back in a few minutes, gentlemen. I'm going to be mute. Okay, is that okay with you guys? We
Yeah.
can do this. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be back as soon as I can. All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out this little group thing. Even if we can't use it for the call, like I said, we can use it for people who are actively on that you want to. That's your short list of people to call.
Okay.
Because they're the ones that are really connected. You know what I mean? It was allowing me to invite others like to the call, but I think they're like, I don't know, you know, if they were fully on, they were in the, it wasn't finding them the same. So I think they're not like haven't fully set up the new teams. You get, not everybody has, you know.
Right.
Some people out there haven't made this, you know, weren't using it and haven't made this transition. You got to expect that. So if they shut the Skype down, then, you know.
How you been?
I'm thinking.
How you been?
Go on. I'm right. Just trying to
Okay.
figure out this, the teams thing, man.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. We gotta make do what we can, right?
Yeah. Well, getting there. I'm there. Just wanted easier for him to call everybody, because if he's got to fumble through like 20
Right.
people to manually add each time, that's not what he needs.
Crazy. It's crazy to me that Doug's not monetized. That's the one thing that's crazy to me, that he's not monetized. You know?
Well, yeah, but it's like, here's the additional thing with that. I mean, it's a wonder, like, say he's not canceled on. That's how they can get people if they don't want to cancel him, which he's given his reasons for that, because obviously, and YouTube can be canceled. But I think if he's monetized, it's easier for them to demonetize you first before they cancel you. You know what I mean? You're like,
Got it.
Like, oh, this isn't monetizable content. Sorry, this isn't content where we want to run ads in. You know, like, and
So pretty much,
so
you
they
know,
can do that.
and you're right. Pretty much, like, since they think they're nobody, then what's the point, right? At least, you know,
so
as a content creator.
If he tries to monetize it, at least on YouTube, they'll probably whack that anyway. You know what I mean? They've done
Of
that.
course, obviously, you know, Doug dropping N-bombs and, you know, the other, you know, just history alone. When you talk about history is pretty ugly. So, you know, this platform doesn't really allow that anymore as it used to. But anyways,
Yeah.
well, did you catch what did you think about what Doug was talking about as far as the werewolf guy that he was talking to me
the
about?
guy that, like, he was like right. He would be like the master of the dogs.
Yeah, what's your opinion about that?
I mean, could happen.
Does it make sense to you? Like, does it actually make sense to you?
It's pretty far out, but could it happen? You know, I don't discount things that weird happen in this world.
Well, one of the things that no, I mean, it does make a lot of sense to me. The one thing I did talk to Doug about in the past is, you ever heard of Wendigo? It's like a spirit.
Yes, I have. Yes, I heard of that.
Well,
I don't know much about it, but
you know, one of the things that my parents encountered was that they encountered that they used to walk in the evenings. They used to, you know, walk, exercise. We used to live out in the country, and there was a lot of orange groves and olive groves, and there was actually a county river. It wasn't really a river. It's kind of like an aqueduct where they have water, the irrigation to all the farmers. But they actually encountered one, and one of the things that helped my parents was they weren't afraid. In fact, what helped them a lot was their faith. You know, when you have something to help you in those situations, as far as understanding what you are encountering at that time, as far as, you know, the spirit world, and then at least it gives you an understanding that, okay, this is just proof, right? It kind of gives you a reassurance of why do you, you know, put faith in whatever, you know, whatever higher being that that you worship or subscribe to. So
Mhm.
that actually did help them a lot. Where I think if they would have panicked and tried to run or hide, I think they probably would have it would have gone a different way. So
Mhm.
him kind of explaining that to me, as far as what I've, at least with Doug, what's kind of what he's helped me is kind of explain it in the more practical sense, as um you know kind of outside the
Yeah.
Christian realm, where it's
Right.
actually it's more
Right.
common than you think in other cultures,
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
which makes a lot of sense. Even
Yes.
uh kind of like the what he talked about, the U.S. government recruiting people with psychic abilities, so on and so forth. That's actually,
Yeah.
which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly a lot of supernatural out there,
right,
and
like
even beginning to understand it. It's like, so it
oh,
is helpful.
exactly. Well, one of the things that too that is actually physical things having energy, right?
Yeah.
Um, like even where I live at now, every so often, I hear footsteps, like I hear screeching, just you feel weight, you hear weight, something pressing down, making noise. It could be,
Yeah.
rodents, I don't know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not surprised, uh it doesn't really shock me either. It's part of, you know, living somewhere where other people inhabit it, or, things happen, right?
Yeah.
But one of the things, also one of the other ways he kind of explained it, or what kind of helped me, was when that plane crash in 9/11, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania,
Hmm.
that was going towards I don't know if it was going towards the Pentagon or one of those buildings. Well, when it crashed,
Okay, I'm back. Yes, please continue. Yeah, what crashed?
yeah,
Yeah.
I was explaining to Aristides, what we talked about with the werewolves, but also
Yes.
kind of like physical things having their influence, or have some type of energy, but also crash sites like 9/11, where
Yes.
that plane crashed in Pennsylvania. And
That's quite correct.
when you were talking about that, you talked about after the crash, after the you know especially the that night or the days after, that the security guards kept hearing voices and seeing shapes, and
Oh, yes.
uh,
Yeah.
obviously that was a site of you know death, but it's because of the energy that was still there.
Yes.
It's just, it was very concentrated at the time, and I'm sure it's probably still, there's still influence in that area because of that crash. But
Oh, no
anyways,
doubt.
I
Yes.
was just explaining to, well, we were just bringing that up, but kind of bring up some content, you know, um, just to pass the time. But it's
No, I
you know,
appreciate that profoundly. And if you have any questions about the incident that I related the other night, I hope I communicated well enough that for those of you who, just to relate on both those incidents that Sammy is referring to, when it came to the young lady in question, whose name, of course, I'm keeping just in confidence, I might mention more about her privately to members of Team Dietrich, but obviously I want to respect her privacy, and I have no doubt that it would be a threat to her personal security if I exposed too much about her. But she was essentially someone who was recruited by the United States government for her psionic or psychic abilities. And the professional term that they use in the federal government black budget programs or dark projects is psionics. But what a lot of people have an understanding of, and they have a broad range of a concept of what kind of different talents people might have, everything from telekinesis or moving objects, or just a kind of sense of the future or precognition. I've gone in depth into these things before. We don't need to go into the compartmentalization or the categorization of such talents tonight, but I do want people to understand that generally speaking, people are usually blessed with just one. Every once in a while you get a case that has maybe a few different talents, but what people may not understand is the range of the singular talent that people might have. If you have a single talent, it's not just something that is the way most people conceive it. For instance, somebody being sensitive or being able to sense things doesn't mean they can just sense things. It usually means they can also project what they sense into other people. For instance, what happened with the young lady in question on the night of her encounter with the loup-garou. Again, just to clarify, because a few other people had questions that they had sent me in emails about that, was why was she patrolling alone? And the answer to that is quite simple. It was a combination of the usual incompetence, the usual corruption, the usual laziness and sloth, and the usual, just a combination and convergence of all of the negative aspects of the federal government and the military in particular when it comes to doing anything. And she wound up being assigned to test out her psychic abilities to patrol for quote-unquote UFOs or unidentified aerial objects in the desert to see if she could complement or indeed outperform their instruments that were dedicated to surveilling the skies for any invasion or breach of American airspace. And so she was working the range of territory between Area 51 and the town of Roswell itself, when, not surprisingly, she sensed a life in the desert and was simply told, well, see if you can, investigate it. You're in the Jeep. And because she's not with an official program, this is a black budget program, and there's also budgeteering involved, meaning that they're not providing her with the best of equipment. She's not in some new vehicle. She was in a World War II era or Korean War era, probably realistically Vietnam War era at that point. Willie's Jeep, essentially, just a more classic military Jeep that you would see in the old days, and very anachronistic. I don't even know if they even have any of those in the garages at all anymore, but at that time in history they still did, and were still deploying them for something like what they had assigned her to do. Again, without supervision or without escort, and counting on her being part of a program and having nowhere else to go. It's not like they were afraid of her running away. And so when she did rendezvous in the desert with what she sensed was life, it was two children who had run away. When people asked me questions about this, how did they escape? And as I said, it was never ascertained whether they escaped from the man who had sold them, which was actually their father, or the man who had purchased them. But whoever it was, they basically had fallen asleep on a combination of drugs and alcohol. In other words, the person either selling them or the person right after purchasing them had indulged in partying, perhaps with other people that he had shared them with, and then they proceeded to succumb into a state of into a torpor of unconsciousness on the drugs and alcohol that they were using, at which point the children escaped, of course running into the desert, at which point they began to be followed, and they were followed by something that I've encountered a number of times at the lonely ranges of security work, where you're out in the middle of nowhere land, and every once in a while you will encounter very unnatural packs of dogs. And by that I mean dogs usually prefer their own species, but these are, every once in a while you will encounter packs of different species of dogs together. And this can happen in places like what they used to call one-horse towns, what these days would be like truck stops, where there's a single gas station or a single gas pump along the road, or where you have like towns that develop in mining communities, of which the Southwest had many. And these mining communities effectively become just like ghost towns, except for the families that remain, which can number up to 10 or 20 families that are just established there and see no reason to leave. And these families, of course, will have a community where all the men generally have their hunting dogs, and all of the female old biddies will have their terriers and their chihuahuas, and just all these various species of dogs that people tend to have that they love more than anyone else in the town, love more than they love each other, and their true bond is their dogs. And every once in a while, towns like this will be wiped out, and you don't hear about it. There's no reason for you to hear about it, and oftentimes the government doesn't find out for a long time, especially in the old mining communities. Maybe at a truck stop or some of these road towns, even if they become, say for instance, wiped out of life, it's not like a trucker passing by who's loading his truck is going to investigate. Oftentimes, he'll want to get out of there as soon as possible because he's afraid of being mugged, or it's, believe me, truckers develop a real sense of personal self-preservation, and they don't necessarily go around investigating, hey, why isn't anybody showing up, I'll just load up here and take off instead, is what usually happens. And it may be a long time before somebody realizes, hey, nobody's saying anything in that town. Since the towns are usually not the type to be communicating with outsiders, there's no reason to. A lot of times people don't find out for a long while that, hey, they're all dead. And it's from towns like these that these unusual packs form. And they're usually formed by a loup-garou, somebody who has essentially like a skinwalker. It's like a werewolf, but infinitely worse. And they assume the alpha position of the pack. And that's, if something happens where they abandon the pack for whatever reason or are killed, then you see these lone packs of all of these strange, different motley species, multi-species packs of dogs. And I've encountered enough of them where they've developed a kind of hostility and will follow your security vehicle at a gallop. And I've had security partners who have shot at them just because they felt so threatened. There's a reason for that. And in this case, this young lady found out when she tried to rescue the children and brought them onto the Jeep. A man galloped among this pack of dogs that then surrounded her Jeep, and he was on all fours and remained on all fours and demanded the children. He had been feeding on them, feeding off their fear. But the way she ultimately finished him off was she told the children, I have to return you to him, because she couldn't just drive off because they were surrounded by the dogs. They would have leapt into the Jeep, which was an open Jeep. And she couldn't start the car without that happening. So that's where she was stuck. And she said, I have to give you back to him. And that's when the children exploded in a supernova of fear, which he was drinking in. But she overloaded him by projecting not just their fear and magnifying it, but projecting her own fear, of which she felt quite a bit. And that's, a psychic can do that. They can't just sense other people's fear, but they can project their own. They can make you afraid in a situation where you have no rational reason to be afraid. And she did that. She projected all her own fear and triggered his fear. And this overloaded him to the point where it spilled out, and the dogs around him could sense it. And that's when the alpha or the wannabe alpha that she had seen, this very large Alsatian, he smelled that fear from him, and that was the moment he tore at his throat, and then all the other dogs jumped on him and devoured him alive, or at least tore him apart alive. And that's when she drove back to base with the children. But as I said, they may have gone from the frying pan into the fire with that. But as for the flight that Samuel Romero is referencing, always important to remember that was originally headed towards San Francisco. They always say something stupid and say United Airlines Flight 93 was being hijacked and directed by the hijackers towards the White House, and it's bullshit. They were heading towards the Trans-American Pyramid. And we know that because along the route they sent out an interceptor, and the interceptor was a pilot named Penny Bradley. This is where we were confronted by Derek Talley's father, when Derek Talley brought his father on one time, who worked with NORAD, the North American Air Defense, and he's given us all this bullshit about, I worked with NORAD, and I said, but there is no air defense for this country. And I pointed out that when 9/11 went down, there was no one to intercept the flight that was headed towards San Francisco, United Airlines Flight 93. And the only thing that they had that they could scramble together at all was an empty plane, because it takes hours to load these planes up with ammunition. And they were lucky that this one had fuel in it. There was only one plane available that had fuel. That was a jet interceptor that was capable of performing the task of intercepting this plane. the United Airlines Flight 93. And that's when Penny Bradley, who had been allowed to become a pilot, encouraged to become one by her father, who tolerated her desire to do so. And her father was an Air Force officer, and his daughter wanted to become an actual fighter pilot. Her last moments with her father was when he gave her the order personally. He said, "Here, let me escort you to the plane." And he helped her into the cockpit and said, "This plane is the only one in the United States that's fueled. That's it." And he said, "And it has no ammo." And he said, "This is the last time I'll ever see you alive. I'm ordering you to body crash into Flight 93 and take it down by killing yourself. Goodbye." And he gave her that order, and she took off and prepared to crash dive into Flight 93 when she rendezvoused with it. But at that moment, the passengers had broken into the cockpit, and they turned it around and crashed it into that field in Pennsylvania. Now, this idiot, Derek Talley's father, said, "Oh, that's all a lie and none of that ever happened." But we all know it's true because Penny Bradley is alive and speaks and delivers lectures about this happening. We know it's true because she's a real person. We know that all of this happened, and all of it is on record and cannot be denied. And that a NORAD effectively does not exist. In other words, there is no NORAD, rather there is a NORAD, and it costs billions and billions of dollars, but they do nothing. There's nothing that they do, and they have nothing to do anything with. They're just there sucking up your tax dollars, and there's nothing that they have. So this was what we were left with when American airspace was breached. And so there you go with that. That's like, but as for that field in Pennsylvania where it crashed, it's Stony Creek Township. And because I worked in security, I had security connections at the time that were contracted there. And at Stony Creek Township, they had cordoned off the entire area because all kinds of sick, demented necromancers, people like Jambo the Reese Monkey, were scouring the field to pick up pieces of that crash plane to use in occult rituals, to summon or bind the dead, or to summon demons. And this is a thing. It is such a common thing that they had to assign private security guards to guard that place all night because the police refused to. And the police were dedicated to enough problems in their own community. It's an outback area, so they had to hire private security to cordon the place off and guard it. And every guard that worked there swore up and down that throughout that field you heard the screams throughout the night. The passengers would appear as ghostly apparitions saying, "Get away, run away," and the terrorists would appear as completely black shadows, so black you couldn't see the stars at night through their black apparitions. And they would silently move among the wreckage and attempt to attack, but were of course non-physical. But this is, you could make them out among the passengers whenever they would cross in front of the passenger apparitions. You couldn't see the passenger anymore because their darkness blocked the passenger out. It was a nightmare that these people who worked it could only work a night and never work there again. And so they had a steady stream of security guards on rotation. The impact of death and the energy of death, it's all very real. The impact of fear and those that feed off it is all very real. And so, okay, back to Sammy. So thank you. I just want to clarify all of that, and hopefully that answers some questions that people have been writing me emails about. And,
no, thank you, Doug. No, I mean, that's there again, that's what that, that's exactly what I remember you talking about. But anyways, I was just explaining, at least, to Aristides, as far as the type of stuff that you kind of helped me understand as far as my background, and kind of, making it make sense. Obviously, you've helped me a lot with, life events have happened recently and explain certain things, but even in my circumstance, even in the home that I reside now, there's been a few times where I can feel weight, like somebody, walking around, and it's just part of it's part of life. It's part of living somewhere where people have dwelled here or, or passed away here. It's just, it's part of, it's part of the reason why, sometimes you want to understand things by, by another spectrum, not just, sometimes what I'm trying to say is sometimes faith is not, or your religion doesn't quite, do it. A lot of times it does mystify in the sense that clarity. You want clarity in the sense of trying to understand things. That way, it's not as confusing.
Yeah.
But definitely. Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to say shout out to T-Tank Berry. T-Tank Berry has joined us in the chat, and thank you. Yeah, thank you, T-Tank Berry, for your help with $100 towards the end of last month, and Goddess bless you, dear sir. Hopefully everything's going well with yourself at work and everywhere else. And Heather Holman has rejoined us, and do say hello to Sammy, dear Heather. You never get enough of a chance to speak to him or others, and Brendan's also with us, and hopefully we'll join in the chat with Sammy.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm Sammy.
Hi, Heather. How are you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm dealing with the little tornado right now, but it's okay.
Make sure you stay safe.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine.
No, he's dealing with the child, the little tornado. It's a child.
Yes. I'm dealing with a very.
It'll be fine. I love little kids.
Yeah.
Delightful.
But let me change subjects a little bit because
please.
I know Brooke's probably hearing, but I really want to say hi to her. It's just
yes.
Unfortunately, I have my duties, but I'm praying for her.
Yes.
I think she's part of our our listeners, and I think our listeners can agree that she does bring a great element to our our transmission, especially because she's a white Southern belle that is it's very valuable in the sense that it brings a lot of, and I don't mean to hope you don't take this the wrong way, Doug, but it brings a lot of credibility into your message.
Of course.
Because she's almost like a passport when it comes to this country, where she is accepted everywhere. I think you've expressed that where, and it's not that, that's what we see her as. It's just the reality. I think what she's going through is a testament on why I think, the previous person that was affiliated with you or, was kind of really just here.
Yes.
Why he targeted her so much, because she is very much valuable to your message. Obviously, George Knight being someone that is from Europe, he's also valuable because it connects globally, but especially with her, she very much is somebody that we all care about. She's very spunky. She brings personality. And I was gonna tell her, even though she's going through a lot, what she's going through, she has a really nice icon picture. Her icon, as far as on transmission, it's very Cameron Diaz.
Yes.
It reminds me of the actress. So, it's just for me just to kind of give her, her flowers, what she's going through right now. I think I can't really, I don't want to say anything because I really, there's really nothing to say. I think she's right now dealing with somebody that is going to be gone, but fortunately it is what it is.
Yeah.
I can't. The only thing really we can do is support her in the sense of prayers, but obviously the person that we are really supporting it is you.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying she doesn't deserve that. It's just it's really just a testament of her value.
Yes.
And it's the best way I can put it. I go through my trials. Everybody in this transition goes through trials, but it's one of the reasons how I persevere in life is understand that you're going to have trials, but especially someone like her and her background, especially being affiliated with you, and despite all the conflict that, well, I want to say conflict, but disagreements or just agreeing to disagree. Okay, because there's a reason why she hasn't, you know, completely gone. No, she's always been around. It's just, she's somebody that is opinionated and she's learned. Obviously, I'm sure she's a believer. She's a believer now of, quantum mechanics. Obviously,
Yes.
you know, she, she's a believer now. It's really testament to her understanding that she's valuable. She's somebody that's cared for, but because of that, she's targeted because she is a literal passport in this, this godforsaken nation.
Yes.
Because her base is pretty much what swings the pendulum when it comes to policy. If there were, I don't know if there were at least, and I'm talking, what I'm about to say is part of the Menford Act, the gun control in California when it came to the Black Panthers.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I don't mean to go left on this, but if there were, 20,000 Brooke Gibsons supporting, the Black Panthers and, having their rights to bear arms, would have helped, maybe, even though, at least in that time, women weren't as, influential then, but it still matters because, that demographic, it does swing the pendulum big time. And this is also one of the reasons why, in my opinion, our president really is attacking women's rights. And I'm not saying I'm the biggest feminist. I'm not the biggest feminist. It's just I deal in real world reality. I have women in my life, and one of the reasons why I also mention Brooke is because it hurts me. It hurts me in the sense that I don't like someone not having peace.
Yes.
Sure, her peace is being violated, and that's as close as someone stealing your time.
Yes.
Or even worse, because you can't even enjoy your time peacefully. So that's one of the things that it does hurt me a lot, and unfortunately, I have people in my life that, and I think anybody can attest to this.
Yeah.
That you feel for them.
Yeah.
But and also the reality, you have to also empower them into understanding that the power is within them to break through and relinquish whatever is holding them back. They have that power, and it starts with you. And I also have to remind myself that it starts with me. You have that capability, just like if you want to support Doug, you have that capability. It's just you have to do it. I try to support Doug morally. I try to support you, at least encourage you, and give you words of exhortation and uplifting because, I don't want you blacking out and dropping N-bombs, even though, is it funny? Yes. But, one of the things that you've always talked about is the reason why you're suppressed is you're a historical figure. You're a very dangerous historical figure in the sense of your lineage.
Yes.
This is why you're not monetized. This is why you're monitored. And this is why everybody that is assigned to you is, eventually they self-destruct,
Yes.
and
Yes.
anybody with any business acumen with, in regards of Vinnie Barbaric, he could have capitalized even more if he just let you tell your story.
Yes.
Let you express yourself, your art. You should have picked out the art for your mother and your book.
Yes.
It's really self-explanatory. If you would have understood the market that you already have, which is, in manga and just art, he would have capitalized big time. And I'm telling you this because I see it in cinema.
Yes.
A lot of what you talk about is being used. Obviously, you don't get credit for it,
Thank
which
you.
is what happens to many artists.
Yes.
Obviously your father as well. Your biological father was an artist.
Yes.
People stole from him, but
Yes.
all the great artists, they steal from them because they're it's just part of it's part of having a great talent. But if he would have actually let you do your thing, and you know him him understanding the business acumen of it, you would have done. Obviously, you would have sold out.
Thank you.
I'm actually talking like he would actually gave a damn, but that actually would require him to actually quote unquote care,
Thank you.
which he didn't.
Yeah.
It's just this is somebody who was a parasite,
Yeah.
um, and unfortunately did not even know how to exploit you
Yes.
to the fullest.
Yes.
Which is one of the things that I think is a blessing, but also a curse, because I think when your opportunity is come, it's going to be better. It's just there's a lot of things we can say, but I think you know, as far as back to Brooke, I really do. My prayers are with her. It's
Yeah.
just I think what I'm trying to say is she's valuable. It's just at times it can really affect the people around her. Obviously, she knows that. I think she's aware of that, and she's doing her best to break out of that. I'm not saying she's not making progress. It's just um, and you can tell that individual knows that. That's why
Yes.
they try to distract, and really it's just a grown child,
Yes.
and that's giving them too much credit, because
Yes.
children, if you smack a child, you know they understand most children understand that's a disciplinary type of action.
Yes.
So
And they don't
that's
repeat their mistake. Yeah. Yeah.
for the most part, no, they
Yeah.
don't. So you're dealing with someone who is a maniac,
Yes.
who's there as a nuisance. But she's making the best of it, and it's really more to encourage her, okay,
Yes.
and to make her understand that we all care for her. It's just um the power isn't with her. Is in her to
Yes.
you know make to break out of it, and she will. It's just I don't want the listeners to think, and obviously that's totally up to the listeners, but your brand it's a brand that's in reality,
Thank
that
you.
it shows humanism, not just you know you don't just spew out history. You have people that follow you, and because they follow you, they are targeted, and it's not all bad. It's just it's their struggle is amplified more because of their search for education. And what you do is you really do educate people. It's just these topics that you talk about, they're explosive. um
Yes.
you deal if someone deals in binding and spells. Well, one of the first things that you want to know is you want to banish what you summon, and that's
Yes.
obviously the most basic ABC 1 2 3. And obviously we dealt with somebody who did not practice that, and it's also the intent. And I've learned a lot in the sense of when it comes to spells is the intent, the person that's that is casting it. And even myself, where I'm not saying abracadabra and stuff, but what I'm doing is at least encouraging you and giving you words, and in a sense giving you positive
Yes.
spells, in the sense that Doug, you do your best, and I can hear the frustration in your voice sometimes, and you do black out on trauma, and we all have it. And that's a great sign in how you still are human. The human element in you is
Thank you.
still there. You're just not some you're not Count Chocula, hitting everybody. It's just it makes you very relatable, and that's another reason why I think the audience cares for you. And the reason why I tell you this is because, in certain settings, I talked to this week. I talked to somebody who I was. It was more of a. It had to do with my job. Okay. Um, and this person brought up their their ex-wife, very constantly. And the problem is, and God bless them. It is what it is. But they just talk very negative about their ex, like, oh, she's a bitch, yada yada yada. I hate her. And I guess they've been separated for over 10 years. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, you still care about this person you do realize by bad mouthing them, that's just letting me know you still care about them.
Yes.
You're not, in a sense, you're not at peace with, your separation. And the problem is this person he's supposed to represent this company, but what he doesn't understand is by you doing this, you're leaving yourself vulnerable, and it's really not professional.
Yeah.
Because it's just it makes you seem unhinged.
Yes.
But when it comes to yourself, this is what you've been around, and it's not really that you're unhinged. And I'm not insinuating anything. It's just the people that have tried to use you itself, they really just rabbled at the end.
Yeah.
And it's just part of what assets have been thrown at you, that they really can't disconnect. They just can't. They rather badmouth you or turn to the enemy. And it's one of these things where it's a pattern.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say is, to the listeners, is any other content as far as history, quantum physics, aka magic, anybody that's talked about this in the past, most of them do not have this type of battle as far as suppression.
Thank you.
Why? Because they're all controlled assets. George Norrie is not he's just ugly. He's just a very, very unattractive old man.
Yes.
He's just, but through him, that's how I known about you. It was the anniversary of Pearl Harbor. I believe this was back in 2009, 2010. But what really sparked my attention to you was that you interjected culture, you interjected history, but the culture part, it's like the seasoning. You added seasoning to why the United States was really responsible for Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
You related the fact that we were going to attack the Japanese via the Philippines, and you broke everything down into this narrative that really was just the truth. Obviously, the fact that George Norrie didn't cut you off and didn't, all of a sudden lost your connection, it was really how your ability to obviously use your influence and your knowledge of the keys to pretty much have you come on air, but it made you stand out. And that's the thing about the truth. It's just always going to break through. And I think even, Aquino knew that. And to a certain extent, he was really powerless because of how much you really did impact him as well. And it does testament to how much knowledge you know, and really how much you hold back. That's one of the things that I want to also tell listeners is, my wife kind of mentioned to me that her ability, she was researching the ability to suppress memories as far as therapy and so on and so forth. And she told me, I didn't know that therapy can also suppress memories as far as just rehabilitation when it comes to trauma, PTSD, so on and so forth. And I said, yeah, obviously I mentioned you, with Dr. Chow Tran is, that's very much how Doug, and I don't like telling your story, maybe you can elaborate, but if you don't mind, can you kind of elaborate to listeners as far as the trauma, what helped how Dr. Chow Tran helped you as far as suppressing those memories, because I do remember pictures of you being, kind of, I hate to say it, bloated.
Yes.
Yes. If you don't mind, Doug.
Yeah, definitely. And that was due to the antidepressants that were prescribed, and we were proving the point by the actual physical bloating that they were unhealthy for me, and that she had to turn towards a more radical form of memory suppression therapy through hypnosis. I do want people to know we only have a few minutes left on this call, so Aristides,
Right.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to, as soon as this call ends, try to reestablish it using the Teams. If I can't figure it out, I'm just going to add everybody on by the old-fashioned way.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay.
We have to use Teams, but here's what I suggest.
Oh.
The call ends. You're in Teams. You can go to the, like, oh, wait a second. Do you need to? No. I don't know if you have to initiate a new call, but you're the one that has to initiate the meeting. Like,
Right.
A one-on-one is a call.
Right.
But as soon as one of those participants says add people,
Yes.
it's a meeting.
Yeah.
So you have to do that.
That's what I'll do. And so what
And really, so I boiled it down, the short list of people who seem fully, enabled on it, and we'll talk.
Yeah.
See.
So I'll bring
Sammy, Heather, Nemo, Brendan, George seems to be on, and I think Amy's on. And then, that's it. That's the short list.
Okay, and I'll call everybody. It says 1 hour now. We'll see if they cut us off. We'll find out. And it may not. It may not, because of it's weird. It's past 1 hour now by 12 seconds, and it says the meeting has a time limit of 60 minutes. Meeting will end in 15 minutes, but we'll just let it drag on for as long as it possibly can. So yeah. So that being said, now it says type a message. Aristides is typing. And if anybody out there, this will not interfere with, of course, the transmission. Whatever happens, it's not interfering with the transmission. So he's giving us the short list, is what he's typing. Brendan, Nemo, and these are the people who have committed to signing into Microsoft Teams. So when I said, I'll use the Microsoft Teams, what I meant to say was something else. This other thing that he has, join Critical Omissions live stream group, a call list. So I didn't know if hitting that automatically brings a number of people on simultaneously, or whether I'll just have to call them individually. But either way, it'll work out.
It didn't work for me. I kind of tried, but they should make it easier. Like, if you go to make a call and you're add participants, shouldn't you be able to add your group?
Right.
That you own.
Yeah, of course. And T Tank Berry, of course, is one of us as John Doe. So T Tank Berry is one of us as John Doe. He's definitely on Microsoft Teams because he just left a message.
Okay. We'll try that then too.
Mm-hmm. And
I know I checked that. How did I note that one?
Okay, the meeting is ended. So thank you for using Microsoft Teams meeting. And so it did end. So we're going to try Douglas Dietrich initiating a call. And let's see if we could do this by doing something. Like, it is so fucking stupid. Okay, this makes having a producer rather redundant, but that's okay because he does so much else. All right, so we're going to reinstigate the call here, and let's see what we can do with this before we go back into monologue, almost out of necessity, sooner rather than later tonight. And here we are back in the potential for action for roundtabling, and let's go to Aristides first. He is my go-to, and then we initiate the call, and then I'll just start adding people on. So here we are. And Microsoft Teams may prove to be, actually, once we get used to it, we may even like it. Yeah, so I was just saying, once we get used to it, we may even like it. So, okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm just going to share a screen with Aristides, and here we are. So, Aristides, I don't know if you can see me. I'm sharing screen, And what I'm going to start doing is adding people. So the way I would add people, let's see now, invite to teams is not the way to do it, right? We're not inviting people to teams because that invites them to teams as a thing. So
Well,
the adding people's up here. Here we are.
I'm not sure because I was on the phone. It may show up differently. So I'm trying to look for where it is in Teams.
Okay.
And what? Let me see. Where is
so
it?
interesting.
I
So
didn't.
it says 8 others. Yeah.
I don't know where it is on the PC. I didn't answer on the PC, so
yeah,
I answered on the phone.
Semi Romero. Let's type this up one at a time.
But the current call that you have with me, if you go to it and you see only us two or just me on the screen,
I should start with you. Yes, Aristides.
Right. Be at the call screen with me, and then go add people.
See what I'm doing? Do you see what I'm doing? Okay. So theoretically,
not really.
You okay?
Because I'm on.
Because you're on the phone, right? Okay, so let me try something.
I don't know how joining both from both devices on the same account would work, so I don't want to fuck with that.
Okay, no worries. And so here's what I'm doing: is I'm typing in your name and a number of others that I know are effectively with us. I'll see if George Knight.
You shouldn't have to type in my name because you should be on the call with me.
No, it doesn't work that way. No, it's like I think it's like to start a group chat, I might as well add your name as well.
No, you don't want to start a group chat. You want to add them to I added them to our call while I was at our call screen.
Oh, okay. So let me cancel.
So wherever your interface, the basic screen, it only just shows just.
Okay, can you make it back to the computer to see what happens? Is when I press the add people.
I'm not looking at it on the computer because I'm doing it on my phone, but that's kind of what I want, so I don't have to sit here at the computer. That's the reliable thing where I can stay on.
It's like a okay, so it's not how it's working. It's basically where they used to have the little plus people where you just click it to add people.
No, but wait, does it show call? Are you calling on Teams right now?
Yeah, of course.
That's how you called me on Teams.
Yeah.
So there must be a little spot tucked up there where it's like, you're on a call, go to current call. You're not on the current call screen. You need to get the screen with just me on it. Whatever if you call through this.
It is just you. It's just you and me right now.
But if you call through this Teams, there must be a spot where you can go to the call and then you go add people to the call.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to describe. I
don't know where it is on your screen. Well,
because you can't see it. So we're just gonna have to.
Thing. How did you call me? You hit the phone thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Is there a way to show the call that you're on right now? There must be a way to show the call you're on right now. Where's the screen where you hang up and stuff? That's what I'm talking about. Where's that?
It's right in front of me, but when I go to the place where you add people, the little thing where they used to have add people, the only option is start a group chat. So that's I'm the primary.
Maybe it's the same thing. Maybe it's the same thing.
That's their version of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you're not starting a group chat unrelated to this call. You want to add them to the call. That could mean a group chat. No, just do it. Just try it.
That's what we're left with. Yeah.
Okay. Just try it.
So I'll try one other person and see if they come on. I'll try one other person, see if they come on. So let's try Sammy.
Try that.
And hit Sammy and then press create. And then see if the three of us, you're starting a new conversation is what it does. Aristides and Sammy. Yeah. Okay. And now we'll just add some other people. Right. So, okay. So add people. Then let's add these other people. Brendan. Okay. And then we can add press add, and then I could do try typing in more names at once, but we might as well add people while we can. And who else was on with us? T Tank. Okay.
I don't see other people coming on this call. I don't see other people.
It says they've added it.
No, but you added them to a group chat. Okay, here's the thing. When you add people to a call, it puts them in a group chat. But just because you started a group chat doesn't mean that you're on a call. It's like
okay, I see. So what do we do?
Yeah. I mean, if you were adding them to the call, I'd be seeing them. I would think, and I don't.
Okay. Right. So
that's the thing. I just still see you and me.
Okay, so what do we do?
I don't know where the thing is on your screen. Let me see.
Well, you can't though because you can't look at the screen share.
Okay, if you can keep talking, like I can try to.
Yeah.
Wait, you called me, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I can try to get, if you can keep talking, I could try to maybe
Sure.
bring this up
Okay.
and
Yeah.
call you on the PC.
Yeah. Good idea. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I'll hang up. You mean like hang up the call?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll hang up the call. Yeah. There we are. So there we are. And at any rate, in terms of his calling, we'll see if he calls me, and then I'll answer, and then we'll see if that works. You know, it's just something that we just got to play around with it till we make it work. Now, in terms of Canada and how the United States lost the Canadian election, there's no other way to phrase it. Canada's Liberals held on to power that... let me see, call again. I will try to answer on PC. Okay, is what he says. All right, so let's go to notification settings. Yeah, so here we are. So let's see, call him again and see if he's... Okay. And see if he responds. There we are. Yeah. And John says chats are still extant even after the call has ended. Okay. Yeah, that usually was the case. That always was the case with old Skype. Yeah, and so we're on this now. Now I can share screen, and maybe you can see it. So here we are. Let's share screen. Hello. Yeah, right? So can you see screen now? Yeah? Can you see screen share now? Maybe? You know, if not, yeah. Okay. Can you look around? Hey, cursor moving. See cursor moving? No?
Can you hear me?
Yeah! Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Doesn't seem like he can hear me. He did something with he did something with his tech. Okay, can you hear me? Hear me? Okay, no, probably not. Chants are still extant even after the call has ended. Skype was that way too. Skype was that way too. Was that way as well. T-Tank. Oh, John Doe. John Doe. John. There we are. Okay. So obviously he can't hear me. No, he cannot hear me. Well, that's brilliant. So, it's tech on your... Fuck. Okay, let's go back here. Tech on your end. Tech on your end. Okay. Let's see if the audience can hear me. Let's turn off the screen share. Stop sharing. Check in on our audience and see if they can hear myself live stream. Let me know if you can hear me, people. I presume people still can. And in interim, we're all, I'll just go into monologue if this doesn't work out, where I appreciate everybody's patience and we're doing the best we can. Okay, so I hear...
Let me know if you can hear me, people. I presume.
I hear you, Aristides. You got two on this. It's like there's two calls on simultaneously or something, or you got your computer on. Something.
Yeah, where I appreciate everybody's patience, and we're doing the best we can. Okay, so
okay, we don't need that, Aristides. Let me see. How do I mute somebody? How do I mute somebody? How about I just leave the call? There we are. It's all right. So it's monologue. It's monologue time the rest of the night. That's yeah, we've got to kind of play with this and make it work, and that way we'll figure things out a little bit as time goes on. But right now, I just need somebody to says crystal clear, brother. 100. Thank you. So as I was saying, Canada's Liberals, they held on to power that months ago they were firmly forecast to lose. And they held on to it because of Donald Trump. Okay, Aristides says try to call again. All right. Okay, so let's do the call. And here we are. Oh, happy day. This is so exciting. This is like, Okay. So if he's gonna pick up, chat is still extant. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's do a screen
right.
share. Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay. So here's the screen share. Can you see me?
Yeah.
See cursor moving? Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What do I do? What do I do to see? This is the only thing I can see. This is the closest thing I can see to adding people on, and all it offers is start a group chat. That's the only option. No. I can't find anywhere else where we can add people.
Just here, wait.
Yeah. Just letting you know. The only other thing I see here similar is invite to teams, which is more abstract, and it's more like inviting people to the concept of teams. You have to add the meeting participants. Okay, here's what Brendan says. You have to add the meeting participants. And then Nemo says, the community feature should allow to have a group of people join, so they might not have to be called every time you start chat, I'm guessing. Okay.
You would think, but it didn't work yet. It didn't work yet.
Yeah.
So, if you're on like your call with me, where am I at?
John says chat still extant. Yeah. And can still hear you from the tube, of course.
Where am I? Oh, there I am. Yeah, go to mine right there. Yeah, go there. And then go up top. Is that where you were adding start a group chat?
Yeah. Because if I press this button, more chat options.
Okay, well then.
Shit.
Okay, yeah, that should work. As long as it's a spot where you got like the
this, see?
Yeah, the hang up, the phone icon, hang up, and all that shit.
So do I enter your name?
No. You're already talking to me, I think. So enter the other people.
Okay, so let's start with Sammy, and okay, and then I can enter Brendan. Might as well just more than one at once, and then enter Amy. Amy Como. Here we are, and enter Amy's got several accounts, so Amy Como as that, and then enter. So we say Heather. Here we are, Heather Holman. There we are, and then enter Brooke Gibson. Here we are. Yeah, look at that. And then enter who else was on with us? John Doe, and enter
John Doe,
George Knight, of course,
and Nemo.
Yeah, and Nemo, yes, George Knight, Nemo Albano, Nemo, and of course he's easy to pick out. All right, who else comes to your mind in the most immediate sense?
Nemo.
Sammy, Brendan, Amy, Heather, Brooke,
John Doe,
got him. George Knight, El Nemo. Anyone else? Or just press the create now.
Right, Nemo. I think it was it.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
We just press create. You're starting a new conversation. Type your first message below. And
that's weird because I don't get that when I added people to the call.
Okay. And like you said last time,
that's ominous. That's starting our first cat. We were already having again. I don't know. It's okay. Just type something there.
Fuck my life. That's what Brooke would say. Okay, press enter. Yeah, there we are. And that's okay. And now what?
I don't think that's the call we're on.
Nobody.
And I don't know how it works on here. So
chat via SMS is going away. This chat will be disabled. Invite them to Teams to continue the conversation. What's this SMS shit? Well, John Doe says, so give John Doe a nice heart.
Okay, wait, participants. Here it is. You don't want to start a group chat. Wait, let me see. You need to go back to me somehow. Wait.
This chat will be disabled. Invite them to Teams to continue the conversation. SMS is going away. So learn more. Nemo is typing thumbs up, but can anybody see this up here?
Wait.
Chat via SMS is going
Hold on. Wait. Can I?
Oh.
Am I doing this?
You doing what?
Wait. No, I clicked on something. Wait. On my call with you, because it's a spot where it says leave. Like, this is where I can hang up my call with you.
I guess.
and then I go to people, and it's just me and you.
Yeah.
Right. And then, but you should be able to add participants
Uh-huh.
to the current call, which I don't think it's happening yet.
No, it's not. All we're
Yeah.
getting is this weird chat, which they
I
say is
feel
going.
like I'm in your, wait, hold on, in your screen. Like, does it give me authority to click in your screen?
I doubt it.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is my screen call with you, but I guess it's showing your screen share in it. Okay, but yeah, no, that part is on my screen. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So where is it? You need to be in the spot with me where it says leave. Go to me.
Go back to you. Yeah. Okay, here we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see the phone? No, it's not like that. Like, I've got a big, like a red box, like a red hang up button. Like, that's just a phone icon. I think it's always there. Where is it that you?
Not
no,
this.
like, if you're not seeing a red hang up button that says leave in the corner, you're not on the same screen I'm at.
No, I'm not. No, not at all.
Right.
Nowhere near. Yeah.
So how do you go to the current call?
I have no idea. I mean, we're on the current call. I mean, wait, this is an old call.
But but that's your chat with me. Okay, click on those 3 dots there.
Yeah, that's always shit.
Yeah.
Look at that. Open in the window.
No, that's not it. Oh, no, next to that. Add people, next to that.
That's
where you were doing it.
Yeah, that's start a group chat.
No, yeah, but it shouldn't say that. It should be like, something's not right. No,
of course
you already
not.
did that.
Of course it's not right. We're fucked.
Yeah.
We're trying to adapt to something new, which they probably haven't even perfected yet. So it's like, yeah, but there you go. That's what we got.
How do you get to that?
And it's just
chat. Where you're at in chat. Like, okay. Yeah, if you click on that little phone icon there.
This?
Yeah.
That just means I'll call you again.
Just click on it. Click on it. There. Now.
People?
Now go to people. Yeah, that's the screen.
Okay. I'll be damned. I'll be fucked. Yeah. Okay, enter name, our phone. Got it. Okay.
I think that'll do it. I think we're there. Yeah.
Oh my fucking God. Okay. Click. Oh, orgasmic.
There you go.
It's orgasmic. We're like, it's just like now we're calling people.
Yeah.
Now as my legal father would say, we're cooking with gas. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Thanks to my executive producer. He's my man. We couldn't do this without him. Let's try Heather because we know she's awake. Yeah, Heather Holman, and then we can add on John Doe. Here we are, and then El Nemo, of course, Nemo Albano. Yeah, here we are, and okay, now these are the people who have been participating tonight in general. Okay. All right, and then we can add in George because he may drop in, and okay, and there we are, and okay. Aside from that, Brooke Gibson, okay, just in case, okay. Yeah, and then
you have like 8 people.
Yeah.
For parody check, parody, 8 people.
Okay, yeah. So we've added 1. How many people are on the call, including myself? 1,
you got it.
3, 4, 5, 6,
you don't
7,
have to count. It's on the screen.
8, 9. Yeah,
you're good. You're good. That's it. Now you know how to add. Yeah.
Okay, so there's the big red leave you were talking about. That's the big hang up.
Yeah. This is the screen. This is the live call screen.
The live call screen is through the phone. Great. So it's still calling.
You have to see that red button. Yeah.
Sammy's joined us. Say hi, Sammy. Say hi. Say hi. Come off mute if you would be so kind. And that way we can confirm that we actually did it. And so theoretically, this could be the one that goes on all night if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Because
you started.
Yeah, that I started. That way we can do the show the way we normally
All right. Good luck, buddy.
This is, thank you. Thanks to you. No, see, you did it. You did it, Aristides. You did it. And it was thanks to your executive producer status.
But you're the one who takes it all night.
Yeah, yeah, yes, that's right. Yes. So, okay. And Brendan is calling me. Let's see if I answer this. What happens? Okay, that'd be funny if it takes me off the other call. So that'd be funny if I just knock myself off the other call. So, okay. So, do you have any idea? So we're gonna share screen here, and you can tell me what to do, Brendan. I probably just knocked.
Wait, what's going on?
Well, by answering you, I probably ended the other call. It's what's going on.
I just clicked on whatever it just said. You have a call, and I clicked on it, and it was you.
Okay, so that's.
But just you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
This is horrible. What's going on? Okay, hold on. Let's see here.
Okay. He says, "Don't know how to merge calls." So okay.
Okay. Leave this call.
Okay, so you want me to leave this?
Oh, resume. No. Press resume. Sorry. On the left there. See where it says resume?
Whoa, where's
there's the red button, and then go all the way left.
Oh,
Resume.
yeah, press that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then I'll try and join you there.
Okay. So I'm back. Holy shit. It fucking worked.
Great. Hello?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear? Yeah. Oh my God, it fucking worked. So by answering his call, it pulled me out of this call. We don't know how to merge calls yet. But he's gonna try and join us on this call because he got the notification.
Call him again from here. Go up to people again and try to add him again.
Oh, okay. That'll probably confuse him. I'm sure we'll just. He's typing. He's here. So all right. So join us on the call, Brendan. See if we can have us hear you. And
Suggesting you try to call him again, though.
Yeah, Heather, join us on the call, Heather. Oh my God. I hope people are enjoying this because we sure as hell aren't. And it says, I keep getting Skype notifications to download Teams. And I'll just, give her a heart for that. What else can I say? Well, you've done that. So you don't need to worry. It's redundant. And just try and get on the call, honey. It's, somehow you guys are in the chat. How come you're not on the call? John Doe and Nemo, I can understand the strong silent types, but Sammy's on the call and he's not talking because he's daddy man and he's got 2 kids and a wife. He's got to keep entertained, and it's late. Well, it's only 10:56 p.m. here in California, and he's in my Golden State, and chat is working, not calls. Okay, I see. Oh, that's too bad. That's sad, and I don't know how to respond to that. So I'll just write shit. Okay, there we are. Okay. So somehow they're not able to get in on the call, but Sammy was. Whoa, why? Because I added it. Now it's just you and I. Okay, so maybe because he couldn't talk. In other words, maybe
I don't know.
You
can just go to that people there, and that's where I believe that's where I did it all.
Yeah,
even though I did it from the phone.
Yeah, but somehow they're like, oh, you can't see it anymore because I'm not sharing screen. He says, are the other options Skype used to offer? John Doe and El Nemo are both typing, and so they're both typing simultaneously. Cool. And El Nemo says, yeah, I noticed there's no option to join the voice call. Interesting. Was President Skype was seemingly offered prior here in Teams. Okay. And Aristides is saying don't know how to merge calls. So right, yeah, that's from earlier. And now we just got everybody else in on the chat. And just a mute button. Oh God, so frustrating. So, all right. Well, it looks like we'll have to play with this a little bit more, and we'll have to do this over the next few days off. And, we'll do our best because we got Mother's Day coming up and a transmission on Mother's Day itself. And I will, of course, be doing my, we'll at that time hopefully be a little more adapted. I can't believe we've held numbers through this. It's like, you guys must all be gluttons for punishment. So here's Coco Schreijveld says, hope you stay a bit on YouTube too. Must get a tablet phone. Well, obviously we're going to try, and she says, hope you stay a bit on YouTube too. Must get a tablet phone. Is slowly giving up. Love you all. And John says, I'll try it. I don't know what he's talking about, but of course we will stay on YouTube, honey. That's YouTube is the whole point. Yes, YouTube is the entire point. At Cocos. Okay, there we are, Schwarzfeld. Okay, and okay, let's give her a nice. Okay, give her that. There we are. And wants a meeting ID number. Okay, weird. Okay, so they're trying their best to adapt. It popped up a small separate window, then had to click the view tab well, they've really made this. Are you still with us, Aristides?
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yeah. You sound good. I mean, you sound like you're still awake, which is like, what, you're fucking 1 a.m. right now? Going on 1 a.m.?
2.
2 a.m. Oh, Jesus, get some sleep. Okay, so Aristides will go to sleep. I'm going to go into monologue, and we'll just deal with this, as time goes on. We'll gradually make it work. Right?
Well, at least the screen I was talking about to add people to current call. And that's the greatest place that I can bring you.
Right now. It. For right now, yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. You did a great job.
That's it.
And it worked as best as it could at the time, and hopefully it will improve. Okay, so we're going to make this last, as long as I last tonight. And the way things are going, obviously it takes a lot of energy from us to deal with these challenges. But
what a big fucker!
Hey, you're on with us. Look, Aristides, say hi to Nemo. Nemo's joined us. How did you do it? How did you do it?
I just clicked on Mate Now.
Okay. Yeah. And
it's on the top right in the call chat.
Okay, so let's see if we can figure this out together.
It's stupid though. The last time they had a little join button, it was different.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do a share. We're gonna do a share screen. And then it goes down like it did last time, which is just bizarre. And let's see if we can get this back up. How do we get back up? It's supposedly, it is sharing now, but how do I get the call back up? Here. There we are. So, here we are. What did you do? Tell us what you did, Nemo. I'm going to move the cursor around. Tell me where to make the cursor go. Can you see this? I'm sharing screen. Tell me where to
Yeah, it's not showing up in that window because I have 2 separate windows, one for the voice call and chat and the Teams call chat. Okay. So I won't show the meet button in that window. You got 2 windows, 2 Teams windows. Click the other one.
Click the other one.
You got your voice chat one up.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the other one.
Okay.
No, not that.
Yeah,
the way it says meet now in the top right, that's what I had to click.
Ah! Okay. So everyone, it says meet now in the top right. Yeah, that's where you go. Yes. Oh my God. And once you that will bring you into the phone call, so to speak, the Skype call.
Yeah, it'll pop up a second window for the voice call.
Yes.
And then you just got to maximize that and click view so you can see everybody and everybody's profile.
Right.
Square.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you. That's what we got instead was a peek of my background porn, which changes every minute. And so aside from that, now you all know. Hey, Aristides, isn't that neat? We found something else new tonight. We learned something new. Not that any of this makes any fucking sense, and we'll still all have a hard time of it for a while yet till we get used to it.
Teams shit.
Yeah,
it's just complicated.
All right.
Discord's
Wait, what did you just learn?
See this, Aristides? Can you see this screen share? See the screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, meet now. This is what they have to press to join the vocal call. That.
Holy shit. Okay,
Yeah.
let me see if I can see that.
Oh.
And that's in our chat. What's the last thing in the chat? They fucked with. Okay, let me find that one. They fucked with, and it's meet now.
Yeah.
Oh, if I have to stretch the window out enough, and it says that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And that's what everybody has to press to join the actual call. Otherwise, they're stuck with the stupid chat.
Right. Well, I pressed it.
Yeah.
I went ahead and pressed it, and.
Well, you're already on the call.
I'm already on the call. All right.
Yeah. Well, get some sleep. We love you dearly. And, blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. We'll, I'll go into monologue soon just out of necessity. But we were joined by Nemo, and he's welcome to interject anytime he wishes. And like Nemo says, it's probably best to go to Discord. So one of the things we'll do this month is we're going to try and synchronize our time together. Certainly, Brendan will help me onto Discord if Nemo can't. But hopefully I'll have both gentlemen at once, Nemo and Brendan, simultaneously, depending on Nemo's hours, because he's 17 hours ahead of us in Australia from San Francisco. 17 hours from San Francisco. He'd be about 19 hours ahead of Brooke Gibson. And so at any rate, we're going to probably go Discord because Skype is weird. But we'll compare the two services. And so all such being said, all of this...
Once you get used to Discord, you'll like it.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. But one thing I can tell everyone is we're sticking with YouTube. All of this is simply to enable us to maintain roundtabling on YouTube. And because the roundtabling is important. But such being said, we're not going away from YouTube voluntarily. We're going to stay here as long as we can. We're standing our ground here. YouTube is the hill to die on. That's there are no options.
If anything, we'll probably figure out how to stream on multiple media platforms, so like YouTube, Odyssey, and BitChute simultaneously, if that's possible, to get more viewers.
Thank you. We'll try. Though these other places don't seem to have all that many viewers, but maybe, well, it certainly won't hurt. Yes, we'll definitely give it a try. So I'm going to stop sharing right now. We figured out this much, and nobody else seems all that eager to join us at the moment. So we're just going to get rid of that screen share. John Doe says, what's he bringing up here? Google something. It's so
a link.
Okay, yeah, it's a link to.
Oh yeah, it's a Discord images.
Okay,
he's just showing.
Okay,
what it's like a bit through images.
Thank you, appreciate that, T Tank Berry. And all right. So all that being said, I'll just start in on monologue. We've been on for 5 hours, and I think we have a profoundly loyal audience to stick with us throughout that period of time. So I might as well give them some monologue and carry us on for at least a few more hours, and at the very least, as you can imagine, it's a bit exhausting. But I hope you've all found some morbid entertainment in our struggles to continue to be able to speak to each other, because it's important that we maintain our extended electronic family and be able to present this family to you on YouTube, where you're also all a part of our family, and hopefully Kogos Shrejveld will be joining us, at some time onto Microsoft Teams or Discord, and then we'll be able to just pile it on. So, Nemo, do me a favor, and while I just work with my nose here a bit, because my nose is starting to run just a tiny bit, see if you can give us a little update, status, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your side of the world. And, what's going on with you, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, okay? How are you?
Nothing much going on, just fucking same old shit. I was just interested in finding out India striking the shit out of Pakistan, because they claim they're hitting multiple terrorist group sites, and I'm sure some civilians got hit by that too. And now Pakistan's like, yeah, we're gonna fuck you up. We got to defend ourselves because you're attacking us, and I'm just interested to see if they're gonna nuke the shit out of each other soon. Which I don't really care. Like, yeah, Pakistan kind of deserves it. India kind of deserves it. So, how about it? I mean, India is overpopulated, and Pakistan's responsible for developing shitloads of heroin and smuggling it in our country. So they kind of deserve a bit of a culling.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, I'm with you. I have to say, of course, when I have every confidence for our listeners who are hearing this. I have every confidence that Nemo is a humanitarian at heart, and that if he were to see true nuclear devastation, he would be as horrified as any of us would be. And we, of course, are going to presume that the leaders of these nuclear powers maintain a modicum of sanity to the point where they refrain from going all out. But for what it's worth, these two nations actually have the capacity to truly engage in mutually assured destruction. This is not like where Russia and America or China are playing at some kind of strategic, conceptual game of in which they live in a universe of what they would call topological space collapse. In other words, theoretically, if missiles can be launched... Oh, were you going to say something? I'm sorry. Go ahead and say it.
No.
Okay.
What, did you hear something? No.
Oh, I thought I
had
heard
my
something.
mic muted.
No. I thought I heard something, but it could be just let me check if I can go back onto the call and see if anyone else has joined us. But no, could have been just Aristides' and he might be off mute. And so, all such being said, I want people to understand that when you talk about the old superpower concepts, where people have entire oceans separating them, you don't have a real nuclear Armageddon game going. It's all bullshit. It was just all played to keep their own populations in a constant state of fear. They had these missiles that were never tested. No one's ever tested a nuclear missile in terms of, hey, we're launching this missile out to Australia and blowing it. Now, Australia has a nuclear testing ground. Forgive me, do you remember the name of it, Nemo? Woomera? Something like that? Woomera or something, the nuclear testing?
No, I can't remember. It was out in the desert somewhere, that's it.
Yeah, and just so people know, all they did was test bombs. I mean, but it's not like Britain ever said, let's launch a missile from Britain and see if it lands in Australia's test site and blows. And nobody's ever tested this. You've only done so mathematically, and while this theoretically is accurate enough to prove the concept, it does not really prove the concept. It's not operational. No one has ever operationally tested a missile so that it would land someplace, because imagine if it went off course and hit a different nation, and you've put yourself in a diplomatic mess that is impossible to extricate from. So all they do is they test these bombs, and they've stopped doing that. So nobody's really testing these things. But it's different with, say for instance, only to a degree, between Russia and China, because back when they were hostile with each other, their continents are so vast, and the wasteland between them is so vast, consisting mainly of a buffer state called Mongolia, which is mostly empty fucking desert, that nobody could really attack each other very effectively between a Sino-Soviet conflict, as it was at the time. When there was still a Greater Soviet Union, nobody could really conduct a Sino-Soviet conflict without shipping the missiles inland and just targeting them immediately from the border. So that didn't even really work. But Pakistan and India, they could do it. They're right next to each other, and they just fire missiles at point blank range. So that's the same with Britain and France. France and Britain recently got into a conflict over the Channel Islands. And that was where, you know, the French and the British could have fired point blank missiles at each other that could have been nuclear tipped, because they're both nuclear powers. But of course, this never happened. So what else is our man T-Tank giving us, Nemo? He's given us Android Verizon.
Just a link for images of nuclear testing sites in Australia.
Thank you.
I typed in the names.
Yeah.
The main nuclear testing grounds in Australia were located at Maralinga, Emufield, and Montebello Islands.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so, but no one's really tested these missiles, but they don't really need testing when you're at point blank range. So the two nuclear powers that could really fuck each other up if events went completely haywire and everybody lost their minds would be Britain and France could nuke each other to oblivion, and India and Pakistan can nuke each other to oblivion. Those are the two immediate examples that come to my mind. And China and Japan, China and North Korea, North Korea and Japan. So, you know, that's, you got to be like just staring at each other point blank range. And then you've got like, you're both in a suicidal conflict if you both truly engage, if you both truly go nuclear. I don't foresee that happening in any sane world, but people have gone insane before. And if one starts, the other is obligated to respond. So nuclear war can happen in these situations. If it were to happen between Britain and France, the world is affected. If it were to happen between China and Japan, the world is affected. The entire economy crashes in both cases. The economy of the world is going to be impacted to such a degree we'll experience a economic collapse. But if India and Pakistan take each other out, I hate to say it's economically, I don't really see it meaning all that much. It's not
a big loss.
Yeah, it's economically. We're not speaking in humanitarian terms here. We're just saying economically. What does India do? Software. It's a source of software, and I really do not approve of the fact that they're trying to transfer the caste system over here to America, where we have a Brahmin caste of Silicon Valley elitists that are establishing themselves in Indian fashion as the untouchable elite. So it's not like I feel we lose much by losing a lot of Asian Indian software programmers. It would make a big dent in America's capacity for AI. It would probably disrupt our software industry enormously. But remember what I've said before, the chips all come from Taiwan, effectively. The remaining pittance comes from South Korea, and America produces what damn few remain, like a few chips here and there. But honestly, that's not Asian Indian per se, so the Asian Indians are mostly coming to dominate more and more America's software. It's programming, it's AI. And so a lot of that would be interfered with, and in my opinion, could only be an improvement. Take a look at the Asian Indians that are fucking up our government, and all we can say is, if a lot of them are pulled back home to deal with internal issues, that can only be an improvement. I hate to say it, what India gives us so far hasn't proven to be, they don't garner a lot of sympathy from me. So, India and Pakistan, which our man Nemo has understatedly explained, they're an asshole nation, rogue state. They're essentially a narco terrorist regime. And he has not even begun to do it justice. It's like there's very little positive to say about Pakistan. And so,
the only good thing I like about him is that they're all pro-Hitler. You go over there and talk about Hitler, they're like, yeah, he's a cool guy, we love him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And the horror of Asian India is, they, generally speaking, obviously you got a population of 1 billion people. So there's populations of Asian India that are very pro-Hitler. But there's all of a bunch of them as well that love Israel because they hate Muslims. And they want to do to Pakistan what Israel does to Lebanon and to Gaza. So, they're all pro-Israel and want to emulate Israel, and, they sell Israel a bunch of shit, and Israel sells them a bunch of weapons. They sell Israel food, basically, and Israel sells them weapons. So it's a fucked up situation all the way around. Obviously, for the sake of humanity, we don't want to see a nuclear exchange take place, but if it does come to blows, it'll be horrible in terms of a humanitarian sense. My biggest concern would be what it does to the environment more than anything else. But economically, it's not going to do much. I'm sorry, it's just not going to do much. It's not that the world won't notice it, but it's not going to crash the economy per se. The economy would take a dip, a dive. I mean, it'd be it's nothing to sneeze at, but not nearly like France or Britain nuking each other out, or Japan and China nuking each other out.
It'll open up more new doors.
Yeah.
So the people that will be replaced for software development, probably Japanese or whatever.
Thank God. Yeah, I hate to say it, it'd only be an improvement. I hate to say it, it can only be an improvement. I mean, look at the Asian Indian, people, like I said, who interfered with American politics. The majority of them are assholes. These are all Edomite, red wing motherfuckers that, want to take America down and replace it with a Brahmin caste system. Fuck them. There you go. That's the situation as it stands. But again, I've gone into detail about just how bad Pakistan is for right now. Just take our word for it. I can go into detail again, but that's by popular demand. If that's where people want me to go, I can go there. But we might as well continue where we were going tonight. So we had one hell of an interruption tonight between where we went, and by the way, I want to thank Nemo for bringing up the Indo-Pakistani situation, because it is a geopolitical reality. Matter of fact, you could call it it's a critical situation. It's a code red situation. It's nothing to dismiss, but he and I both have kind of laid it out for you all. Do you need to lose sleep about it at night? No. Not really. It's not unless you got relatives there. So there we have that. We made our point. And now I'll go back to what I was saying about the American domestic situation, but I do invite Nemo to interject whenever he feels like it. And right now, it's just Nemo and I. We've got the night together because nobody else is pressing that mute button. And so let's start with a point that I was making several times, that basically Canada's Liberals have held on to power. That the United States lost the Canadian election. And by the United States losing the Canadian election, I mean that the Canadian Liberals, who were firmly forecast to lose, won big. But on the principle of being, and here I will read a quote from the lovely Alice Roosevelt Longworth, and what she said about her father, Teddy Roosevelt: being the corpse at every funeral, the bride at every wedding, and the baby at every christening. That's what Alice Roosevelt Longworth said about her father, Teddy Roosevelt, the Republican Roosevelt. Just as Donald John Trump enjoys redirecting attention to himself, even if the attention is completely hostile. Now, as recently as January, the Canadian Conservatives held a 20-plus point lead over the incumbent Liberals. The general verdict on Justin Trudeau's 9 years as Prime Minister was overwhelmingly negative. Trudeau's policies of lavish government spending and higher taxes discouraged business investment. Low investment translated into slow growth of business productivity, lagging far behind the United States over that same period. Confronted by the problem that Canadians were not increasing their per capita output, Trudeau responded by accelerating immigration intake as an alternative way of boosting economic growth. If Canada could not use labor more effectively under his leadership, at least there would be more labor to use. Now, Canada already had very high levels of immigration pre-Trudeau. He raised the targets even higher, while failing to make provision for more housing construction. The result was a very steep climb in home values and apartment rents, pricing young people out of the major job centers. Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre counted on the housing issue to elevate him to the prime ministership. Instead, Poilievre lost his own seat in parliament. This was all Trump's doing. Trump's tariff war against Canada's economy, aggravated by his repeated threats to violently annex Canada through military invasion, no less, upended the Canadian invasion. Upended the Canadian election. I'm distracted here by some new messages from Brendan, of all people. So, again, Trump upended the Canadian election and turned it on its head and reversed all predictions of where it was going. An election that would otherwise have punished the Liberals for Trudeau's bad economic management was transmuted into a referendum on Canada's continued national existence. The transmutation favored the Liberals for three big reasons, which I'll go into in a moment. Let's check it here, what the fuck Brendan is trying to tell us. It's like, Brendan, press the goddamn mute button. Come on, it's not that difficult. And so he says, this is still going. I can't join like before. Well, you're not listening to us. Click the Meet Now button on the top right corner of the chat screen. Come on, Brendan. Yeah, meet now. I guess I need to take a screenshot. Take a screenshot.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Our man is going to give you a screenshot, Brendan. I mean, I'll, and thank you so much, dear Nemo. And Nemo's going to guide Brendan through it. And at any rate, so the three reasons that this transmutation favored the Canadian Liberals, let me try and remember them. First, over the past half century, the Liberals identified as the more America-skeptical of Canada's trois major parties. When Canadians feel warm toward the United States, they look to the Conservatives to bind the trois countries more closely together. When they feel afraid, they look to Liberals to lock the gates against their southern neighbor. Second, some elements of the contemporary Conservative Party had imported Trumpy-sounding MAGA-style themes into Canadian politics. Poilievre endorsed the so-called trucker convoy that illegally closed streets in downtown Ottawa in early 2022. He mimicked Trump's America First slogan with his own Canada First. Third, Trump's trade war with Canada created a demand for a Canadian leader who looked adept, accomplished, and safe. Poilievre gained the Conservative Party leadership as a kind of mirror Trudeau. He is also the father of a young family, a master of social media, and an ideological leader in a non-ideological country, but from a humble background rather than Trudeau's princely one. Even as Trump's self-insertion into the election crushed Conservative poll numbers, Poilievre's personal rating held up when pollsters asked about his capacity to help Canada's young people with their problems. But as Trump kept menacing Canada, the desire for a sympathetic leader was rapidly replaced by the clamor for an effective one. Now, the Liberals definitely replaced Trudeau with Mark Carney, a former governor of the Bank of Canada and then governor of the Bank of England. Since leaving public service, Carney accumulated a fortune as the chairman of a Canadian asset management company that had shifted its operations to New York. In another political moment, that elite background would not have been an asset. But now Canadians have turned to this cutthroat capitalist, as one publication put it, to defend them against Donald Trump. Along the way, Canadians have sent a strong message to Americans. Trump vows to make America great again, to raise respect for America in the world. His effect on next-door Canada, however, has been to demolish America's reputation. That has also pushed Canada away from free markets and back to the statism and protectionism of the Canadian past, which will be to America's detriment. Under the long tenure of Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau in government from 1968 to 1984, with a break in 1979 through to 1980, Canada restricted American imperial investment, discriminated against American companies that operated in Canada, and invested public funds to create state-owned industries, especially in energy. Those policies were repudiated and reversed by the Conservatives in the 1980s, a reversal that was sustained by the Liberal governments of the 1990s. All the way until 2025, then, both parties maintained a consensus in favor of open trade and a limited role for government in markets. Okay? Our man Nemo says, away from keyboard, gonna have a shower. Okay, there we are. And, well, in terms of this consensus, held by both the Liberals and the Conservatives of Canada in how to run governance, Trump shattered that consensus. During this election, both Carney and Poilievre promised a new interventionist policy, or rather how would I call it? A set of interventionist policies to promote Canadian industry. This change of course is not yet a full return to the 1970s, but the retro mood is gathering. Neither Canada, or I would say, neither is Canada an outlier here. Other countries are also responding to American imperial tariffs, not only with retaliatory tariffs of their own, but also with subsidies and other forms of preference to domestic producers. As supply chains are chopped, local favoritism flourishes. And everywhere, American imperial influence lessens. By that I mean grows less and less. The United States once led the way in creating global rules of trade that tied together all free economies. Under Trump, the United States is retreating from that leadership, isolated and friendless. The American domain is no longer the entire world. It's no longer the whole planet in the global sense, just one continental corner. Fortress America. Some of the people in Trump's orbit, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Commerce, I think the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, are of this faction. They seem to imagine that the United States' Mexican and Canadian neighbors can be bullied into an enlarged Fortress North America, subservient tenants submitting to whatever terms their dominant landlord imposes upon them. The Canadian election result cautions against the Fortress America or Fortress North America concept, at once so domineering and so naive. Other countries have politics as well. Trump's determination to create a protected and controlled American imperial economy invites other nations to follow the same mutually impoverishing path. Even the weak have weapons. The targets of Trump's economic aggression will accept greater hardship to preserve their dignity than American voters will for the privilege of acting like arrogant menaces. In the years after the Second World War, Canadian diplomats played an outsized role in the reconstruction of the global economy. The new Canadian government ought to find inspiration in that history, rather than rummage through the self-harming choices of the Pierre Trudeau years. In the absence of American imperial leadership, those whom America once led must turn to one another for encouragement. They can only wait and hope that America will soon regret its deviation into corrupt, authoritarian, predatory trade politics and return to its formerly inspiring role as economic freedom's global champion. Shortly before taking office, Donald Trump promised his supporters that he'd have the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history. And, well, his second misadministration certainly hasn't been ordinary. Historians tend to rate presidencies by the breadth of their accomplishments on a scale ranging from ineffectual to transformative. The classic measuring stick for 100-day achievements is the presidency of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The frenetic first stretch of the New Deal featured a raft of major legislation that established new financial regulations and ambitious public works projects, helping the economy begin to recover from the Great Depression. Judged against Roosevelt's record, the first 100 days of the second Trump midterm can be deemed a miserable failure. The president has passed no major legislation, and his economic interventions have had the opposite effect of Roosevelt's, injecting uncertainty into a healthy recovery and seeding, instead, an economic crisis. Yet his presidency has still been consequential. In just a few months, Trump has smashed democratic norms, crippled the federal bureaucracy, and realigned America against our traditional friends. Because Trump's goals are so historically aberrant, the traditional measure of presidential achievement is of hardly any use. His Carter-esque record as legislator and economic steward stands in stark contrast to his Lenin-esque record in stamping out opposition. For the president's ruling clique, the effect is a triumph. For nearly everybody else, it portends ruination. In an alternate reality, Trump's 2024 victory paved the way for a traditionally successful presidency with broad popularity and concrete policy achievements. After the election, his polling numbers shot up and numbed Democrats retreated into self-doubt, some of them concluding that their best path forward lay in working with the new president. Congress formed a bipartisan dodgy caucus of members eager to eliminate inefficiencies in government. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer At the time, perhaps the Democratic Party's best-positioned 2028 presidential contender sent a letter to Trump offering cooperation. In a real world, our real world, the real world, despite the obvious opportunity, Trump never tested the possibilities for any constructive engagement. The president laid bare his thought process in his speech to Congress early last month, complaining, "I look at the Democrats in front of me and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history." Here he was engaged in projection. The available evidence suggests that Trump could never imagine supporting a piece of legislation proposed by a political opponent merely because it advanced some worthwhile policy objective. That is why passing an infrastructure bill and bolstering domestic manufacturing of silicon chips ranked among Trump's highest stated priorities until President Joe Biden passed those ideas into law, at which point they became disasters to be repealed. And so, Trump naturally assumed neither would the Democrats. Instead of working within the system, Trump set out to crush the opposition. He has placed seemingly every lever of state power in the hands of unprincipled loyalists and has abused the threat of investigation, prosecution, and punitive defunding to extort media owners, law firms, and universities into compliance. He has attempted to establish, in his immigration enforcement powers, the ability to disappear people who may or may not have committed crimes and may or may not even reside in the country illegally, brushing aside court orders to stop. Trump has inscribed a double standard into law enforcement through generous pardons of allies and selective enforcement. At minimum, Trump has cleared the way for systematic corruption. At maximum, Trump is laying the groundwork to ignore court orders that go against him and to construct an extra-legal regime in which laws bind only his enemies. Trump's allies do not recognize any legitimate place for democratic opposition. They have come to see all of progressivism as a false consciousness implanted in an unwitting populace by a handful of puppet masters in academia, philanthropy, media, and Hollywood. Their operating theory is that by cutting off funds, they can uproot liberal ideology itself. In this work, Trump and his inner circle have consciously patterned themselves after Viktor Orbán's regime in Magyarország, or Hungary, which seized control of the commanding heights of government power to suppress opposition, while permitting its president and his family to siphon vast corrupt fortunes. The Orbánization project has advanced like clockwork. But one detail seems to have escaped the attention of Trump and his allies. Magyarország, or Hungary, outside of its tiny parasitic elite, is a relatively impoverished country, dirt poor, and part of Europe solely by geography. That ought to have been a sign that whatever benefits the Orbán model presented to the right-wing ruling class that would carry it out it held little promise of helping to usher in the golden age of prosperity Trump offered our country. Trump might not be troubled by that fact, even if he learned it. Almost every personnel decision he has made has prioritized the consolidation of power over traditional governing skills. The trade-off between loyalty and competence has already been self-evident. Of course, I think it's time to give Elon Musk some attention now. He did, after all, take up much of our collective focus these past 3 months. Whether abusing Dodgy to lay off federal workers, taking the political stage with a literal chainsaw, or watching Tesla's stocks plummet, Musk has been very busy trying to help Trump establish and enforce the MAGA vision for America. And now it appears Musk's time is winding down as he prepares to refocus on things like Tesla. Early news reports were that Musk would stay away at the 130-day mark at the end of May, but it now appears he might go part-time. Either way, it seems his role is diminishing. Musk leaves Washington with his credibility and brand in self-inflicted shambles. Elon Musk is the world's second richest man after Vladimir Putin, so it's fair to expect that the gullible would presume him to know a thing or two about math and money. But now that Musk is wrapping up his time as President Donald Trump's special government employee in charge of fracturing the federal government with chaos, confusion, and concern, it's also fair to ask a few questions. Here's one. Does Musk know that 160 billion United States dollars is just 8% of 2 trillion United States dollars? Because while campaigning for Trump last fall, Musk bragged that he could easily find at least 2 trillion United States dollars in savings when he took over as the kind of sorta leader of the new Department of Government Efficiency. Now headed for the exit, Musk says Dodgy might one day hit $1 trillion in savings, but has found just 160 billion United States dollars for now. Sure, 160 billion US dollars is a lot of money, but as the New York Times notes, Musk and Dodgy only published on the department's website receipts for $58 billion in savings. That's just shy of 3% of the $2 trillion he promised us last year, and just 36% of what he now claims to have saved this year. It's nowhere near the government cleanup Republicans cheered. And the nonpartisan Partnership for Public Service, a nonprofit that studies the federal government, recently calculated that Dodgy's cuts will actually cost the federal government about 135 billion United States dollars this year when you add up costs to defend multiple lawsuits and the potential impacts of firing so many Internal Revenue Service staffers. Seriously, would you buy a car from Elon Musk knowing how shady he is with facts and figures? So Musk walks away from Dodgy, the joke he helped create. Musk is departing, mostly, from the White House to refocus his attention on his electric car company, Tesla, which saw profits plummet by an simply astounding 71% in the first quarter of 2025. Not much has changed at Tesla while Musk was away. A Cybertruck still looks like a practical joke where someone slapped fat black rims on a dumpster and rolled it down the road. The precipitous drop in Tesla's profits is tied directly to the damage Musk has done to his own personal brand. He made himself the face of the car company. Then he made people despise that face through his antics at Dodgy. A Public Religion Research Institute survey, a PRRI survey, which I always appreciate sourcing, of 5,025 American adults, conducted in February and March, and released in late April, found that 58% viewed Musk unfavorably, and that 53% said his work at Dodgy was reckless and did more harm than good. Musk, in what amounted to an April 30th exit interview at the White House with several news outlets, including USA Today among them, seemed eager to chase Dodgy, or rather recast Dodgy, as some sort of joke, as if we're all living in a techno simulation that he's crafted. That's some 1-2 punch. Unscrupulous at math and unserious about the impact. You see, Musk wants efficiency for his business, rather his businesses, as he has a multiplicity thereof, not for Americans. That joke is on us now, and well into the future. The unnecessary upheaval Trump empowered Musk to force on how we govern our nation will most certainly be felt for years, if not a decade or more. But the joke is on Musk as well. His fortune may recover, his cars might start selling again, but he's never going to live down Dodgy. The blame is his now, tomorrow, forever. Democrats, looking for a path back from the wilderness of the minority, know this. Musk spent more than $290 million United States dollars in 2024 to help re-elect Donald Trump, who is now slumping in approval ratings with no sign of any rebound. You can expect the Democratic Party to handcuff Musk to Trump in midterm electoral advertising in 2026. So why did Musk take on this task? Well, I'm betting he didn't become the world's second richest man after Putin by doing what was best for others. The Democrats in the minority on the U.S. Senate's Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations on April 27th issued a 44-page memo that suggested Musk was taking a calculated risk with Dodgy because his cuts eliminate legal liability he could avoid by dismantling parts of the government that oversee his many businesses. Add it all up, and that could come to more than $2 billion in savings for Elon Musk. There it is. There's the efficiency. But it's not efficient for the American taxpayer. It's for Musk. Musk is somehow the world's second richest man after Putin, and the victim. The thing about permanent subcommittees is they don't go away. Sure, Trump holds the White House, and Republicans, who still, for now, live in fear of angering the president, control the House and Senate, but the midterm elections are just 18 months away. A Congress controlled by Democrats would undoubtedly have a lot of questions for Musk starting in January of 2027. Musk will be busy for a while cleaning up the mess he made for himself, and he's quite sensitive about it all. On May 1st, the Wall Street Journal reported that Tesla last month started talking to executive search firms about finding a replacement for Musk, since his reputation was tarnishing the brand. Tesla, in a statement after the story was published, denied it and said the company's board is still highly confident in Musk's disability. Musk, of course, played the victim here, complaining on X, the social media site he purchased and then transformed into a hateful swill of disinformation, that the story showed, all uppercase of course, an extremely bad breach of ethics. No surprise there. This is what guys like Trump and Musk always do when their actions draw the kind of attention they don't enjoy. They declare victory while playing the victim. Everything that looks troubling or shady or both is always somebody else's fault. That will get you as far as the American people will allow you to go. For now, it looks like Musk and Trump are running out of road to blame others while celebrating themselves. So, our man Brendan says, was my audio on? I don't know. What does that mean? And, so here we are. I don't know it, Brendan. Okay. And, he's like, can you hear me? No, Brendan, I cannot. Okay. No, I guess that's what he's asking. I get it. Okay, he says, I've joined the meeting. Okay. Now, he says, and Mike is unmuted. So, okay. Oh, darn. So, let's take a look, see if he can see this. Let's do a screen share here. Give me just a second. And, let's go over to, one thing you got to hand all these people is that they're trying. Okay, so he does seem to be on the call with us, and okay, so he dropped, and so I can't share the screen now, can I? that takes care of that. Maybe he'll come back. In the interim, I guess I'll just go on talking.
He said,
yeah,
I think he tried it on his desktop, so he might have to change his sound settings, his input, like his headphone input and microphone. I mean, yeah, his microphone output and shit like that. He's in the chat now.
He says rubbish. Whatever that means. Okay. Mike is unmuted. Rubbish. Oh, what he's saying is, of course, the Microsoft Teams is rubbish, which we can all concur with that. Yeah. Obviously, we're not used to it yet, but yeah, it's still rubbish. Yeah. It
check your settings just to see if your mic and headphones are selected and input correctly.
Yeah. Brendan, of course. Yeah, work with Aristides on this. And you sent him the screenshot of where to press the mute now, obviously, because he got in. So he's
in. He knows.
Yeah.
It's just the audio.
Yeah. So, yeah, what an incredibly complicated, Jesus Christ. It's like, what a load of shit. But then again, this is what they do, and it's anything they can just to make life more difficult. In times like this, they're just trying to, it's psychological warfare. They're simply trying to break us all down, honestly. Yeah. All such being said, to go on with my train of thought here, let's take a look at our numbers, and we're still holding go. At any rate, Trump's first major domestic policy decision was to hand nearly carte blanche power to Elon Musk, a man whose limited knowledge of government was exacerbated by a boundless ego and a weakness for conspiracy theories. Musk first promised to cut the federal budget by $2 trillion, a target he revised downward to $1 trillion, and then, as of my hosting this transmission tonight, $150 billion. Even that figure, 93% smaller than the original objective, almost certainly overstates the actual savings Musk has never accomplished. In fact, by cutting such functions as IRS tax collection, the dodgy project has instead ended up costing the government much more than it saves. Even so, Musk has managed to wreak havoc within the federal bureaucracy through sheer chaos. His worse than random managerial methods of wanton demoralization and targeting probationary employees, a category that includes not only new hires but many longtime civil servants who had received recent promotions, has stripped the workforce of some of its best talent. The misadministration's deep cuts to scientific and medical research have been compounded by Trump's decision to hand control of public health to Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., a bona fide kook, and to sick immigration enforcement on foreign students and professors, some of whom play key roles in American scientific research. In fact, all of our science is based on foreigners. America provides almost nobody with a goddamn brain. Here, too, the parallels to Hungary are striking. Orbán's economy has suffered a brain drain as the regime's cronyism drives its great minds to work in freer societies. Trump's policies have shown early signs of producing a similar outcome, as would-be international students must now consider whether pursuing an American degree is worth risking getting detained by ICE or having their visa revoked abruptly or over minor legal infractions. To some extent, this result is the product of design rather than incompetence. Trump regards scientists and other experts as an enemy class, one he seeks to repress in order to pursue his political objectives, even if doing so impoverishes the country. Trump's ineptitude has been most obvious in the prosecution of his trade war against the planet. His allies cast this as a negotiating strategy, but the strategy, such as it is, requires him to use the madman theory, to gain leverage by scaring the rest of the world into thinking he is crazy enough to instigate a global economic recession, while simultaneously reassuring American businesses that he is not. He has, accordingly, caromed between bluster and retreat, causing the American imperial economy to absorb nearly all the costs of a total trade war without having any chance to capture whatever theoretical benefit Trump hopes to achieve. Okay, now Brendan says his mic is enabled, but it won't work. So what can we do? It's like, it worked for you, Nemo.
Yeah.
So yeah, how do we get it to work for Brendan? It's, he's on. Yeah.
Yeah. Screenshot me your audio settings for your speaker and microphone input output. So just send me that in DM and I'll message what's wrong if I see something that's not right.
Good idea, Nemo. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And at least he's on the call. He just dropped off to take care of that. Hopefully he sends Nemo something. Now, Trump has subjected the United States to what is...
Is it active now?
Yes!
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. There we are. Oh my God. Are you at home?
Yes.
Thank God. Oh my God. So, cut loose. Cathart. Tell us what, how did you escape? How did you escape from work? How's your hand? It must be swollen. Jesus fucking Christ. Stupid shit.
Yeah, it's all fucked up. Yeah, it's all fucked up.
Get a thumb splint. What a, tell them to shove their thumb up their fucking ass.
Right. Stupid shit. Yeah, can you believe that?
Oh,
and then the fact that they just left me hanging and threw me to the wolves. Like, what a bunch of pieces of shit.
They are.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. Outrageous.
Loser.
Unforgivable. I feel so bad. This is like it should be illegal. I mean, obviously we need unions to stop this kind of abuse. This is labor abuse.
I have a union, but they're useless.
Yeah, of course.
They just take your money and then act like nothing happened.
Mm.
You know, we don't owe you shit. You know, it's like stupid.
What motherfuckers? Go on.
Yeah, but this Teams thing is just crazy. My computer considered Teams a virus and disabled the microphone. Like,
that's
it was
so funny.
like,
it's a Microsoft product, then your Windows found it as a virus.
I love it.
Windows Defender.
I love it. I love it. That is hideously funny, and it's so apropos. It is so apropos. And
it like activated the privacy settings because it's like obviously stealing all your info when it's off. You know?
Of course.
Scumbags.
Yes. Oh my god. And oh, what a nightmare. So we'll all try and get together over the next, this month. I mean, the next few days, hopefully. Sooner the better, and we'll try and do Discord. But in the meantime, I'm sure we'll all get used to this. Maybe. We'll find out. I mean,
it's been well known in the business world since Teams came out that it sucks. It's always been the worst program. That's why everyone went to Zoom.
Oh, but still,
because it was just untenable.
Yeah, but Zoom is bad. So we got.
We know that, but that just imagine that's how bad this is. Everyone went to Zoom.
Yeah.
That was the alternative, is to go to Chi-Com.
Yeah, the Chi-Coms. Yeah.
Go up the Chi-Com's butt.
Yeah.
And tell them all our business secrets for free.
Yeah, no shit. Oh my god, and they wonder why America lost its leadership position in the world. Holy shit.
Right.
Yeah. But like I was saying, anyhow, so what do you think would first off, let's give you some time to vent and cathart here. I mean, with everything that happened at work today, so are you contacting the doctor tomorrow? I mean, obviously this can't wait. This guy's got to give you time off. I can't imagine how they didn't give you time off already, but like you said, well, they hadn't reviewed the x-rays yet. I mean, what does it take? All they needed to do was look at your hand and know you couldn't go back to work doing what you did today. So this
she was skeptical because it's like it's not visibly damaged, but it's like it can't articulate like it should.
Right.
So I don't know what the trip is, but she almost like seemed skeptical, like it wasn't her.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And if something happens, consider suing them. I mean, obviously
file a lawsuit.
Yeah, I wish I
gotta pick and choose my battles here.
Yeah,
it's
true.
I'd rather go after,
the school. Yeah, maybe.
Well, the school is just horrible. I mean, I talked to I told you, I think I said it already. I talked to my supervisor, and I said, look, this shit can't last like the way it is. It's just horrible. And he said, well, are you interested in moving up? And I was like, yeah, get me out of this shit. And so supposedly he's going to help me do that.
Well, let's pray. And in the meantime, the lawsuit that you're talking about then would be with the insurance to recover what, the uninsured driver has caused, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I pay them for uninsured coverage, so
yeah,
it's a law in California.
Yeah. So
if they try and, I almost used the J word. If they try and do me, then, I'm gonna have to get a lawyer.
At least you didn't use the K word. Yeah. If they try and kite me, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully they don't try to, pull anything because it's so obvious. I mean, what happened is so obvious. So let's hope they don't go that route. But other than that, if whatever else you want to cathart and vent about, go ahead. It's been a hell of a day, and it's just been too much going on with all of us. But as well, yeah. Please continue. As well, I was going to bring up some global things that we wanted your input on, like India versus Pakistan. What do you think would happen to the world's economy if they wind up nuking each other? I mean, do you think there's a potential it could even get that bad?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, there you go. See, Nemo.
First of all, Pakistan doesn't produce anything. I mean, they produce nothing.
Yeah, sure they do. They produce a bunch of assholes like Salman Sheikh.
Yeah, but without veering into, you know, siding people, you know, we can live without them. Let's just put it that way. Like, I remember I was talking to some Brits that were part Indian. They're, you know, they lived in India for years.
Yeah.
They were like actually Hindu.
Yeah.
And they said Pakistan can't even build bikes. You know, like there's no point. Like, how can they fight a full-on war against India? It's like they can't even build cars or nothing. I mean, can't build anything.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
So
I mean, as a matter of fact, one of the...
They're totally dependent on India. There's no hope for that battle.
Yes.
It's like two brothers, you know? It's like the little brother, and then you put your hand on their head and they can't punch you. Because the other's like, keep them at a distance. It's like that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. There's so many things I can say.
And they had some kind of you would think this was funny. They had some kind of fantasy that they can unite with Bangladesh and somehow survive. You know, it was just crazy.
Oh God, yeah. Talk about fantasy. The Bengalis hate them.
Right. But in the online they had this like fantasy that they could unite as this greater Muslim
Mughalistan.
united front.
Mughalistan, yeah, that idea that we'll cut off all northern India by what a joke. What a joke.
With like a pincher maneuver, it's like it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, no, of course not. No, especially after the shit they pulled against Bangladesh, you know, that led to the war. Yeah, and Bangladesh's revolution against them. It's like what a bunch of clowns. At any rate, it's like so there we go with that. It's nothing to lose sleep over.
And the Hindus aren't much better the way they are right now.
Yeah.
The non-Vedic Hindus, you know.
Yeah.
So they're like I showed you. Did I send you that article of the guy that he like killed some Irish girl?
Yeah, tell me about the horror behind this asshole. Like you at it, he doesn't give a fuck. You know that.
Yeah. He looked like he was all happy and shit. You know?
Yeah. Stupid, crazy.
So there was this Irish chick, kind of like Christine, you know, she just went out there and thought she could just prance around South India.
How that did not happen to Christine is beyond me, but go on. Yes.
Oh, because she had the handler, she had the white guy handler. So they respected him obviously or something, or he was paying them off or something.
She was trying to make it sound like she was going through every place alone. Are you telling me that she actually said that she was with somebody else and I didn't catch it?
Yeah, remember the Austrian guy or whatever?
Yeah. So he was going with her through India. I missed that completely. I thought she was claiming she was going through India and Pakistan alone. Okay, no wonder she got out of it alive.
Chaperone. No. She would have died in 5 seconds. Imagine that.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
I'm not showing you my hair.
Yeah. That bullshit.
Or whatever. She was saying some weird stuff like that, where she was like, she said she went to Pakistan and
blonde hair
would show her to cover up her hair.
Yeah, because blonde hair would fall out. Blonde hair would fall out, and then they'd say cover that, you know, because guy's gonna rip that off and rape you and shit. And but yeah, so she was chaperoned.
We're not being gratuitous. That's literally what would have happened.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, we're not exaggerating here. This is like, go on. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, and on YouTube there was those travel idiots. They're like always fat white guys for some reason, and they go to Pakistan and they're like, my money was no good there. Everyone was so happy to see me. And then all the people in the comments are like, what about woman?
Yeah,
what
no
about
shit.
If you were a chick?
Yeah.
And he, of course, doesn't reply.
Of course. Because
he knows what would happen. They would just either kidnap her or kill her.
Yeah, you know? Of course. So this Irish girl, I hate to say it, she obviously was stupid. I mean, she went there unchaperoned.
She got too comfortable. She was living there or something.
Okay. God damn.
She was like a long-term tourist, but she just got comfortable, and that's all it takes is one crazy.
Yeah. And then
country with
2
3 billion
naive.
people, you know.
yeah, and India's full of crazies. It got over 1 billion people, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot of crazies.
Right.
Yeah.
So the chance of encountering a murderer is like way higher.
Yeah.
So
God damn. And so there you go with that. That's just outrageous. I mean, it's just awful. And yeah, honestly, just come on, ladies, just don't go there to these parts of the world. I mean, South Asia should be off limits just out of common sense. Sorry, but you know, it's just the way it is.
well, apparently it happened 8 years ago.
God
So
damn.
they're just now pulling this guy in.
God damn. So he was running loose for 8 years. That's why he's so happy. Yeah. God damn. I got away with it for 8 years. Yeah. And they just found it out. What a shit show. And
While she was touring around India.
Yeah, of course.
You don't just tour around India.
Thank you. You.
And then when I was talking to people that have land in India, they go there often. They said, yeah, India is not for beginners. You don't just go there as like on a whim or something.
Yeah, thank you. No, this isn't.
Yeah. So here's one of the articles. She just wanted to tour India's beaches. Well, it killed her.
Yeah. God
Sad to
damn.
say.
Yeah, sorry, the world isn't that accommodating, people. You can't just casually go around seeing things. It's our world is not like
in her
that.
defense, like Ireland, you'll never even see anyone on the beach. So
Yeah.
she probably thought it was just like beautiful nature, you know.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean,
So it's unfortunate, but
yeah, no, it's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. And but anyhow, so we're glad that you managed to overcome the computer response to Microsoft Teams. And what were some of the other things you sent me? Quite a bit. Like our man Brendan said, he basically carried out an entire campaign of these cards to throw down for tonight so that we wouldn't get knocked off air. And we weren't knocked off bandwidth. Of all the things that happened tonight, we were not knocked off bandwidth, at least not so far. And probably won't be tonight. It's usually before this period of time that they do that. And I think that, the biggest problem we had was just accommodating ourselves to this new medium, which, as Brendan said, really is, always been a shit show, and which is why people go to Zooms. But as Brendan figured out, since I'm the one who holds the subscription, I'm the one who has to bring people on. But at least now we've got a permanent call going. In other words, a call which has no time.
Oh, so it's working. It
Yeah.
seems to be working. Okay, got it.
Yeah, we've been on for an hour and 31 minutes. So,
Yeah, and I think you could just keep one, like this group going. You don't have, it's not like Skype where you have to make a new one every time.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Just a heads up. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see if that works that way. So, do I leave the call when the show's over, or just leave it on, so to speak? I guess.
No, you leave the call, but you can restart it. Like,
interesting.
because it's made for like work groups, so
Got
you'll
it.
have like 3 different work groups, and you can just go back to each one as you need.
Interesting. Okay, that's why it's called Teams. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So maybe all the flack it gets is because people don't know the format.
Right.
And they're not very clear with the format, but so.
Right, because they were
Hopefully
confused by Skype. That makes sense. So
yeah, exactly.
Right, so we'll see if we can work that out better here. Again, to just try and acquaint myself with what it was that our man Aristides pointed out. Let me see. How do I? Oh, anyhow, we're in the call, so there's no point in playing with it right now. We'll go over it again later. And so other than that, so tomorrow, what's your plans for tomorrow? Are you going to wake up and just call the doctor first, I presume?
Well, she has to look at my X-ray. I mean,
well, I hope she does by tomorrow. Jesus Christ, morning. I mean,
she's taking her sweet time because the X-ray took like 2 seconds.
So,
and I got like all kinds of radiation sickness from it because I'm sensitive to radiation.
Oh Jesus! So have you like followed up? You need to call her tomorrow first thing in the morning and follow up. Whenever you wake up, and right?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask her for a note to get out of this evil fucking work shit.
Thank you. Yes, she has to provide that. I mean, to do otherwise is just malpractice.
Right.
Yeah. So you know, let's pray she responds, get you that, and this is gonna sound stupid, but you know, I'm still on 20th century time. How do you pick that up? It's just email to you. The work.
Yeah, it's all emailing.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully that gets you out tomorrow, and yeah, and then we'll talk privately. But yeah, it's yeah, what a way for it to happen. But in a sense, maybe it's for the best. You know, if you do get time off from work, God knows you needed it, and you needed it, you know, quickly. But oh, what a thing! And I've had a lot going on, of course, with just arranging for schedule changes myself with a lot that's been happening lately. I'll tell you about that privately as well. Do me a favor now that you're on the call. Nemo and Brendan, can you hold the stage for a few minutes? I got to take care of something else here in my storage facility that I live in. There's a few other things I got to check into. So let's, if you two could hold the stage for a few minutes, I'll be right back. Okay? All right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. All right. I'm going to mute.
Did you hear about the powerful earthquake striking near southern Argentina coast a short while ago?
Oh yeah, the few days ago, that one, the one that triggered the tsunami, or potential for a tsunami.
Yeah, they had a fear of a tsunami rise after the 7.5 quake. I'm just thinking, fucking, it's been a good while since we've seen a good big tsunami, but I don't think it hit. Just reckons
like a week ago. Yeah, looks like.
Yeah, I don't know why it was showing up in my feed this morning, but yeah, it was a week or early Friday morning. Shock rippled through southern Argentina and Chile as a massive 7.5 quake.
Yeah, it's weird. They like republished it today. It's very strange. Oh, that actually looks. They're showing a building that's like broken in half. So maybe something did happen. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, cracks in the roads and shit.
Yeah, near the Drake Passage. Yeah.
And there's an image of some idiot putting a band-aid over the crack.
Yeah, isn't that comical? Is that a real photo?
Yeah.
That's wild. I mean, if your house or whatever that is, the apartment block just breaks in half, that's pretty shocking.
Yeah, fucking. I don't think a tsunami hit, otherwise we would have heard about it by now.
Right, yeah. Yeah, they always give the warning at first, but they have like sensors that can tell if it's going to happen quick. That's like some technology that's actually viable, that works.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't live in those areas where they're near fault lines and shit. Australia's safe from earthquakes, at least big ones. We only get mild ones.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. What about like New Zealand and those areas? I think they're the ones that are prone to it, right?
Yeah, New Zealand gets earthquakes. They've had some, like Christchurch had a massive earthquake some years ago, and it fucking destroyed a lot of buildings and shit.
Yeah, that was like 2010-ish or something.
Yeah, and they had small tsunamis hitting coastlines, nothing major. Whenever we get a tsunami warning, nothing comes, like, and they say, oh, tsunami's coming by. All you get is just a little bit of water.
There was a big tropical storm that hit Queensland. Did you guys get hit by that? It was a couple months ago.
Yeah, I was able to avoid it all. Yeah, those big cyclones never hit where I'm.
Oh, good.
We just miss it. We're in a safe spot.
Yeah, that's lucky, I think. I mean, actually, Australia doesn't seem too prone to it, right?
Yeah, not often. But when you
I've
do
never
get
heard of like a hurricane level storm hitting super bad at least. Yeah.
Northern Queensland will get hit by some big ones. In the northern Australia, Northern Territory. Yeah.
Like Darwin? That kind of north?
Yeah. North Queensland, North Territory, they'll get hit by big ones.
Right. Have you ever traveled out there? Is it like tropical or is it worth going?
Nah, the furthest I've been is Rockhampton. Nothing special. It's fucking
same.
It's the shit country area. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
The only place I
saw-
like going was Gold Coast.
Yeah, Gold Coast looks nice because that's more Brits and rich. Like what is it? Is it West Coast?
East Coast, yeah.
East, yeah. The whole East Coast seems like the only place that's worth going. I saw a documentary on Adelaide once, and like super lame. No offense to anyone that lives there. It's just
Yeah, South Australia isn't that great. You
yeah.
can grow your own pot there at least. You're allowed to have your
Oh,
own
that's not bad.
place.
Yeah, there's like more hippies down there, right? That's
Yeah.
like
And I think they
like
have
that lady that got famous.
yeah. They have
What was that?
less strict laws on certain things down there.
That's interesting. I wonder why. Less population or something.
Yeah, and probably more criminals there.
Like how can they enforce those crazy laws on that whole land mass? There must be places where you can get away with some stuff. Or is it like the feds or whatever, your main government, they clamp down at like borders and,
Yeah, each state's
it's hard
different.
to leave. Yeah, it's hard to leave.
Gun laws are too strict. It's bullshit. I would love to just have fucking shotguns by my bedside.
Right.
That'd be cool.
What's the problem? Like you can't have hunting guns and stuff?
Well, you can
Even
for hunting, but
the
yeah,
Brits
you're not
can
allowed to have.
rifles.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have them for self-defense. Can't carry concealed weapons or yeah, even knives and shit. Like I understand, but they're strict on any type of weapon, anything that can be used as a weapon.
Right, that's very strange. I mean,
I went
just
to
coming from America, it's just
yeah.
we can have like swords and shit. Like even in California, I can strap a sword on my back and it's legal.
Nice.
So it's very strange.
Yeah, I went to a camping store once and they sell all types of shit. Like they even sell fucking machetes, axes, knives.
Oh yeah,
But
get one of those.
I was looking at those flick out metal sticks that cops have. The retractable metal rods. And I'm like, yeah, I want to buy one of them because you can conceal it, put it in your pocket, and flick it out when you need it. And the dude's like, "Oh, I don't feel comfortable selling that to you.
What?
You gotta have like a security guard license or some shit."
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
as
not
if you couldn't just pick up a pipe like from a ditch. That's crazy.
Because it's a non-lethal weapon. I don't know why he'd be reluctant in selling it, and it's not specified that you need a license to have such. He's just talking shit. So I'm like, all right, I'll just get a knife then. I'll get a lethal weapon. I'll just buy a lethal weapon instead of a non-lethal weapon if that's what you want.
Yeah, exactly. Like what?
That was
like,
so retarded.
Something's gonna stop you from buying a kitchen knife or something. It's insane. I mean, that stuff's like, and even in places like Japan, I mean, they get a hold of all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah. I can't sell you that stick, but I'll sell you this crossbow.
Yeah. Yeah, is archery? Can you buy like bows and arrows? I mean, that's projectile.
Yeah, I think you can. I haven't looked at the recent laws. They change the laws all the time. They modify it, reconfigure it. Like a while ago, you could have those fake assault rifles that shoot the rubber balls, and you didn't need a license. But then they changed it. You have to have a license to buy one of those.
What the heck?
Non-lethal.
A non-lethal? What the heck?
Yeah, just those little rubber balls that don't hurt at all when you get hit. It's just
that's so.
For those fucking boys and man child that like to pretend they're playing a military simulator in real life.
Like shoot each other's eyes out and shit.
Yeah. It's safer than paintball guns. Yeah, I never got to try any of that. It's unfair I never got to use a gun because my father, when he was in his early teens, he got to shoot an M16, shotguns, scoped rifles.
Because all you got to do is come out to America.
Yeah.
Like there's some states where anyone could do it, like Nevada, Texas. Like you can just literally visit and just shoot at all kinds of crazy ammunition.
Can tourists go at shooting ranges and don't need a gun permit?
Some states.
Yeah, if
But
I was rich,
honestly, in America, you could just find some rando. Some dude will just let you shoot his gun. Like you don't need to be. Yeah, it's like there's so many here. It's just.
Yeah, go to the redneck areas.
Yeah, just if you go out into the woods, that no one's policing anything. You can just. Like there are parts of the mountain, like even near me, if you go out to the mountains, you can just hear people shooting off giant guns, just for fun. Like, it's not hard to do.
Yeah, I was watching pig hunting videos where they have big breeding grounds for those invasive species, wild pigs, and some of these fucking hunters, they have a minigun turret equipped to their fucking four-wheel drive. They got machine gun turrets and everything, and they're just mowing them down. Oh my god, they like fully equipped like the military. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Texas and shit. They can do whatever the hell they want. Arizona.
I'm just thinking, how much money you spending firing that minigun?
Oh, it's like probably thousands just to do one video.
They'd probably have to be like paid by the government or state to actually hunt them. So like they're being supplied ammunition and some shit like that.
It depends. Some of these people just have a lot of money and they don't know what to do with it, and they just go crazy.
I'm back. What's this about some of these people having all this money and not knowing what to do with it? It's all too many.
Nemo was. We were talking about how crazy Australia is, and he was like, "I'd like to shoot a gun." I was like, "All you got to do is come to America, and you just find some good old boy in the woods, and there you go."
Oh, they'll
let you shoot anything.
Yeah. Did you tell them about your childhood where they had you shooting trees and shit? Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like 10. Yeah, I didn't tell him about that. But yeah, I was like 10 and we were visiting someone's property out in the woods, my dad and I. And it was just like, the guy was like, "You got to be a boy, your boys needs to be a man. We got to, do." And then, he brings out this like M1 Grand rifle style. I think it was a Russian
knockoff
World War II rifle.
Okay.
And then he's like, and then he has me shoot this like 30-06 like World War II rifle and about blow my shoulder off.
Yeah. Oh, the M1 Garand is just infamous for incredible recoil. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. So imagine the Russian version.
Yeah. Jeez.
And then they literally 10-year-old, here, grab this. No training, no nothing, And then I was like telling them like, "Look, I don't want to shoot this tree and stuff," and then they're like, "It's fine, everything's fine," and then the bullet goes like clear through the tree, and I was like distraught and shit.
Of course.
I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Why would you guys do this?"
Yeah, it's so the hatred for nature is palpable. It's like
it was just ignorant. I don't think they even knew what was going. Like he was so drunk, the dude. I'm sure.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, that's awful.
And they took me on like an ATV, like into the hills and stuff that if it rolls over on you, just breaks your neck.
Yeah.
So that's America, yeah. Freedom.
Oh yeah.
To do stupid shit.
Yeah. America, fuck yeah. There you go. Yeah. The stupid shit is what we're all about. Yeah.
And then there's another time when it was like we were we were not even like 17, 16, and we went out camping. Yeah. And one of the other friends was like, "I know this place, we just got to drive like 5 hours north, and there's this camping spot where it's like lawless, there's no one there, it's completely desolate wilderness area, and it's legal to camp, but you get all these other plonkers that go there to camp because they know no one's there policing."
Yeah.
And we walk up to this, and it's like something out of a video game or a film, It's this old man listening to Insane Clown Posse with no teeth. And he's like, "What was you boys doing? What are you boys doing out here?" And then like his son comes out of the motorhome or whatever, their big ass trailer. And he's like, He's like, you guys want, and it's literally, this was like with no introduction, no names. He was like, you guys want to try shooting? We brought our guns. And then, yeah, so he brings out the Zig Zauer, and it's just me, and one of the kids was black, and he wanted the black guy to shoot the Zig Zauer for some reason. He's like, does your friend want to shoot this? And then, so he took us out, and we were just shooting at a dirt hill, just random, just some rando. And yeah, so, yeah, and then so imagine these old ass dudes giving these teenagers like guns and beer and pot. Yeah, America. Okay.
That's America. Yeah, it's like yeah. And so Nemo, you want in on that?
Save up for a ticket. You can come experience the wilderness of America. You know?
Yeah, just
but it is. But apparently, I'm looking it up right now. If it is legal for tourists to shoot guns, so you can go to a shooting range and rent whatever the hell you want. You can rent AK-47, everything.
Oh yeah,
so there you go.
That's what the Japanese do. The Japanese love coming to America and shooting guns and taking photographs of each other doing that. It's a big deal. And but in Australia, what's the gun control situation like? I mean, can you?
They wouldn't even let them buy a baton. Like,
do they?
And it's like, what's the difference between that and just going and finding a pipe in a ditch?
Yeah,
like, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the laws here are retarded. Fuck man-made laws.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So, well, I have to admit, Australia doesn't experience many mass shootings since the Port Arthur massacre, and they did all that number on outlawing automatic weapons and all that shit, and people were turning in their, automatic weapons. I guess you.
Yeah, but they're not stopping in illegal weapons being smuggled in and sold to criminal gangs.
I mean, so what's criminal? I mean, not that believe me, I believe what you're saying, but what I'm trying to ascertain
is... That's the fuck thing with the controlling guns. Like, we got to get the guns out of the hands of the citizens, but you're not stopping all the illegal weapons coming in and fucking being used by criminals.
Right. Okay. So, in other words, what Nemo is saying is the argument that when guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns. So is that the case in Australia?
Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. So with are these gangs? What's the violence like in Australia? Are these gangs?
I mean, it's not as bad as America, but yeah, there's still people being stabbed and shot, kidnapped. If we had the same population level, it'd be as bad. It's like 40 million versus 400 million, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's definitely, I have to admit, it's the thing I appreciate about America is the ability to privately own firearms. So I do appreciate that. At the same time, it's I can understand the law, the gun control laws in other countries. They're very difficult. They make life. It's very different in other countries. It really is, and
I mean, I think it's valid because there's something about the Wild West mentality that people here can handle guns. I know it sounds crazy. But...
Well, actually, they don't, but it's...
we get a bad rap, but I'm saying, like, if you were to just take an average citizen from some other place and gave him, like, this, like, giant freaking, like, a giant revolver, like, they wouldn't know what to do with it. Only Americans are like hardwired from birth to be like murderers. And shit.
It's hard to describe. I mean, the best example.
Like imagine, I was 10 years old and they just like, here's this rifle, and somehow I knew how to use it. It's just crazy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. My legal father was very upset when he was young, and because he was given a hunting rifle as a gift, and he felt obligated to go out and use it. And everybody was telling him it's the greatest thrill in the world is to go hunting, and he went out and he shot some beautiful bird and felt guilty about it the rest of his life. It was just awful. Yeah. So that turned him
Yeah,
off.
I never went hunting. I hated hunting. I hated fishing. I thought fishing was so stupid. I still think it is. It's like you sit there all day and then like catch a fish and like torture it and then don't kill it slowly. You like put it in a box. It's just crazy. I mean, it's just
Oh, it
like
depends.
why?
These days, of course, now people are much more environmentally conscious, and
Yeah.
people will return fish that are the really big fish, so they can continue to breed. So, there's been a lot of improvement in how things are working. Of course, we've got incredible threats to the environment now that never existed before. A lot of invasive species, and they try and find creative ways to deal with these invasive species. There's a lot going on, and people are doing their best to adapt. We're definitely living through an apocalypse. But such being said, I think the best way to try and redirect America would be something that would be more similar to Switzerland. Switzerland is the ultimate militia nation. Everyone is a member of the military, and you are obligated to serve. Certainly, as a male member of the society in Switzerland, everyone in general, barring extraordinary circumstances, they are part of the military, and you're in the reserves throughout your life, and everyone brings home large weapons. So, effectively, as I understand it, everyone in Switzerland is armed, and
What?
they do not have any of these problems. I mean, any of them. There is no phenomenon of mass shooting in Switzerland. It's just never
Because they're
happened.
educated properly since childhood how to responsibly use them.
Yes, and so this would be my solution for America would be to emulate Switzerland and make it a requirement that you're required to have guns, required to be trained in guns, and at a certain point in your life, after having served, you basically are given an option, your choice, whether or not you want to have them in the home. And of course, there needs to
Yeah,
be,
Switzerland is one of the most heavily armed countries in the world. How come
yeah,
that never gets out? That's
yeah.
they like to keep that under wraps for sure.
Oh, well, it's not even that they really keep it under wraps. It's just nobody pays attention. Nobody really,
Yeah.
I mean, people in Europe know it, but nobody in America really talks about Switzerland. And this is what's bizarre to me, and it's probably because of the fear that I brought up about someone like me suggesting Switzerland as a role model for our society. It's like I've said, we've got to get rid of the office of the presidency. I mean, it was always bad, but Trump has broken it, and I say we need to replace it with the kind of government that Switzerland has, which is a council of bureaucrats, boring ass bureaucrats, to replace the fucking concept of one man must lead us all, and the personality of that man deranges into various directions that render it a shit show every fucking time. But with Trump, it's broken now. There's no going back. I mean, it's an office for lunatics. So get rid of the presidency, as I've said. Get rid of the Senate, and maintain government by Congress and a council of bureaucrats like the Swiss have in terms of the executive office. It would be a bureaucracy that would be career bureaucrats, and that would be infinitely more effective, and we would be at peace. But of course, I would insist on universal service like in Switzerland, and that way everyone is trained and everyone learns to respect firearms, and then we could weed out the psychotics through that training, because they would manifest, generally speaking, it'd be a good time to observe whoever manifests a psychotic fetish for firearms at that time. They could be weeded out, and if they're irresponsible with firearms, at least they would be weeded out. But such being said, then you could be given an option as an adult as to whether or not you want them in your home. And of course, laws would have to be established where there needs to be safety locks and gun safes if you have children, etc. But all of this would be universally enforced at the Swiss level of efficiency. I think Americans hate that more than anything. They really hate that. They want this anachronistic concept of every man for himself, and they want a shooting gallery where people are just, they want it like the Wild West, and they groove off this. Right. Yeah. And that's part of the problem. Yeah.
It's psychological shit,
Yeah, but that can change with the deportation of many of the people who voted for Trump. Like I said, once the Civil War starts.
A lot of these people are so unhealthy, you just give it 10 years.
Yeah, no, basically what Heather Holman says, I don't like teams. That's cute.
None of us do.
Yeah, it's, honey, it's like saying I don't like the lifeboat we're on. It's like, well, it was that of the Titanic. Did you want to sink with the ship? It's like, honey, we're not here because we like it. We're here on the lifeboat because this is the lifeboat. This is what we're on. We might find another ship that we might jack.
We will.
Yeah, and but in the interim, at least this has some familiar points to it that it's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. Jesus Christ, at least we're making it work to the degree that we have. It'll probably be most difficult, shouldn't be difficult for George, because George had teams at work. And so George should be able to join us if he wants. And we'll find out soon enough. He definitely will be able to talk to us. So
anyone that had Skype can get on this pretty quick.
Theoretically, it's going to be hard for your average person. What's her name? The Irish chick. She was like Tony. I forget her last name, but she was the one who sent me this message. Hopefully, she got my return message and gets on Microsoft Teams.
Cool.
It was. I'm sorry.
I said cool.
Yeah. And she was the one who wanted to milk me for information so she could write her novel, and I don't mind that. I don't mind me.
Oh yeah, isn't that from a long ass time ago? How do you still talk to these people?
It feels like a long time ago, but when she wanted to milk me for her own novel that she's writing, it really was only a few months ago. Believe it or not. I mean, it was at the time that Peter Moon was still active with us, because he came on the show and was talking to her too. So
dude, that was like a year ago.
I guess. I mean, did all of that let's take a look at the dates of all that and figure out. It feels like a long time ago, but was it that long ago? And yeah, it was probably a year ago. You're right. Yeah, Dan, you're good with time. Yeah, I'm bad with the sense of time these days.
Well, it was like August, so yeah, maybe not quite a year, but
yeah,
it was a long.
Yeah,
long enough.
Yeah. It's been, what a wild ride. What a ride it's been. And in terms... Yeah, continue.
Looking at the stats on these the guns in Switzerland, I mean, it's just crazy how many weapons are in America.
Right.
So their stats are 28 guns per 100 private inhabitants. Private ownership.
Yeah. Wow.
U.S. is 120 per 100. I mean, it's like quintuple.
Jesus Christ. So Heather says she cannot reconnect. What can we do to help her do that? First thing I'll do is screen share here. Let's see. Let me respond
to go to join meeting, which is this whole fiasco.
Right. So can you send the same screenshot you sent to Brendan to Heather, Nemo?
Yeah.
Please, yeah. So I will tell her, Nemo will send you a screenshot. Nemo will, and let me do it this way, at L Nemo. Okay, will relay you, oops, a screenshot. I remember whenever I sneezed that Heather and George would just sit there silently while I sneezed, and I was so fucking irritated. Yeah, it was like when I said, I feel like I'm going to sneeze, and instead of like taking that as a cue to engage in conversation and burn bandwidth, George and Heather would just sit there and listen for the sneeze, and it's just, I'm so pissed off.
That's funny. That's actually hilarious.
We're leaving you a screenshot. Heather, okay, here we are. And so here we are. Okay, El Nemo will relay a screenshot at Heather Holman, and that hopefully will give her the hint as to what to do. But yeah, people are like that. A lot of people, they're just not trained professionally in how to handle public communications. But the one thing that I want Aristides to get used to in particular is that, hey, it's not that big a deal. Jesus. And Nemo, you don't feel nervous when you get on it and you talk in front of others. You seem to handle it quite well, and you feel pretty comfortable, right?
Yeah, I never had an issue with it.
Good. I appreciate that. And yeah, I'm
more tech savvy than average person.
That's true too. You're a gamer, and that helps immensely. It's a good start, and so we'll see if we can get Heather back on with us by getting her acquainted with. Yeah, it's a pity we can't put screenshots into the chat box. That's why you have to send it to her in private messages. So check your private message, Heather. And Nemo's going to send it to you. You and Heather are friends on. Oh yeah, no, we're on Skype Teams now. So he sent her.
Yeah, it doesn't show a friends list, but she's in my chat history. So I sent it to her and I posted it in here too.
Good, excellent. So Heather, see if you can check the chat history, find that screenshot, and you'll notice that in the upper right hand corner of your call there is a meet button, and to meet, M-double-E-T, not meet like in M-E-A-T. And you press that meet button and you would be brought on the call with us. Then the problem might be whether or not your computer interprets Microsoft Teams as a virus and shuts down its mic.
Could be on a phone, so I'd imagine that's more complicated than on PC.
Oh, damn.
Trying to work around that shit.
Oh, damn. She's like, might have to go on a PC to see this. That's what Brendan had to do, right, Brendan? You had to go on your, something else to even see what to do? Holy shit, she may not be
I had to go back to the actual desktop version of Teams, because the mobile version is shit. Now that's a problem, is the mobile version's awful.
Yeah, and everybody uses a goddamn phone. That's the fucking problem. Everybody's save
up for a tablet or a fucking laptop. A tablet would be better than a phone, bigger screen.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So Heather, if you have any tablets, anything like that Vin must have something he can let you use. I mean, Vin collects that shit.
He's not at home, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Old people don't have this shit.
Yes, that's right. She's in her dad's home, but she's going to be back with Vin soon enough. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, and so when you're with Vin, make certain that he gives you something because he collects this shit. He's got to have something, tablets lying around. I mean, God knows he was cannibalizing all this computer shit. So, that'll help, Heather. And, other than that, again, going on with the Switzerland thing and the comparison for a better American government.
If I ever win the lotto, I'm moving there.
Switzerland?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad place to be, but you might get...
Well, it's a clean place. Good food. It's just expensive.
It's true.
You need a lot of money.
It's true. But it's like, and some beautiful places.
About women.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good place. I mean, it's a good place to be. Yeah. I mean, for the longest period of time, they were not part of the United Nations, and for that very reason, they were seriously considering making them the headquarters for the United Nations, because the United Nations should not be headquartered in a superpower. But we need to reestablish a reunited nations, a new United Nations, or a reunited nations in Switzerland.
What would be the alternative?
You see, Switzerland. That was the idea, was that put the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, because they're a truly neutral nation. So in other words, Switzerland, if the United Nations were in Switzerland, you have less of the presumed pressure that can be imposed on people by the United States. It's, having it headquartered in the United States.
Didn't they try that in the League of Nations and it just didn't work? Or
You know what? It's embarrassing me for me to say this, but I think Brendan is correct that
I'm
the
looking
League
it up.
yeah, but the I can't remember where the League of Nations was headquartered. The United
Yeah, it
States
was
didn't.
headquartered in Geneva. That's hence the convention and all, Geneva Convention, and all that
Right.
jazz.
Okay, that makes sense, and I thought so, but I couldn't be
Well,
certain.
apparently they failed. So
No, but dude, that was because of several reasons. They failed because the United States did not want to be a member, remember? That was the idiot Woodrow Wilson forces the world to consider a League of Nations and then refuses to join. I mean, you're off to
it's
that.
interesting the date they give for the end of it, 1946.
Oh, yeah, no, I pointed that out before. The League of Nations did not end until 1946 because the United Nations and the League of Nations had a period of time in which they both existed simultaneously. And that was, I've gone into...
Between 45 and 46.
Right, and I've gone into the reasons why this is so important before. Of course, I'm not consciously remembering them at the moment. We'd have to dwell on it for a while. Yeah, and we can always get back to that. By the way, it's been a hell of a night, and we've already reached 7 hours.
Yeah, I'm pretty burnt.
Yeah, I'm happy to shut the show down and just restart on Sunday because... God damn, with everything we did tonight, we did it. I mean, we made it happen, and it wasn't easy. And I couldn't have done it without everybody else being determined to make it work. So we want to thank Brandon Zogit and Aristides and Nemo Albano, a man with a real name, by the way, which he does not share publicly. And of course, we want to thank anybody else who has helped us through this, including Sami Romero and Heather Holman, as well as all the people who would have been here otherwise, such as Holly, etc., who are with us in spirit. And but just hopefully we get a report from her as to how things are going. I noticed I didn't get any text message from her on how things are going, searching for a new phone from the California Lifeline program. Probably hasn't had a chance to even call them yet, or maybe they left a message with them, in which case it'll be days before they get back. Literally, seriously, it'll probably take her a month or more to get that thing. And so this library resources, what's this about?
It's the League of Nations archive is digitalized.
Okay.
And,
excellent.
Yeah. So this is the stuff that you can get on the internet that's never put into the AI for some reason.
Yes. Thank you.
Like, why can't they be govern all these countries properly? That's the last thing they program that shit to do. They want chaos and hell and fucking torture and shit. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
How else do you explain that?
Well, as I said before, I'm a realist, and while I envision a new world order, I'm not stupid enough to think that this is eternal peace. I'm simply thinking that it would be a just world order, or certainly more just than what we have today. Again, I'm happy to go into more of this new world order. I've told Brendan Zogit privately when he asked me, what do you do in your spare moments when you're not at the estates and you're just at home? Aside from jacking off, one of the things that I do is I try to reorganize the world in the sense of a concept of what would be a just world order. And so I'm certainly someone who thinks about this quite a bit. I'm a person who has not only thought about a better way to reorganize our planet in terms of a just redistribution of power, but I project that into our expansion into the solar system and indeed the local galaxy, or the regional quarter of the galaxy, which we essentially would effectively dominate because, as you all understand, my own awareness is that there's no one out there to really interfere with us. We don't have any other intelligent alien races out there as competitors because there's no signals, and no signals equals no alien intelligences. It's that logical and that simple. So Nemo.
What about the Pleiadians and the Andromedans and the Alpha Draconians?
Oh God, and don't forget. I have to alter everything I say when Marina drops by, of course. that point,
you're telling me the Pleiadians aren't real? What the heck?
Marina says they are, and if she were here with us, I'd say, yeah, baby, that's right, baby. They're real, baby. That's right. Whatever you say. That's yeah.
But aren't the Pleiadians just misinterpreted because they're really just the Nordic breakaway civilization that managed time travel and shit?
Absolutely. Exactly. So if George and I were here, he would actually give us a better perspective on that, and it's quite right. By the way, thank you so much for putting in what you did into chat. That's profoundly appreciated. El Nemo's very conscientious. And yes, actually what Marina Sarin is in contact with is essentially the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. But you'll notice whenever I presented this to her, she gets it. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. When I present this to her, then she gets it. It's not like, you know, she understands that. And so it's not that it's simply that I'm sorry.
I mean, you know, nowadays that the other side of it is definitely just marketing.
Yes, thank you.
Talking about Pleiadians and Andromedans, most of those people know that.
Oh, God, tell them about the stupid shit you've seen where people say, I knew by the color. You know, when somebody says, oh, it was green, and then the guy just says, oh, that's reptoid motherfuckers. Yeah, you know, tell about this kind of pathology.
You're talking about when they see, like, the orb in the sky, and they have these channelers, like, they'll be like, if it was blue, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, just tell them about this kind of pathology, this color-coding pathology.
Where he was saying, it's a blue orb, so it's from, you know, Alpha, Zeta, you know... Alpha Draconi or Zeta, whatever, Zeta Reticuli and shit. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, as if, like, if they're that advanced, they can't have multiple colors. Like, they're all, like, color gangs, like Tokyo color gangs and shit.
I mean, it just goes to show no matter how technologically...
those are the space bloods.
Yeah. No matter how technologically advanced you are, socially, we haven't advanced at all. It's just like, we're down to, color tags. It's like, Oh.
So it's just bonkers,
Yes, and...
the orbs of light that are being conjured, though, aren't they just disembodied spirits being brought into this realm? But then, obviously, they're not extraterrestrial.
There's a lot going on with those lights.
I remember seeing a old video on American news, and this big fat black dude's like, "Oh, I can summon aliens," and he's showing the news reporter, watch this, I'll conjure up this alien, and in the sky you see a ball of light that shows up, but he's like, "See, it's an alien." It's just a ball of light. It's not a fucking extraterrestrial life form. Yeah, he's summoning spirits, disembodied spirit.
Interesting.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that makes infinitely more sense. And but of course he's operating on some kind of it's almost like his paradigm is skewed by mass media. So and I'm wondering if that's something he truly believes because of his indoctrination, like it's inculcated into his belief system or his filtration process by mass media, or is he simply marketing it based on the fact that he knows aliens sell? So instead of saying I'm summoning spirits, which he may intuitively know he's capable of attracting discarnate entities, which are not necessarily human spirits, but could be simply like spirit, like fae or something is what they used to call them, something of that nature, and that he just markets himself by saying they're aliens. Yeah, elementals. Yeah, and he markets himself by saying that they're aliens. That's, you could be cynical.
Could be that,
And they have like a sense of humor too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like people don't realize that they don't. I feel like there's like this misreading of like that just because it's like a non-physical entity doesn't mean it has like a sense of humor or something. So they're just playing around with people. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. Often
like this guy. Look, this guy thinks he can conjure us, and it just shows up just to mess with them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
They do shit like that.
Oh yeah, and usually their sense of humor is not. It's not a pleasant one. It tends to be what they would say is mischievous, and really mischievous can turn into downright leading you off the edge of a cliff so easily, or follow me and you cross a railroad line and your car breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it just Yeah, it just goes on.
Don't follow lights in the dark. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Disembodied lights.
Yeah, just a bit of advice from Brendan and I. Yeah, please don't do stupid things like that. And as well, I got a question in email about the Biofax, whose image is photographic image. It is a real photograph, is in thumbnail of live stream. Yes, that's a Chetnik uniform, or rather a Chetnik hat. It's a Czech from my time in Serbia. That's an actual Chetnik hat. For those of you who don't know, that's a Serbian militia, and so there you go with that. And other than that, of course, you'll notice that the Biofax simulacra do tend to look like myself, and in general, or certainly modeled on myself when younger, So of course, that's something that was always creepy, because we all knew that Aquino and a number of other people were getting off on that. But yeah, I try not to think about that part. Aside from all of that, when we're speaking about these subjects and reorganizing the world, and somebody, what is it? Oh, your hand's up. Tell us. What's your question? Somebody had their hand up.
It just says raise, and then it does that, but in my head, it's a Adlocution.
Oh, cool! I love it. I love it. Yeah, which it is. That would symbolize the Adlocution in the classic Roman frescoes. So yeah, they would just say something
so
like.
That's actually funny.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and I think there's so we can do that to each other. That's good. I like that. And of course, somebody like that idiot Elon Musk was just spazzing. He didn't even do it right, He's just like he's doing it.
No, you know what I realized? Yeah. You know what I realized about that?
Yeah.
Is that I don't know if this. Obviously, it's something to do with the drugs, but when we were younger, we used to do that as a joke.
Yeah.
I can call my friend right now and ask him, and he'll remember. We used to fake the we used to do the
the Adlocution,
a Nazi salute around other people, and they would freak out. They would think and then we would say, "No, my heart to you." My heart goes out to you. So it's like
interesting.
That same joke transferred to the ether to that idiot or something.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
he was in the
the zone. He was in the zone, and somehow it transfers through the astral into that idiot's empty mind and his dissociation.
My heart to yours. We used to literally say that shit.
Yeah. Of course, he has no heart, so his arm just stiffened up like it was all like he was spasming and shit. Like he was.
Well, his was clearly on drugs. Well, there was one video where he's giving the interview in the SpaceX plant.
Yeah.
And he starts twitching and moving his neck in weird ways and stuff, and people were like, "Look, he's an alien," and then everyone else in the comments is like, "No, that's what I do when I'm on Molly and I'm tweaking."
There you go. There you go. That's him. He's
people think oh, it was his reptilian brain activating, and it's like, no, dude, he's just out of his mind, on drugs.
Yeah, there's a lot of assholes. I think he's a fucking extraterrestrial life form. Oh, he's trying to save planet Earth.
Remember how he tried to capitalize on I'm an alien vampire time traveler shit? What a
there you go.
Piece of shit.
Once you're on enough ketamine, you actually believe that.
Yeah, it's true, and I'm sure he does believe it. He's so out of his fucking mind. He's like I said, I'm talking about him before Brendan came back, and I'll probably get back to talking about him on Sunday. Because he does need to be addressed. I personally don't believe that.
Does he though?
He needs to be addressed in the sense that I'm trying to address the phenomenon of the technoligarchs of Silicon Valley. So he's kind of a lead into to them in a more general sense, and how they're fucking up our society with their obsessions and their own demented brand of libertarianism. And I can show you something. Say, for instance, let's take a look at here we are. Oh, that was interesting. Floating tennis club with good vibes. Yeah, these Angelinos created it. Floating tennis club. I mean, okay, whatever. I mean, it's not my world.
Commons are $4.
What is for what? Say what?
Oh, nothing. This is a different topic. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
The microphone on my computer is really apparently good. If you could hear that.
Yeah. Well, it's yeah. Well, it should be. After all, it is what it is. So here, let me do a little screen share. See if this works. Screen share. Here we are. Go into and let me see now. Screen share. Okay, I'm in the studio. Then I go to the call, and here we are. Go to share. Okay. Then here, do screen share, and then let's go over to oops, see if we can make it. Now I just blocked off my ability to access that. Here we are. There we are. Clicking that. So I've explained before about the solar system and its basically its alignment with the what's this? Heather says I can't figure out how to do cookies. I'm going to. What is she trying to say about cookies? At any rate,
Cookies sound nice, you know?
No. She's talking about the. She's talking about the computer bit. Oh yes. So the thing that was presented in Mobile Suit Gundam was one of the first things that they presented was the concept of orbital elevators, and of course our world needs a lot of them. One of the reasons our world needs a lot of them is because of space debris. This is just one graphic which gives people an example of what Earth is contending with. This is planet Earth, and we are surrounded by what is called the detritosphere. And the detritosphere is bad news. I mean, we are choked off from the universe by garbage, our own garbage. The only way to get through it...
Sounds about right.
Yeah, yes. The only way to get through it is by super extended cables that would take us out of the gravity well, that would not be constantly... we wouldn't have rockets trying to leave the gravity well that are super expensive and colliding with these with all this debris. So in other words, the cables could take constant, shall we say, hits by the debris if built correctly, and at the end they would be tethered a space station, basically an orbital space station at the end. And at the bottom they would be anchored, and altogether there would be elevators that would go up and down to take supplies in and out of the gravity well without using rocketry to fight gravity itself, and thus saving enormous astronomical, to use upon astronomical amounts of money. So of course I picture these as basically bracketing the Earth in what I've divided off in spheres of influence. Though this is not the final example of what the spheres of influence would be. They would be, of course, at the widest angle closest to space, which would be the equator. And even though I've revised it a few times, again, these are not the final examples. They give you an idea of what I'm conceiving. So certain ones of these would belong to different powers that would enable every major power to have access beyond the atmosphere. Just one example of an idea of reorganizing the world. Okay, so Brendan sent a file here. Let's take a look at that. Click onto that. Excellent. Thank you, sir. Yes. Oh, Sea Turtle Kaiju. I love it. Oh, hello. Let me download that.
It's pretty powerful. Yeah,
yes.
It's a good card.
It is. Thank you. Well, all your cards are good cards. They're all waging our war against the dark side. See if that goes into the files. I thought I downloaded it. Let me see if that entered into the download files. Just check that out here for a second. There we are, working on it. And then open up downloads. See if it made it there. And okay, it did. Good. And with that, see if I can.
Hey, you got the Triple D Human Resources Department.
I did.
That was
fun. Oh, I love that. And tell people a bit more about that, just how powerful that card is.
It's not. I think that was the joke. They're like a bunch of like D&D dolls. Like, or I mean, figs, like they call them figs, like figurines.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it, but
I think I took a look at it. It looked like a bureaucrat to me. That's it struck me as like a bureaucrat. Let me take a better look.
yeah,
at
but
that.
look at the table in front of them.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look at downloads and open that up, and see how it opens. Give me a second here for it. The computer, of course, is slow.
It's like two people playing a Dungeons and Dragons tournament, or like a campaign.
Okay, cool. Let's see if it shows up at all. The image. Here we are. Okay, that's cute. Yes. Yes, and they've got the little figures. That's adorable. Yeah. One's got his that seem to be unpainted, and the other ones are painted. Yeah, shuffle 3 cards into the deck, any combination of DD monsters on your hand.
That's like you versus Voldemort or something in that table.
There we are. There we are. On the pendulum zone, then you can add 2D. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Trap card. So it's a trap card. There we are.
It's a trap card. Yeah, it's a trap card.
Yeah, like a Joker. Okay, I get it.
DDD in Japanese, it's actually just 3 Ds. There's no slash, so it's interesting.
Interesting. Yeah. And yeah, so that's cool. And of course, I think of a bra size, triple T. Yes, and oh, okay.
Is that even real? Is that even real?
Yeah, for strippers who have had implants. Yes, that's
there's triple F,
yeah.
triple J, all that shit.
Yeah, and yeah. So at any rate, I've of course taken into account islands where undersea could also be developed.
It warned me about I looked it up and it said, yeah. Do you really want to see these photos? You know?
Oh, for triple D.
Triple D.
Yeah. Oh God, yes, we want to see those photos, most certainly.
Yeah. G plus, jeez, whoa! I didn't know this was real. Like, this is crazy.
Fuck this shit. Looking at what I'm looking at, let's start looking at these photos instead. Oh, let's show us what you're seeing. That's what I want to see. Let me stop sharing here.
Well, I can screen share.
Yeah, by all means, screen share. He's gonna screen share and show us what he's seeing. I'd rather see that. We're kind of winding down for the evening, dear people. So, okay, all right, we're opening up.
That's ridiculous. Is that real? Yeah. On Nemo's thing.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
I think I'm screen sharing.
Yeah, this. Yeah.
Oh, access denied. Oh shit.
Yeah. Look at this. She's got some wonderful illustrations behind her too, and this is something our man John Warrington would love. That's his kind of chick. And let me see. How do I get out of this one? Just go back here. Oh, yes, there we are. Yeah, yeah, that's CGI, of course, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we are. We can dream. But these are all John Warrington.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he likes them. He likes them kind of chunky. Yeah, kind of thick and chunky. And well, of course they have a better body mass to accommodate such breasts because they've got more all around. Otherwise, of course, it's hell on the back. Of course, it's always hell on the back. But there we have that. All right, so everybody, we've obviously kind of disintegrated into the evening, and that's fine. We did our job tonight. I think we held off for... we got great numbers throughout the night. We held them. Our listeners are beautiful, wonderful. We love you all. And we'll be back on Sunday, and we're working our way towards more solid monologues. Of course, we have to make this work at all, towards the point where we can still have people roundtable. The fact that we've been able to make it.
It's probably best that I go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's let Brendan get to bed. I'll prepare for getting some rest myself, which is well earned, and Nemo as well. My love to both these wonderful gentlemen who have done so much to make this possible. My love to Aristides as well, who also did his bit. And to all of us, join us on Sunday. We'll be back and we'll seriously go into the technoligarchy of Silicon Valley. And they're all bad. If you think Elon Musk is bad, they're all bad. They just don't expose it as much as Elon Musk. So many of them
like
all right.
bad to worse.
It's true. Yeah, they all have this sick ideology. Oh, that was the point of what I was trying to show you. Yes. So one last thing to show you all tonight, because that was the point that I was trying to make. And so let me go back to screen sharing, and we can get back to that. And I'm just going to scroll down a bit so we can go past some of these other things that I was articulating to myself. Okay, back to the window, back to screen share. Screen share, here we are. Back to share. Go back to this and scroll down to some of the things that I was talking about with these elevators and concentrating on the Pacific. And that'll bring us to the map of one of the things that will probably happen with the...
was that Atlantis? What was that?
This is my concept of undersea development. This was originally an illustration that was produced by one of the men that I wanted very much to become like. He was a hero of mine, Robin McCall. And Robin McCall was one of the pioneers of futurism. And so one of the things that that I was trying to point out about these cables around the world would also be
That's a good map,
around the equator, which would then, I was trying to like pin them out on the equator so that people could get an idea of how this girds the world. My idea for how the seas need to be renamed or reorganized. And of course, if Trump's already called off all bets against certain preserves, maritime preserves, and wants to start developing the ocean, which means that with development of the ocean, we're going to see the recognized developments, and these would be recognized by the major powers that I would like to see develop in the world. And then we would have insurgencies that would be developing them illegally, because that would be unstoppable. But in terms of this band here of development, the way that I would categorize that would be basically the neutral RUNIT, or Reunited Nations Inter-Ocean National Territory, a wildlife, that's an entendre, a wildlife zone on the Juan de Fuca Plate, that would be leased in development, like the Presidio. It would essentially be parkland. Instead of national, it'd be United Nations or Reunited Nations parkland, leased in development, like the Presidio military base, for residence and recreation. Now, this would be in disambiguation from industrial resources recovery, and it would be among the Seakeeper, Warden, Guaranteed, Kelp Forest, Preserves, to the second Gilded Age, Silicon Valley and Biotech Bay Area Metroplex Regional, Cosmo Benighted, that's their ideology, sacerdotal or kind of Brahmana caste elite to help finance the Reunited Nations. In other words, you would set aside one place to isolate all the assholes, let them rent a kind of elitist area to develop undersea, and you've got them where you want them. This way you can cut off the oxygen whenever you can, whenever you want to. And that keeps them in line. But that way they would have an undersea development where they could live out some of their libertarian fantasies within limits of course, damaging the environment, which, of course, would be against their own self-interest. So that way they could be kind of quarantined, and yet finance the Reunited Nations preservation of other maritime reserves. And other plates, tectonic plates, would be zoned off for development by the various powers. But of course, the world's not that neat, and even though these various powers might develop these seafloors, we're going to have undersea development by insurgencies, and the insurgencies would probably be the former Allied powers, forced to retreat literally into the seabed. And I've done my best to plot out the logical areas where this would happen. So we can always go into this in detail later if anyone is interested, but you get an idea of what I'm talking about. So with that, I'll return to the call and stop sharing.
That was interesting.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And whatever else people say about me, they can't deny the fact that I haven't been thinking this out. It's not like I'm not like Trump or somebody else who just wants power for the sake of power. I know what I want to do with that power. Exactly what can be done to take into account the reality of the world around us. And
that's why you a threat because it's actually a plan.
Thank you.
Not just chaos.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and people need to understand that. Well then, my love to all you gentlemen, and you guys have a blessed day, and get some rest. You've all earned it. I get the feeling when our man Brendan wakes up, he'll wake up to pain. I know what it's like, and it's going to be hell on earth, but by God, you stand up for yourself, and you demand they give you that excuse from work. Because otherwise it's just simply literally medical malpractice. It would be literally medical malpractice if she doesn't get on that. And right. Such being said, when we get together on Sunday, obviously Brendan and I and Nemo, hopefully, along with Aristides, possibly, we're all going to try and talk before Sunday, but everybody rejoin us on Sunday. And we'll find out more from all these gentlemen then as to how, things are going. And or at least we'll know, and I'll tell you what they have going, because by that time, God knows, maybe I wouldn't blame him. Maybe Brendan will just want to retreat for a few days from the entire world. But okay, all right. Love you all dearly, and we're going to end the stream, and then we'll be on private conversation for a few minutes.